And we are live. Welcome back, folks, for day 2 of the Downtown Rams NFL Draft Stream, 4th annual, I might add. I'm Jake Ellenbogen, and joining me as always is Alexis Kraft. And we are here to bring you day 2 and day 3, but we're bringing day 2 today. It's going to be rounds 2 and 3. The Rams, as most of you are fans of, are slated to pick at 104. I do not believe they will. Alexis, I don't know about you. I don't believe 100%. I think they're going to trade back, but it should be interesting today. I'm excited to see everything unfold, regardless if the Rams pick or not. It's going to be a fun night.
It is. And for starters, I do want to point out and make this a little bit about myself for a moment, Jake, if you don't mind.
Go right
I
ahead.
have a slightly new setup where I'm sitting than I normally do. If you normally watch uh, my shows and my live streams, I'm normally like to one side of the couch and I have a whole different thing. Because we are trying to be center screen tonight, I switch things up, which means I'm farther away from my mic. So I would very much appreciate it if people could let me know how I sound um, to them. Not how my voice sounds like in tone or nature, but just strictly audio purposes. If you could let me know if you could hear me okay, I'd really appreciate it because I would really like to know if it's working and you guys can hear me okay. So
Volume's good, they're
that's
saying. We
okay.
got we got a
Volume's good.
volume's good. We got a I want
Perfect.
Kobe Bryant. We got a do we have a second round pick? We do not have a second round pick. Less is more. F them picks. We're gonna kill it in the second and third round. Substance, we don't have a second round pick, but third round potentially they could kill it in. You guys are fire together. Appreciate that, Ruiz. Everything good, loud and clear, good. Hey Jake, any
Awesome.
thoughts on OBJ and Deebo tweets? It hurts so bad not knowing whether OBJ returns and if he recruits someone for us. I will say this right now. I don't have any news on that, but don't get your hopes up. Deebo Samuel is not going to be a Ram. I don't know where that came from. I don't know why people think that's going to happen. He's actually, there have been guys in the past, like we talked about Kayvon Thibodeau. Maybe someday he wants to go there. He said he wanted to go there via his 2018 tweet. Deebo actually has been seen in a presser saying he doesn't like them. So I would never expect him to want to go there at all. I don't think he likes Aaron Donald. I don't think he's coming at all. And what I mean by that, Alexis, I think you understand where I'm coming from. If he was a free agent, I don't think he would even sign with the Rams. So I definitely don't think the 49ers of all teams are going to trade him to the Rams. That's not happening. I think Deebo, not Deebo, but I think, OBJ was just having some fun.
I do too. I wouldn't take it too seriously. I didn't gather from OBJ's tweet that he was like insinuating Debo was coming to the Rams.
No,
I
no.
felt like he was insinuating there's like something is going down or that there's just drama on the 49ers that we aren't aware of. I think as a Rams fan, we shouldn't look too far into it. And I don't know how the idea of Debo coming to LA was started, but I to rain on everyone's parade early, it will never happen. At least right now. Maybe like at the end of Debo's career, but with the current group in LA, one he's not really needed, which feels weird to say. Like we don't need Debo Samuel.
Yeah, I know.
He's a very talented player, but like it's not a big need of ours, and we already are spending a lot of money at receiver. So if Debo wants the contract that he wants, he's not going to get it in LA. And yeah, I also think there's some tension between him and in one of our stars, in Aaron Donald. So I don't think that's going to happen. However, I'm not 150% confident he stays in San Francisco. I think he does. And I think he does because I don't think San Francisco lets him go. I do think he wants to leave. So does he play? Does he hold out? Does he just not show up? I don't know how that's going to work, but San
Well,
Francisco's very hesitant to let him go. Naturally, they very much do not want him to leave.
it's going to be interesting because, I mean, I don't know. I could see them being the arrogant type and being like, you know what? We have Debo already. We could let Debo go because we have a guy on the roster in Brandon Ayuk who was literally built to do the same thing. So I could see them being like that arrogant, ignorant type of team and just being like, you know what? Our system, our system, our system. And then they trade away Debo and then it doesn't work. But Alexis, you
Yeah.
have AJ Brown, you have Marquise Brown, you have Devontae Parker, You have Devontae Adams. All of these receivers are getting traded left and right. And this is a copycat league. Could I not argue that Stephon Diggs and pushing for the mobility, getting out of Minnesota, going to Buffalo, has started this in combination with the Jaguars paying Christian Kirk?
I think that forcing your way out of a team via trade has just been a trend in general in sports in recent years, one that no one likes except for the players getting the big
Yeah.
money. Um, so I don't know if I would say that started with Stephon Diggs, but I do think that your second point about the Jaguars giving Christian Kirk that type of money absolutely ruined the wide receiver market. I mean, I'm pissed at Jacksonville because you give a guy, and I'm not, this isn't shade to Christian Kirk, but Christian Kirk isn't AJ Brown. He's not
He's
Deebo
not.
Samuel.
No.
He's not those guys, and he's getting, if he's getting that, you see these other receivers who know that they're better than Christian Kirk, that know that they offer more value to a team, saying, okay, if that's what he's getting, then this is what I want. And, you can make the argument, well, they shouldn't care so much about money. Say what you want. It's a part of the game. It is an ego thing. It is a money thing. If they know that they can get the money, they're going to take it most likely.
Yeah.
Everyone's different. I'm not speaking about anybody's values or anybody's priorities, but some players have made it known. Yeah, it's about the money. I mean, and I think with Deebo, I think it is a combination of the money, but also his role. I think that Deebo knows that if he's going to be continued, if they're going to continue to use him as a running back wide receiver hybrid, his injury, like chances of him getting an injury, it's going to skyrocket. He's just getting beat up on. So I think he's basically saying, okay, if you're going to use me in this way, you need to pay me a lot more because you might honestly be shortening my career if I keep getting injured and I keep playing this role. So there's a lot of dynamics going into it. But I think at the end of the day in the NFL, money talks. And that's the reality of the game.
Yeah.
So Jacksonville completely screwed things up when they gave Christian Kirk that contract. And you know what, I've always said that 99% of the time, whenever a player gets a huge contract or gets traded and then gets a huge contract, it never works out.
It really
It just
doesn't.
never does. Unless you're
Diggs
Stephon
was
Diggs.
surprisingly like one that I did not expect him to be that good, and then he took his game to a whole other level with Josh Allen. Yeah, I have two things. I think the Jaguars are low key like acting like the Joker from like Batman because they are getting all these teams to implode. They're basically like, hey, we got Christian Kirk, but we paid him that money because we could, because we had all of that cap space other teams didn't have. So now because we paid Christian Kirk, we know everyone is going to freak out. Why is Christian Kirk getting paid this? I deserve to get paid this. And they're testing essentially the loyalty of these receivers and the organizations. And luckily for the Rams, Cooper Kupp is not like that. He said he wants to get an extension. Obviously he wants to be taken care of, but he's not trying to break the bank. And most guys that play that wide receiver position are trying to break the bank. So in a way, the Jaguars, it's very Joker-esque type of scheme. Like, I'm going to, make you the enemy. I'm going to make you the villain. I'm going to turn the tables on you, and we're going to continue to build what we continue to build. And I'll also say this, and this is the second, actually, I'll make 3 points here. The second point, Christian Kirk, I would take over Marquise Brown. I think he's healthier. I think he's a better route runner. I think he's been more consistent. So, it's the irony here is that I don't think Arizona upgraded from Christian Kirk. They go out and they get Marquise Brown. They give up picks to get him. I don't necessarily think that was a good move. And then the third thing I'll say, and my father brought this up today, and he doesn't really know much about the draft this year, was not really paying attention, but I thought he was really spot on in the fact, just because you go and you go to like a store, right? And you get a flat tire and you pay $500 for the flat tire, that doesn't mean that all the other tires go up in value. It just means that what you did was stupid. So it shouldn't impact the market. And I was thinking about that. I'm like, that's a really good point. It's not like the way obviously sports works, but it is kind of irritating how you have these teams that hold on to their cap space for years. And Jaguars, they get the carryover and they're always sitting there with 60, 70 million. They're paying astronomical amounts to, guys like Darius Williams, who they signed for a ton, Foy Alakan, Christian Kirk. They go on those shopping sprees, but it blows the market out of the water. And the inflation starts to go crazy in the league. Regardless of the cap going up or not, that is a legitimate issue that I don't see getting fixed anytime soon. I think they're only going to get higher. We're now looking at a $30 million a year wide receiver right around the corner. I mean, that's insane.
Yeah, it is. It's crazy. It's created a problem.
It has.
I'm sorry. I'm catching up on everyone's comments.
I am
First
too.
off, I want to say hello to my mom.
Your mom
again.
just became a member on the channel, so I really do appreciate that.
Yes, thank you, Mom.
Thank you, Mrs.
She's
Kraft.
the best. And then secondly, besides from my mom being awesome, there was a tweet. People in the comments were telling me to check out Odell Beckham's tweets about the jersey and Cam Akers. So that's an encouraging sign. If Odell Beckham is saying that he was negotiating with Cam for number 3, and Cam, so now there's beef between him and Cam. I think they'll get over it. But Odell's saying that he would have paid Cam Akers for number 3, that's promising. Because then you say, okay, Odell's considering coming back. I don't know how that worked, though, how Cam Akers was able to just go back to number 3. I guess because Odell is technically not under contract with the Rams, Cam Akers gets first choice because he is.
It's so weird, though.
It is weird because you would think, I don't know, but Cam didn't text Odell back about it, and Cam went ahead and grabbed number 3.
And I'm not going to lie to you. I honestly will always look at number 3 as Odell's number from here on out. He caught a touchdown this Super Bowl. I mean, that's his number. I got that jersey. I don't need a 13. Kurt Warner wore 13. I always said I'd never buy another 13 Rams jersey because they need to retire Kurt Warner's number, period.
I agree.
So I feel like it's like, all right, cool, Cam, you can have your 3, but Odell's already taken over that number. So you got a huge hole to fill there. And I don't think he's going to fill those footsteps. I really don't. What Odell did down this stretch, he saved the Rams season essentially. And I don't think people talk about that enough.
Yeah. I also want to give a shout out to my dad who is watching as well.
Oh,
my mom and my dad are watching. So my dad is also awesome, and he is watching along with my mom.
That's awesome.
Yes, it is. And also about the Odell Beckham Jr. number, I think that if he comes back, they'll work it out, and Odell will get number 3. I mean, like we said earlier, money talks. If Odell...
I think he's going to wear 13. Yeah, I think he'll wear 13.
Oh, yeah, well, maybe he will. I agree with you, though. I think 13 should be retired. It obviously is not going to get retired at this point because
they let Michael Thomas wear that thing.
They let a lot of people wear it. I know.
It's. I mean, nothing against Michael Thomas, even though he did nothing for the Rams, but it's really disrespectful to a guy who won the first Super Bowl in Rams history, not the first championship. They already won 2. But he won the first Super Bowl in Rams history. He's a Hall of Fame quarterback. I think he's the best quarterback to ever wear a Rams uniform. And he doesn't have his jersey retired.
Well, what's interesting is, do you remember when Tremaine Ingram took 76 and Orlando Pace got on Twitter?
That was weird. I felt very uncomfortable about that. He switched to 79.
He did. Well, I think it's kind of like, and it's probably like this in most sports, I assume, but I just know for a fact in the NFL, if you're going to take a greats number, you typically ask for permission if it's not retired.
Yeah, no, 72, sorry, not 79.
Well, right, and Orlando was like, wow, this kid didn't even ask me. He just took 76. But to me, I think he made it clear that he was more annoyed with the organization because let's be real, Tremaine Ingram probably does not have at his age have like a good grasp of who Orlando Pace was. So the Rams organization probably should have said something, and they didn't. That was a bad move in my opinion. Like we've been talking about, I'm just bringing that up because of the number 13 thing. But let's see if John Wolford gives up number 13 for
I
Odell.
forgot
Is he
John
going to?
Wolford's wearing 13. That's even more disrespectful. You let another quarterback wear it.
Well, is John
Man.
Wolford going to get the bag now from Odell? Because now Odell's going to have to try and get 13 from him.
Well, I don't know, because, I mean, Bryce Perkins told us that they forced him to wear 16.
Yeah, if you guys didn't know this, and this is on another level of petty, and you know that I'm a Rams fan, but this is petty as hell. When Jared Goff left the Rams forced Bryce Hopkins to be number 16. That's why he was number 16 last year.
Bryce
We
Perkins.
were what? Oh, Bryce
Yeah,
Perkins.
no.
Sorry, not Hopkins. There's too many Bryces on the
I
Rams.
know. I've said Bryson Perkins, and yeah, no, I know what
No,
you mean.
yeah. Bryce Perkins is number 16 because the Rams, after Jared Goff left, like made him be number 16. And I cannot confirm that the Rams made Wolford be number 13,
What's up, bro?
but it definitely is on my mind. Just gonna point that out.
Yeah. I was a little, I like, it got a chuckle out of me, but I felt a little awkward, especially when he's like, I didn't choose. Like, remember that moment where it just stopped?
We were like, because we all knew what that meant. Like, he was like trying to tell us without telling us, like, it was a shade at Jared Goff, but like, how are we gonna like react in that interview?
Man.
But he was like, no, like I didn't get to pick being number 16. They just like made me be it now. And I was like, oh,
I'm with
okay.
Alex there, by the way. Marty Gilliard taking Torrey Holt's number was very cruel.
Yeah.
I liked Marty
you know,
Gilliard. I wanted him to work out. He had a really cool story. It was fascinating. He was actually living out of his car, during the draft process. But yeah, I really, I don't know. I just think guys like that shouldn't be having their numbers given away that quickly. And if we have to go into like using 0, 00 again, triple digits, so be it. I really am so against the idea of having those guys have their numbers like worn. I understand you can't retire everyone, but like Torrey Holt is one of the greatest receivers the game has ever seen. You know, I don't know. It just.
So real quick, before we have 11 minutes until the clock starts on round 2.
Yeah.
It would not be a Rams discussion. And even though, guys, we're only talking about the Rams now because when the actual draft starts, we're going to talk about everybody.
Yes.
Yes. Mostly because the Rams don't have a pick until the end of the 3rd round and they might not even pick. They might trade down. But while we're on the topic of the Rams, the new jerseys being released, Jake, I think they're going to be black.
Wait, I thought they said the new jerseys were going to be pushed to 2023.
Oh, did they?
Do you have news on that?
No, I was just bringing it up to discuss. I haven't heard.
Okay. You got me all excited.
No. I've just been like reading people's comments.
Yeah, they're going to push the new jerseys will be pushed back to 2023 according to Demoff.
Well, here is my St. Louis bias opinion. I want to see navy and gold throwbacks, and I don't care what anybody says.
They look really cool.
They have the power now to make them look really cool. They did not have the technology in the St. Louis days to make cool uniforms for anybody. So everyone throwing shade to those jerseys, that was as good as you were going to get back in 2003. Now it is 2022. We can have cool navy and gold St. Louis throwback jerseys. We have throwback jerseys for Cleveland. When they were in St. Louis, we had throwback jerseys for LA. Now I want navy and gold throwbacks because I still have a lot of navy and gold Rams gear. And I would like for it to not be so outdated. Like I would like for it to have a cool throwback.
I wouldn't even mind keeping that horn, honestly. I mean, I'm good with doing the old horns or keeping that horn. I mean, honestly, I think that color scheme, with that type of, that's the only helmet color right there. That blue, the Rams are the only football team in the world right now that has that exact blue. It's like this like chrome. It's like chrome glossy blue, the Rams.
Oh, yeah.
They're like the first team to have that. So, I mean, you could even, I don't know, would you put gold on that? I don't know how that would look, but you could probably darken it a little bit.
Well, I think navy is pretty easy to do. I mean, you see a lot of teams already have navy.
Yeah.
I think the golds, yeah, I don't know that they could do it in the like style of the jerseys they have now. But maybe also, while we're on the topic of jerseys, they'll get rid of the bone and make the modern throwback
I
They
feel
won't, but
like that
maybe.
is what they're doing, and that's
You think?
why. Yeah, I think that's why they're not releasing a new uniform like they planned this year. I think it's to basically because the NFL you can only have three, and they had already made the bone their official, like, two of their official uniforms, right? Because you can only have two primaries and one alternate. So I think that's what it is, Alexis. I think they want to eventually switch over to the modern throwback. So expect them to wear a lot of blue this year in modern throwback and try not to use the bone as much. Because I really think that even though I like the bone, and I know other people do as well, I think just the fact they won the Super Bowl in the modern throwbacks, I mean, they're forever, etched in stone, so to speak. Like those are gonna be the road, I think, moving forward after this year, and they'll just probably declassify the bone as one of their jerseys and add a new uniform next year. If that made any sort of sense. I think it's stupid to have all of these uniform rules. I don't see why you can't have four different uniform sets, but
You mean like
you
the
know,
NBA that literally has like 25
well,
uniform
that is
combinations?
too far.
Yeah, no, I'm always
I do
watching.
not like the NBA's uniforms. Some of them are obnoxious.
Some of them are. I actually like most of them, but it's just so weird because it's like you watch like a team, right? So say like I'm watching the Bulls. It's
Yeah.
like they have a new uniform every single night for like 2 weeks and then they like go back and you're just watching and I feel like they're always in new uniforms. Like the Lakers have even more uniform combinations.
I don't
Like
like
the
the
Nets
Lakers purple and like why do they have purple, baby blue and white? Like why combine multiple eras? I think it looks awful.
on the Nets. I was literally watching a game. When was it? Was it during the playoffs? And I wasn't really watching, but I was, and I didn't even realize it was the Nets because they were in like their light blue jerseys.
Oh my god. The Nets are I don't know, they're weird. The red, white, and blue ones, the like the throwback. I don't know. It looks weird because they like changed their logo on Yes Network too. What's up,
I don't
Ascending
know.
Keys Beats? How we doing?
HD asked, "Do you think one of the guys taken in the first round yesterday might ever end up in the Rams? If so, who do you think?" I mean, it's always possible first round picks end up on another team when their contract's up. The only one that I could see is like if you really wanted to think about it, you'd have to say who on the like looking at the Rams roster 4 or 5 years from now. Um, that's I don't know. Maybe the only thing I would say is maybe Kayvon because he says he wants to. He's always wanted to play in the Rams,
I would say Cave
so it's
on.
safe bet he's wanted to. But I don't know if it's that he wants to play in the Rams or if he like wanted to play with Aaron Donalds, or because he was mentioning that specifically in regards to
Yeah, yeah, no,
players.
I know what you
So
mean.
it might depend. Also, real quick, 5 minutes. I want to bring up something. My parents recently watched the American Underdog movie, the Kurt Warner movie,
Mhm.
and I want to know what people's thoughts were on it if they've seen it. Because guess what? I have not seen it. I haven't. It sounds crazy, I know, because I'm obsessed with Kurt Warner.
And he
Uh,
basically broke it on our show.
and yeah, Kurt Warner basically broke the news about the movie on Downtown Rams when we interviewed him,
I see.
like a year and a half ago now, almost 2 years ago now. Uh, but I haven't seen it. I like haven't seen any movie. I haven't sat like I need to like see it. So if you guys could put in the comments what you thought, Tyler said excellent movie. I've heard nothing but good things about this movie. And Jake,
Yeah,
you know that when the trailer first came out, people were not optimistic about this
I
movie.
don't think the trailer. It was really the numbers I think that bothered people because they were so small. I don't know. I thought the movie was pretty good. I did end up seeing it. It was tough to see it. It was right around Super Bowl time when I saw it. But I thought it was good. I mean, you could definitely tell. Like, I hate when people are like, "Oh, this is so over embellished." Like, yeah, I mean, it's Hollywood. Like when you get on the big screen like that, movies are
Right.
never or movies and TV shows. Like people that are complaining about the new Lakers show, Winning Time. They're like, that's not accurate to. It doesn't really matter. It's never going to be perfectly accurate. It's based on the information they did, and they're going to have it embellished. And they did make Mike Martz out to be kind of the worst dude ever. Like he
Yeah.
comes off as such a jerk in that
Well,
movie.
um what's interesting is the weekend that movie came out, I was actually in St. Louis.
Really?
And yeah, I wanted to see the movie in St. Louis because it's obviously like a very St. Louis like inspired, story, and they were in St. Louis during that era. And me and my brother looked at movie times, and it was literally sold out at every theater that I could find for my time that I was there. Like it literally every night was like sold out because it was such a big deal to the city of St. Louis when that movie came out, understandably, because the Greatest Show on Turf like meant so much to the city. And what's funny, but not funny at the same time, I was at all those home games that year, all those home playoff games I was at, and I have no memory of it because I was too young. But my parents had PSLs in St. Louis during the Greatest Show on Turf, took me to the games, and I couldn't tell you anything. I only know from what I've seen from like video of the games, rewatching the games, seeing highlights. Such a bummer. It's like one of those things that I wish I was like slightly older so I could have remembered it. But I was there. So that's pretty cool. My mom said great movie. Like I mentioned, my parents love it. You
Well,
guys are saying great
John,
movie.
it was a biopic on Kurt Warner's story, so that's why. Kurt told us on Downtown Rams essentially the movie was gonna be about more than just football, about his faith, his relationship, and everything. Like, you know, it wasn't just gonna be about the Rams, but I thought it was cool that they had the and Alexis, they had the well, you didn't see it, but they had the new Rams logo in it. Not I'm not talking LA obviously, but like when they got the Ram head, they had that
Oh,
in there.
really?
Yeah, and
That's
I don't know
strange.
if they had introduced it at that point, but I was thinking about it and I'm like, I actually got from my buddy Lance Crawford in Mobile, Alabama, who is friends with Dick Vermeil. I got a hat that the special teams, like the special teamers all got from Dick Vermeil because he was a special teams guy, obviously. And it had the logo. So
Oh,
I don't
yeah.
know if they had actually introduced that logo back in 1999, but they had
Yeah.
the gold already. So I thought
Well,
that was kind of cool.
what's um what's cool about that movie and that Greatest Show on Turf era, is that now doing Downtown Rams, I've had the opportunity to meet so many of those Greatest Show on Turf players. Downtown Rams and also in St. Louis. So I've met like my dad, my brother, and I went to when Isaac after the Rams relocated, and Jake, you know this, Isaac
Yes.
Bruce put on a game with all the former St. Louis Rams called Legends of the Dome in August of 2016. And so we went, we got tickets. I got to meet Isaac Bruce and Orlando Pace, Dick Vermeil. I got to shake Kurt Warner's hand. I got so many autographs. Ricky Prohl was there. We got to watch Kurt Warner throw a touchdown to Isaac Bruce. It was like the first touchdown of the game, obviously. Warner to Bruce. Who else, But it was so cool. And then we got to interview Kurt Warner on our show. We've talked to Dick Vermeil, Isaac Bruce, so many of those guys. And I always say the only time in my life that I've ever been starstruck and like so nervous is when we interviewed Dick Vermeil. It was not because of him, because he was so nice, and he even texted. I know he texted me afterwards
Yeah, we
'cause
still
we
text
texted
every now
him.
and then.
Yeah, and like I was literally shaking during the interview because I revere him so much, and he's just such an amazing guy. And like he was just inducted to the Hall of Fame. I mean, I know that all of you probably know that, but I
Yeah,
watched him get inducted, and Kurt Warner was there when he got inducted, and it was just so cool. He's so nice, which is something that like
he's
you
great.
yeah,
He
he's great.
he's great. I've had, even I mean early on Downtown Rams when I had Tommy Pauly on, although he had some choice words about Mike Martz, but he was a great
Yeah.
interview. Jimmy Kennedy was like unfiltered. It was one of the craziest interviews I've ever had because if I don't know if you remember, but that whole Spygate thing, like they kind of pegged him as the whistleblower because the NFL didn't want to get in trouble.
Mhm.
So they said that Jimmy Kennedy came to them and told them. And yeah, he definitely had some comments about that. Really like that interview. Interviewed Tyoka Jackson, and yeah, I mean a lot of different guys came on. It's been awesome interviewing all those the players and coaches that we've gotten to do, and hopefully we interview more. Hopefully we get our guy, Bryce Perkins back on. We can get Tutu Atwell on during the offseason. That'd be cool. Burgess, Um, but and you know what I mean by offseason. I understand we're back in the swing of things, but they do have that long break. So, but
Yeah.
there it is. We're getting started. Poor David
Yep.
Ojabo has the giant foot. I mean that thing is huge.
Yeah, I'm so real quick, guys. The
That
clock has
walking boot.
it. I think it is about to start. They're gonna do some like intro thing, and then the clock starts on round 2. Um,
Dalvin Cook is sitting
Also,
next to James Cook. I really want James Cook to go to the Vikings.
so here's the thing. I have my TV on. I don't have NFL Network because NFL Network sucks, and
Oh, I'm not
they
on NFL Network. I'm on ESPN, I think.
yeah, well, everyone NFL Network is wondering why everyone is like not watching them anymore. It's because you can't because they've made it so hard and so expensive to watch their channel. So I have on ESPN.
Yeah, I think we're on the
So
same network today, which is good.
well, you were mentioned. I didn't see anything that you meant. That's why I was pointing it out. I'm not gonna really be watching the TV.
Yeah, I'm not
Um,
either.
I have per usual the Twitter up so I can let you guys know what the picks are ASAP when they happen. So Jake, who do you have going here, by the way, to Jacksonville?
Well, wait,
Or is it
Jacksonville?
Jacksonville?
Tampa.
Tampa, because they traded.
I feel like Tampa's going to trade out, so I don't have a pick at the moment. I did a 7-round mock and I didn't save it, so I'm not even going to get into that. But yeah, I know. I'm really upset about that. My computer was going slow and then it just canceled out and I couldn't find the link over on mock draft database. But anyway,
Just so cool.
a few things ahead of tonight, according to Albert Breer over on Twitter, from the MMQB. He is saying Brees Hall, seen by many as the clear number 1 at running back, should hear his name soon. Cornerbacks Kyler Gordon, testing numbers, and Andrew Booth medical have their issues, but they should go soon. A defensive line, maybe Logan Hall or Travis Jones for Tampa. If Tampa stays here, Alexis, I had Travis Jones going to them at 27. I'm going to stick by Travis Jones going to Tampa. I think, you add that presence interior wise. I think it definitely makes sense for them, especially with, all the guys that they have to fill eventually, because they're getting older in the trenches there. So I think you get a guy like
Yeah,
that, makes sense. Put him next to Vita Vea. I think that's the pick.
I do too. I hadn't updated because it would just be a nightmare, all the trades. So um as most of you are probably familiar with if you follow me on Twitter, a couple days before the draft, I released like a full 7-round mock on a Google Doc, like a spreadsheet, so you can go look at that. And I've been highlighting the picks I got right and the picks I got half right. So like if a team picked a player but just not in the spot they originally were supposed to pick, I feel like that's a half right one or something like that. Um, but I haven't updated it with the trades because that would just be, it would take me the entire draft to do it. So I had Devonte Wyatt going here to the Jacksonville Jaguars, but one, Devonte Wyatt has already been drafted by the Packers, and two, it's now Tampa. So I'm going to go with Travis Jones because I agree. I agree with that team need, and I would say that I have Perion Winfrey and DeMarvin Leal like graded higher than Travis Jones, but I like Travis Jones, and I wouldn't have an issue with him going here.
Yeah, so for me, let's see. Got my board right here. Yeah, I'm actually in the same boat as you. I have Winfrey and Leal, uh, or Leal, however you say his name, ahead of.
Okay, no, now I know you're screwing with me. Is it not Leal?
No, it's Leal.
God, what It is not a stream if I'm not pronouncing
It
someone's name
should be
wrong.
Leal. I'll give you that. That is
It
one where you
DeMarvin
should get the
Leal.
pronunciation correctly.
Okay, but also to be fair on the highlight tapes, they don't say the names ever really of these guys. So if you're not watching them in season and you're just watching like their game tape, like you're not hearing them say like no one says
Exactly.
their name. So
Well,
in
yeah,
my
when you
defense,
watch all 22, you don't get any announcing, but I actually looked into like some interviews and it was pronounced Liao.
okay, well, People are laughing in the comments. Nolan, yes, okay, I do this constantly.
To
I
be
get most things
fair,
wrong. To
um,
be fair,
hey, I was going to bat for you.
no, I appreciate
Yeah,
it. I mean, if you look, that's like the natural assumption when you look at how his name is
exactly.
spelled. Leal.
Well,
Leal.
so okay, so I think, I mean, what are their needs? What would you say? I mean, they could go guard here if there was a guard worth taking. I don't think there's a
I
guard worth taking here. I have Sean Ryan as my next best available guard, and I have him as a late second grade.
I think they very much need an interior offensive lineman. Uh so I'm laughing because my mom just said earthquake in St. Louis.
Oh my lord. Well, I hope everyone's okay.
Are you guys okay? I assume so. I would hope so if you're still.
Yeah,
Thank you. They're
she's
just watching us through an earthquake.
dedication.
Yeah,
Oh
thank
man,
you.
I
My
hope
I know I'm
everyone's okay.
I
This
just okay. My family group chat is like popping off right now. There was definitely just an earthquake in St. Louis, and my family is still watching. My mom said, "Def, no big deal," in the chat. Thank you guys. I feel very special that there's like an earthquake going on, and my dad just texted me saying, my dad just said we heard it. It sounded like a fighter jet.
Oh
Wow.
my
Okay.
god. Okay. All right. Well, I'm glad
Okay. Well,
everyone's okay.
thank you. I'm glad you guys are okay, and thank you for watching us. I'm glad that your priorities are straight right now.
This
Uh,
okay, so this comment, Alexis, that I just highlighted made me crack up until I looked at my screen and realized there's literally a magic show going on right now.
yeah, that's what I was laughing at. Someone said, "What's going on? A magic show?" And I looked at the screen, and there's people like dangling from the ceiling at the draft.
Like a circus. I mean, it makes sense. It's Vegas, but I wouldn't have expected that like at the draft. I don't know.
Yeah.
Most people have their,
Uh,
performances. They get like a live band. No, Vegas gets a circus.
no. Well, guys, they're having as most of you know, this NFL draft is in Vegas this year. So, like, we knew something like this. Like every performer in Vegas is like, now is my time.
Yep.
Now I get to dangle from the ceiling and do like fire magic tricks at the NFL draft. And they did.
Yeah.
Um,
Brian
okay.
Smith asks, "Do we get Mr. Irrelevant this year?" No, the Rams do not have the Mr. Irrelevant pick. That is actually the 49ers. They picked 262. I believe the last time the Rams had Mr. Irrelevant, was it Vorbora, or what was his name? Ah, man.
I don't even know.
I know they had Rams Mr. Irrelevant player. I know they had somebody that I'm trying to think of. Vibora. Wow, I nailed that. That's
So
from.
apparently Taron Killam was on stage, and
Oh,
that it, he was on our show. If you guys don't know, that
yeah.
video is on my channel,
We got to have him
and
on soon.
I know we need to have him back on now that we've won the Super Bowl because we had
Yes.
him on after the championship.
Oh my god.
Um,
What is with the colors on this? Does ESPN look weird to you? The colors, like when they were showing the Rams, it looked like it was like the Chargers. It was like that baby blue, like blue when they were showing the Rams highlights. Really weird.
yeah, I'm not really going to be watching. I'm just getting all this news. I was just reading into the earthquake that hit. It
Oh,
actually it actually hit right next to my parents' house,
oh
this
wow.
epicenter. They're still watching though.
And you didn't
Which I
lose power, but
appreciate.
I lose power when I have like raindrops.
Yeah, Jake's house will just lose power if like the wind blows the wrong way. Like,
I lost power during one of our interviews.
yeah.
I was
Oh
so
yeah.
mad. Oh
Was that
man.
okay? So actually, guys, Noah Ellis, interior defensive lineman from Idaho, great player. We have interviewed him twice, and it has not been released because of problems. And it actually was on, I think, Noah's end. Um, he didn't have like connection. Well, he had okay connection, but he didn't have a good enough connection where Zoom would accept it. So we have interviewed Noah Ellis. People might not know that. We have
Yeah.
actually interviewed him, but it just will never be released because the recording went into thin air.
I feel really bad about that. He seemed
I do
like he had a
too.
great story, but there was
He
just
did
no
have a
way we
great
were going to be able to
story.
salvage anything that we
He
got out of
did.
that.
You know, his dad played in the NFL for the Lions. He had like 8 brothers and sisters, right? Or something like 6, 7, 8 brothers and sisters. His dad played in the NFL. He was awesome. I feel
Yeah,
really bad that we can't like
I know.
ever. It just is gone. We just don't have the interview.
Yeah, it was bad.
I know.
Yeah.
That's the only time anything like that has ever happened, though. Thankfully, most of the time everything works good enough.
What was the
Um,
one? Well, we did. I think the worst thing that happened to us before that, we did like an hour and a half podcast where it was like one of our first. We thought it was amazing, and it didn't record.
Probably it sounds about right.
Yeah.
Everyone is sharing these clips on Twitter of the dude in like the straitjacket dangling from the ceiling.
Oh Lord.
Everyone's like, this was clearly necessary.
I have no idea.
I just retweeted it. If you guys want to go see that, if you like aren't watching the actual like ESPN or draft stream and are just watching us, I just tweeted a video of it. Like I retweeted it. The Bucks are on the clock still, by the way. So I'm sticking with Travis Jones, like Jake said. But I really do feel like they need an upgrade at guard. I just don't know who they would take.
There's not enough time for them to really trade out of that either. I mean, I guess they could, but I don't know. Trades you'll pretty much know before, like the graphic will probably change before the clock even starts going. What was I going to say? Oh, for you Marvel fans out there, John Watts left Fantastic Four. So I don't know what's gonna happen in that movie. But that's major. Let's see.
Guys, 82 strong in here.
Yes. We're off
Let's
to
go. Let's
the races here.
We are. We're coming in hot tonight.
If everyone
Thank
could
you
do
guys
me
for
a
joining
favor
us.
and hit the like button, thumbs up, subscribe if you haven't already, and head on over in our description for this video. Go show Alexis some love over on her channel. Go to subscribe to her channel. Obviously, if you're already subscribed to her channel, you'll know. But if not, definitely give her a sub. She obviously puts out great content, and I think we put out very similar content. We're very engaging to you guys. So if you're looking for a similar show, she does weekly shows on hers. So go and hit that, as well as follow her on Twitter at the Alexis Craft. Follow her on Instagram, Alexis Craft. Anything else I missed?
No, but the Bucks took Logan Hall,
Okay.
defensive lineman
All
out
right.
of Houston.
Well, we got
So,
the
yeah.
wrong defensive lineman, but we had the idea that it was going to be a defensive
Yes.
lineman.
Well, and here's what's interesting, and I could be wrong because I did not watch tape this year on anyone that the Rams couldn't potentially draft. I normally don't, but especially this year I didn't.
Mm-hmm.
Correct me if I'm wrong. Isn't Logan Hall more of like an edge rusher than he is like a tackle? Am I?
Yeah, I see what you're saying. So Logan Hall ended up being my, let's see, where was he on my board? He was like my 7th or 8th edge defender. Yeah, Hall I had as an edge defender. I think they look at him. He'll be a guy that can play the 5 tech. So I mean, I can see the interest and the intrigue in having him be a defensive lineman interior wise. Very quick, has some pop behind his pads. And this is the second Houston defensive lineman that is built very similarly that has gone in the top 2 rounds. Last year, as we know, the Saints, they ended up taking Peyton Turner, who I absolutely loved in that draft. So, Houston's putting out some talent on the defensive end.
I don't want to interrupt you, but we have an in-division trade. Green Bay just traded up with Minnesota, so this is now the second in-division trade Minnesota has done. Jake, who is Green Bay trading up for?
This is a tough one, but they already took care of the linebacker spot, getting Quay Walker. I know there's people that are like, they got 2 Georgia guys, let's get another Georgia guy. I'm not against it, because there's a guy there by the name of George Pickens who's out of Georgia, and I think that is what this pick is going to be.
I do too.
But
And I
I would
want to
take
bring up,
Christian Watson. I would say that. I would take Christian Watson, but I think they're going to go with the third Georgia guy, George Pickens.
I think they're going with George Pickens as well. And Jake, I don't know if you heard this. Apparently, one NFL scout or a couple NFL scouts said there were character concerns
I
with
did
George
hear about
Pickens.
that.
And that's why
Immaturity
he's
issues
falling.
with him.
Immaturity. They weren't quite sure. But Jake, the Packers have drafted Christian Watson, wide receiver from North Dakota State. And
Oh, boy.
I like this for the Packers, but I'm kind of devastated because I really wanted him to end up on the Bears. And now
So
I'm really sad.
So Christian Watson is the fourth best receiver in this draft, in my opinion. I came away blown away by his ability. Felt like he was a mid to late first round grade. So this is somebody they're getting here for Rodgers. You're talking about, a 6'4" type of body, can go up, high point the football, track star, speed over the top. I think the biggest issue is that, he played at NDSU, if that's even an issue, but he's not getting enough credit. And I thought he had a great Senior Bowl from everything that I saw. Christian Watson is a fantastic pick here for Aaron Rodgers. 6'4", 208 pounds, pretty smooth route runner. He wasn't really asked to be that type of route runner at North Dakota State, but they really showcased that at the Senior Bowl, how smooth he really is. And I just think this is somebody that just continued to dominate Senior Bowl week. I think this is one of the best picks in the draft. I think the Packers, they go ahead, they, pile on top of a top 10 defense, going out and getting Quay Walker to establish the linebacker position. They go out and they get Devontae Wyatt to, really add some presence in the interior. And now here they are going out and getting Christian Watson, who will be the best receiver day one on the roster for the Packers. And he's going to have Aaron freaking Rodgers throwing him the ball. He makes out like a bandit. He's going to be a top pick in fantasy for rookie, leagues. But this is a great pick by Green Bay, and it kind of just shoves everything else, in the face of the people that said they had a bad draft last night.
And you know what's interesting is the Vikings traded with the Lions last night, and the Lions got Jameson Williams. The Vikings traded with the Packers today, and the Packers just got Christian Watson. The Vikings are handing their rivals amazing receivers.
It's
so
a
the
little
Vikings
surprising to see them trade like that.
I have not seen what Minnesota has gotten back in return. Okay. The Vikings got 53 and 59, so they got 2 second-round picks, it sounds like.
Ooh,
That's
I
good.
like that. So they moved down quite a bit, but they're going to get 2 picks in the second round, where, you and I kind of think is the meat of the draft, second, third round.
Mm-hmm.
I really like this.
Yeah, that's a good
really like this.
Especially if
I love this pick. I'm sorry. I really, this is one of my favorite picks of the entire draft, without a doubt. I think Christian Watson with Aaron Rodgers is just not even fair.
Well, the Titans have just drafted cornerback Roger McCreary from Auburn.
That is...
I like McCreary.
Is it too late to say the Titans are having the worst draft?
Yeah. No, you mean too early.
Too early?
Yeah. No, it's too early. Well, wait. Well, you don't like Treylon Burks, who they drafted.
I have him in the top 10, but I think that there were better receivers, a lot better receivers ahead of him. Like, I think Christian Watson offers a lot more than Treylon Burks. I think Burks' issue is separation. McCreary's just not somebody that really stood out on tape to me. A little grabby. I feel like he's kind of forced to be that nickel guy, in my opinion. I don't know if he's going to play on the outside. We'll see how Tennessee utilizes him. But, I mean, I'm not really a big fan of this pick. And I'm definitely not a fan of it drafting him over guys like Andrew Booth and, him and of course, Kyler Gordon.
Real quick, Jake, the Jets have just traded up with the Giants. So it was supposed to be
New York connection.
Yep. So the Giants were supposed to um, pick, but now it's the Jets. And I always apologize for interrupting Jake, but it's kind of my job, my duty during
No,
the
you're
live
good.
stream.
You're good.
Well, I know I'm explaining to the people watching.
Yeah.
My one job is to just like refresh the tracker and see what's coming. So that way we can get you guys the analysis first. Because, like we've said, we have the picks before the TV does because the NFL draft is a lie. It is not as live as they want you to think it is. It is very behind.
It's on tape delay, just like the
It is
1990 NBA Finals.
it is on tape delay. So the pick hasn't been announced. But Jake, who do you think the Jets would trade up for here?
Well, we know it's not a quarterback, and they killed it yesterday. You know, they go out, they get Sauce Gardner, they get Jermaine Johnson. You know, they got Garrett Wilson, who I'm not convinced, by the way, that they aren't gonna necessarily trade away. Like, I could still see them acquiring Deebo Samuel for Garrett Wilson and other package. I think they're looking at that potentially. They might stick with him, but I'm not convinced that they're 100% not going to trade him. So, you know, with that case, who could they look at? I mean, right now, based on the best available, I mean, this could be for Nakobe Dean. You know, this could be a
That's what I
guy
was.
you try to find a different way to get him involved. You know, can play linebacker. I felt like he was a little smaller for the true linebacker spot. So you get him. He's like a Swiss Army knife in your defense, and he was a huge leader for one of the best college defenses I've ever seen in the Georgia Bulldogs that won the national title. So you have him. I mean, they could go running back here.
Yep, the Jets have drafted Brees Hall, running back, Ohio State.
Yeah, I'm glad I switched that right at the last second.
I was kind of thinking it, but then I was thinking about their draft last year and Michael Carter, the running back that they got last year, I really like, but I'm going to like them as a duo.
Yeah,
I like
well,
Hall and Carter together.
it's a league where unless you have a Derrick Henry, Jonathan Taylor, you're gonna probably have a duo or a trio.
Well,
It's
and
just the way it is.
you know what's gonna really bother me, Jake, and everyone we talk about these names. They now have Brees Hall and they
And
have
Bryce
Bryce
Hall.
Hall.
Oh, that's even worse. They're so close.
And last year they drafted two Michael Carters. They drafted a running back, Michael Carter, who we were just referring to, and they drafted a corner named Michael Carter.
They just
Remember
love
that?
pissing you off.
God, those damn Jets.
And then they drafted your guy Zach Wilson. I
I
don't know how you felt
know.
about that, but
Well, I felt like that's where he was going to go. I made my peace with that. I actually don't have anything against the Jets. I do like the Giants more.
I
Um,
kind of am rooting for them both to get back to, you know,
yeah.
normalcy. You know, I mean, like I remember when the Jets. It wasn't that long ago. Actually, it was way long ago. Um, but I remember when the Jets had Mark Sanchez and they were in the AFC Championship game. Like, I I don't know. I remember. Oh, okay, so I am a little surprised they passed on Dean, but I having two running backs makes sense. I am not overly high on Brees Hall, um, and the reason I'm not super high on Brees Hall is because I think you look at a guy who has an extreme measurables. He's extremely athletic, but I just don't see it consistently on film. Like there are plays where if you just watch his highlight tape, you're gonna come away thinking this guy's a first round talent. But if you watch in between those plays, the bad plays, what am I working with? Well, I'm working with a guy that does get lost on film. He doesn't really stand out every time. He's not better in pass protection. To me, I think Kenneth Walker would have been a great pick here. I'm really not a huge fan of this pick at the end of the day. The Jets
Well,
trading up and getting who I think is kind of an overrated running back prospect here.
the Houston Texans just drafted Jalen, I'll get it wrong, Petrie, safety out of Baylor.
And I'm not really a fan of this pick either.
Really?
I didn't like him on film either.
Well,
Yeah.
I liked him. I don't know too much about him because I don't really look into guys that I know are going to go way before the Rams pick.
I thought he might be there for the Rams pick. But yeah, I don't know. I think the other guy at Baylor, JT Woods, was the better option. But yeah, Petre I had as a fourth round pick, so I feel like this is kind of a reach.
Jake, do you know that's how you pronounce his last name?
No, I have no idea.
Okay, good. Because I said Petrie, you said Petre.
I know I wouldn't do that to you. I just said a name. I wasn't trying to one up you. If I knew, I would have been honest with you.
Well, at this point, I've already said so many wrong names. What's another one?
I know, but you were like, "Oh no, not again."
I mean, at this point, no one tell me. Just let me pronounce it wrong. No, I'm just kidding. Definitely tell me.
Yeah.
So
he
that
was
means
the best
Giants
available on the ESPN board, by the way. That is worth mentioning. Matt Miller compares him to Antoine Winfield Jr.
I did something to my arm somehow. Okay, real quick. The Giants are on the clock. I think I'm trying to look at who's available. What if the Giants have they taken a corner?
The Giants? No, yeah. They got Neal and they got
Thibodeau. You're right.
Thibodeau, yeah.
I would love to see them take like Kyler Gordon here. It might be slightly higher than people think, or Andrew Booth. Although people are now saying that Andrew Booth had like a bad medical, that there was something they found in his.
Yeah.
Oh wait. The Falcons are now on the clock. They traded the Giants traded back again, and now the Falcons are on the clock.
Well, no, the Jets traded up, I think, from there.
No. Yeah, well, right. The Giants traded back.
So, you're okay.
And now they traded back again.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Well, I like that move then.
Could this be, Jake, for Malik Willis?
I kind of feel like it is.
I feel like it is.
If they traded up like that, this feels like the pick that Malik Willis would go. But I mean, who else would it be if it's not Malik Willis?
I mean, who would you trade up for? At this point.
I mean, you look at Atlanta's needs, it's quarterback, defensive end, offensive tackle, maybe a running back. Yeah, maybe they're getting in on the running back. Maybe this is going to be a run on running backs. Maybe this is Kenneth Walker.
It could be, but I really think it's Malik Willis.
I'm going to stick with Malik Willis. Yeah, I'm going to ride with your camp there because I'd be surprised if they traded up to pass on who is a first round potential quarterback. I mean, he dropped, but I think he had the talent to go in the first round.
Mariota is obviously not there long.
No, but they are. He is close with the coach that they have, like back with days with the Titans. So he might play 2 years with them.
Also, here's a thought: what if they take George Pickens? They already took Drake London.
I mean,
they're so
the
thin
Falcons
at receiver.
Have a lot of needs, so it could be more than just a quarterback. But
they literally only have Drake London at receiver, who they just last night. So could they double up George Pickens, local Georgia guy?
If you want to know where I stand right now, I've already submitted Atlanta Falcons select quarterback Malik Willis Liberty.
Jake, the Falcons drafted Arnold Ebiketie, defensive end.
Oh, okay. I guess I'll get rid of that.
Did I pronounce that right, guys? I need to know.
Ebiketie?
Damn it.
I'm sorry.
It's
I like this pick. The dude is a monster. I don't even care.
I like this pick too. Well, yeah. I like this pick too, but I'm just kind of confused.
I mean, I'm definitely confused that they would trade. Well, I won't say I'm confused. They clearly like this guy a lot. They made the pick.
Also, the Bears are on the clock now, and everyone knows this is very personal to me because my grandpa is a Bears fan. My dad is a Bears fan too, actually.
And this is their first pick of the draft,
and this is their first pick of the draft.
How about that?
Okay, Bears, don't screw this up. Okay, so Jake for the Bears. What are we thinking here?
Good question. I'm gonna dive in right now. I wish I had my however many round mock, but
Okay, so here's what I'm thinking. I have
I'm
them taking Christian Watson, who's gone. So I'm gonna
yeah,
say
I'm taking Pickens here. I
I'm
think.
taking I'm taking Pickens, or I could see them going like Bernard or Bernard, right? Raymond. He
Yeah,
spells it
Bernard
differently.
Raymond. I could see that.
The offensive tackle from Central Michigan. They need the Bears have 2 second-round picks, and they really need to spend them on wide receiver and offensive line. There's really nothing else that I would be okay with the Bears spending, unless it's Kyron Williams. If he
I
doesn't,
feel
if
like
he's
they're
not,
gonna pick Sky Moore, but I would not pick Sky Moore. I'm not as high on Sky Moore as everyone else is, so
I would.
I think he's a
I
third round
just want to
talent, which
know.
isn't bad. I just don't think this would be a little early for him.
I want to know what the specific, and someone might have said it in the comments earlier. What were the specific character concerns with Pickens? Wasn't it just like immaturity? Like they just didn't think he was like.
I mean,
I didn't
that's what
see
I
specifically.
saw. I didn't see anything. Did he get like arrested or anything like that?
No, I don't think so. I think it was just like they were like his personality or his character caused some concerns with some scouts, which is like that why I wouldn't want him on the Bears. I mean, there has to be a reason why he's falling this far. It's weird. What's weird about George Pickens is like everyone was saying that he was rising in the boards like 2 days before the draft, and then the day of the draft, everyone was like, "Well, actually, Darren said that Pickens had an ACL issue."
Okay. So it was an ACL issue and they said that he was immature. Um I mean, I'd still pick him if I was Chicago.
Well, yeah, I
I mean,
mean, I
Burks
think the
tore his
talent,
ACL in 2018. He went in the first round, you know? I mean,
the talent's there. I'm a little. I don't know that I've ever heard of immaturity being used as a character concern, unless it was
yeah,
paired with
I,
other stuff.
I feel like that's
Like,
kind of nitpicky, if I'm being real. These are college athletes. I mean, you know,
I wonder what Scout said that. Maybe it was Scout said that to throw everyone off.
maybe they did, yeah, to get him to drop. Offensive tackle, wide receiver, guard, defensive end, inside linebacker are the needs that I had circled for Chicago.
I think it's got to be the pick is still not in, so they're taking their time. They might be debating between receivers. They might be debating. Let's see if it's in. The Bears have drafted cornerback Kyler Gordon out of Washington.
It's a good pick.
That is a good pick. It's not where I was hoping they would go.
Yeah.
I really like Kyler Gordon though, and I think it definitely beefs up their defense. Yeah, again, if the Pickens stuff is true, then the Bears probably weren't interested in him. If they're not interested in him, there's not another receiver probably that they're looking at value wise that they wanted right here. I still think they could have gone like Bernard Raymond.
Yeah.
They still can. Remember, they have another pick. So, like, depending on how things shake out.
Yeah, they pick in what, 9 picks? So,
Yeah.
I mean, they pick pretty soon.
Seattle's now on the clock back to back times.
I'll say this with Equinemius St. Brown, Darnell Mooney, and Byron Pringle, who, by the way, I did send you that the other day. He got arrested.
Yeah.
Daz Newsome, they have Isaiah Coulter, who I love. They just signed David Moore. They have Simba Webster. I could definitely see them adding a receiver, but they might actually be banking on Equinemius St. Brown and trying to get the most out of him and actually giving him a shot. I would not be surprised. They're not in the win now mode, so they might actually give that kid a shot. And I think he's got a ton of potential if they could ever tap into that. But if not, I mean, Alec Pierce would make a lot of sense for them in the third round. They have a pick in the third round.
Yeah.
So this is the pick, I believe, the Khalil Mack one, right? This upcoming one?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So Seahawks on back-to-back picks, Jake. Do they take Malik Willis?
I'd be shocked if they didn't. Actually, no. I think that they are going to take Corral, to be honest with you. I think they like Corral. I think he's going to end up being the guy that they like the most.
I could see them taking like Isaiah Spiller or Kenneth Walker as
Oh my
well.
god, if they take Kenneth Walker, that'd be so annoying. Uh, by the way, going back to the Bears, they have Jalen Johnson, Kendall Vildor, Tavon Young, and now Kyler Gordon. That's a really good cornerback room
Yeah.
for the Bears. So
The Bears,
you know,
they like their defenses. They really need to focus on their offense, for the love of God, but they
for
really
the love
do
of
like
God.
their defense. Now they just need to like assemble an offense and they won't be half bad.
Yeah. So we got, yeah, Seattle's back to back. Then the Colts, Giants, Browns, Ravens, Lions, Washington Commanders, and then the Bears again. So should be interesting here. We finally have, well, not finally. We already, but we do have another NFC West team picking another back to back. So we'll see how things go on that front.
I think Seattle can go in a lot of different directions here.
Yeah,
Um, it's interesting because I bet you they would have liked to have Kyler Gordon, corner from Washington,
I think
local guy.
Seattle picking whoever the Rams interviewed, says Nolan. 5'8" Kyler Murray throwing a 5'8" Hollywood Brown. The Cardinals are so funny. I didn't even think about that.
I didn't either. Pick is still not in for Seattle. I wouldn't be surprised also if they trade one of these. I don't think they should. If I'm Seattle, I don't think you should. I think you should use both of these picks, but
Well, one of these picks could be a Jabo. I see Aaron
yeah.
Jones says Willis and Ojabo. I see Seattle is going to get Willis right here from Nick BVF. Gordon is tough. Not mad at it.
Still no announcement out of Seattle. It's kind of strange.
So, Alexis, the New York Jets have spoken on your concerns with them. They did. They have a tweet that says two Michael Carters, two Wilsons. Now we got Brees Hall and Bryce Hall, and I'll send you the tweet. You can check it out on your phone. It's funny. Um, that one GIF.
Well, yeah, it's I'm uncomfortable with the situation there with the names in New York.
It's a
Too
little
stressful.
weird. It's a little
It's
weird.
stressful.
I think the Brees and Bryce even got to me. That's a little too much.
Still nothing out of Seattle. Come on.
I
Give it
think
to us.
I see Darren is saying Seattle drafts quarterback. They have to unless they bring Baker in. I think Baker is going, and you could put this in stone. He is going to the Carolina Panthers. I don't know if it's today or tomorrow, but Baker Mayfield will be the starting quarterback for the Carolina Panthers. You heard it here first.
That's from Jake, not me. I'm not sure.
I did say that yesterday. I did say because they drafted a tackle and they didn't draft a quarterback, it's going to be Baker Mayfield. I'm not saying I would do that personally. I'm saying they are going to, 100%.
Hi CS. Any city or you were the best first off for remembering that I had an early morning and a late night. So you must have
CS
been
is
watching
awesome.
last night. Um yeah, I did go to bed really late and did have to wake up really early for work. He said any city or college connections today. Hope Rams get an LA prep guy one year. No city or college connections today so far, that I'm aware of anyway. None for college and team. I don't know if anyone got drafted by their hometown team today. Hi, Matthew.
What's up,
Willis
Matthew?
has, Willis has not gone yet.
I don't know why
Um,
it doesn't show his comment. It just says platinum member.
I saw his comment.
No, I know, but like I put it in the stream and it just says
Oh,
platinum
yeah,
member.
yeah.
What's up, Matthew?
Still no pick for Seattle.
Wait, what? It
Are they?
happened?
No, no pick.
No, no, no.
Like,
Dar-
what do you?
Darren, are you? Oh, okay. You're writing it down. Got you. I thought you were saying that the Baker trade just happened because that would have been nuts.
Oh,
The timing of that. Oh man, that would have been clipped. Um, I actually really like this question because I think Hilltop there is a chance Seattle could go after Slaughter or Teamu from the USFL. I think they definitely could go after. I think the USFL it's loaded with NFL talent. I just don't know how many guys are going to get the opportunity, but I think the top heavy guys, I think they'll have an opportunity for sure. It's a little different though. Do you remember the St. Louis Battlehawks safety? Kenny Robinson, I think his name was. Kenny
yeah,
Robinson the third or whatever. He got drafted by the Panthers, 5th round, I think.
yeah.
Right
I
out of
remember
the
that.
XFL. That was crazy.
I know. That was crazy.
He was a star in the XFL.
Almost as crazy as did they give Seattle extra time? Are they giving them preferential treatment or something? Why is this taking so long for them to pick?
Wouldn't be the first time. Let's see.
I'm
What's
having
up,
like
P Train?
tension headache. CS, thank you for watching the whole stream last night. Um,
Oh, you like Khalil Shakir? Yeah, he's good with the ball in his hands. He does have a little OBJ to him. Now I think about it. Good hands, guy that can make plays after the catch. I think he's more physical than OBJ. I don't think OBJ is going to try to run guys over like Khalil Shakir, but that's an interesting one. Pickens to Indy, is the ACL thing bad? That would be a heck of a pickup by Indy. I think they do need to get a weapon on the outside for Matt Ryan.
yeah, yeah. I like David Bell out of Purdue for them too.
Yeah, I could see a team really liking Bell. He's really slow. That's the only issue because some of the catches he makes are just incredible. He's a fantastic hands catcher. He's a good route runner, and he's consistent. And he's productive in college, so he's somebody that could go in the second round just off that. If a team is going to do what the Rams do, with the GPS, if they're looking at 40 time, his 4.7 40, he's not going to get drafted early. I can tell you that.
I mean, Seattle does a back-to-back pick, so they can kind of take their time.
P Train is saying he thinks the Rams are going to draft a running back or a receiver with their first pick, whether that's tonight or
No,
tomorrow.
not a receiver. Please. Please, God. Okay, Seattle. Oh, no, that was from last night. That was from last night.
I'm trying to refresh, but
Boy
I'm not seeing it.
Mafe. The Seahawks have drafted Boy Mafe, edge rusher out of Minnesota. Good pick. I like him.
Interesting. I didn't see
I
anything on Twitter about that. Is that on the TV or?
it was announced on Twitter. That's also in
Oh,
our chat.
yeah, I saw it on the chat, but I didn't see it on. So Seattle Seahawks took Boy Mafe, who I was not very high on. I know some people had him pretty high on their list. Very high as far as the first round goes. I had a 4th round grade on him. He kind of. It's funny. I've seen people compare him to, what's his face, Kwity Paye, and I
Yeah.
wasn't a big fan of Kwity Paye last year, if you remember. So I guess I'm just not into that weird you know, thicker defensive. But then again, it's weird because I like Pascal, and he's not built like a traditional edge defender. So I guess I don't know. I just wasn't a big fan.
I do feel like they're going to keep the next pick that they have, and they're going to take Kenneth Walker. That's just what I feel like is going to happen, or it's going to be Malik. Because, see, I feel like if they were going to take Malik Willis, they would have taken him there.
Yeah, that's so corny if you're gonna take him with your second pick. You know what I mean? Like it's a quarterback. You take him first. I don't know.
I agree, but maybe they aren't sure what to do.
I saw tape last night. Your Minnesota OT beat down the Miami of Ohio edge head to head.
Yeah,
Oh, you're
Blaze
talking
Andrews.
about Blaze Andrews? Yeah.
Yeah, he did beat up on. You mean Dominique Robinson?
He did. Robinson's got a long way to go, but
He
I
does.
think just he's got this incredible skill set that will make him a fourth or third round pick. And I
He's
do
very
want
raw,
him.
but the potential is there.
Like based on where the Rams are at in the driver's seat, I want him with the second pick. I want Zion McCollum. That's who I want with their third round pick. But I mean, I have multiple players where if they draft him, I'll be like, "Oh, that's a good pick." But like, I think if I could take any one of those guys, I'd really like Zion McCollum, Cam Taylor-Britt, but he won't be there. Kobe Bryant won't be there, I don't think.
Kyron Williams.
Did
No,
Seattle take him?
no. That's who I want the Rams to
I was
take.
like, in the second
no,
round?
no.
Wow. So someone
Okay,
actually is high on him like us.
Kenneth Walker.
No.
The Seattle
They took
Seahawks
Kenneth Walker. Of
have
course
drafted Kenneth Walker, running back from Michigan State. Jake, I am sending you my condolences from afar. Jake really, really likes Kenneth Walker.
He's the best running back in the draft. It's not remotely close.
I had him as running back too, behind Kyron Williams. So, I mean, I think Kenneth Walker is, the consensus running back number one. I know that I'm kind of alone in my.
Well, I think a lot of people jumped on the Breece Hall train because he ran fast and forgot that Kenneth Walker also ran a 4.3. This pick is awesome for Seattle. I mean, I understand they're getting a running back and they're like a meme now, getting more running backs, but he's the best running back in the draft, and you got him as the second running back off the board. Kenneth Walker and what he can do, he can make guys miss. He's got incredible pad level that he runs with. He's slippery in space. He's got home run hitting speed at 4.3. And on top of that, not only his ability to stick his face in the fan and pass protection, but also his receiving ability out of the backfield. Seattle is getting, I'm not going to go as crazy as to say he's Jonathan Taylor, but they're getting that level of player. I really think he could be a top 5 running back in the NFL. So this is a really good pick for Seattle, and it kind of tells me that they have signaled that, look, this is your team this year, Drew Lock. This is your team. You have Kenneth Walker. You have DK Metcalf. You have Tyler Lockett. We got you Charles Cross on the offensive line. Our defense is pretty solid. We believe in you. We believe that the Broncos did you dirty, and we're not going to do that. We're going to give you a chance. That's what this pick is telling me, straight up.
I agree, and I've been saying, give Drew Lock a chance. If he bombs this year with all the talent that he has, then again, next year is such a good quarterback class, and Seattle has 2 first-round picks next year. So they can afford to give Drew Lock kind of this trial year. And by the way, the Colts are on the clock, and I think they're going to take Sky Moore. That's just me. Either Sky Moore or David Bell. I'd say Pickens, but clearly there is an issue with Pickens that is causing him to fall. So I'm not going to bank on him, but I think they're definitely going to go receiver.
I think they're definitely going to go with offensive tackle because I think they need it.
You think like Bernard Raymond here?
I think Raymond could be an option here for sure. I think Abraham Lucas, Falele, but problem with Falele is that you want to have an offensive line already pretty much established for him. You can't let him be your left tackle. We've never seen a player that big in the NFL, so we don't know how well it's going to work out.
And you think that he definitely will be a left tackle?
No, I'm saying the Colts have such a need at left tackle that he would like literally have to play left tackle. Like that's the thing I think people are forgetting. The Colts have a lot of holes to fill on that offensive line. Matt Pryor is their left tackle right now, and Sean Coleman's the backup. They have Quentin Nelson, great. They have Ryan Kelly, great. Braden Smith is good. But Will Fries at right guard and Carter O'Daniel, yeah.
Yeah,
They
you're
need
right.
they need a left
Um,
tackle and they need a guard.
what about like, so I would say the safe pick here is probably Bernard Raymond.
Very safe. I think you're getting somebody that comes in, effective run blocker, quick, powerful. He's got big hands. He's got a good upper body. And, he shuts down pass rushers. So I think this is a very safe second round pick, very reminiscent to Rob Havenstein if he was a left tackle. I think you're just getting a really solid player at that position.
Hold on
I
a
think
second.
Raymond's going to be the pick.
Hold on a second. Why is Minnesota on the clock? Minnesota traded up?
Did they really?
Yep. Minnesota.
Oh, so I'm not going to keep saying it's Willis. I'll believe it when I see it at this point.
Why would the Vikings trade up for?
Vikings fans are like, what are we doing?
Right. What do you think, Jake? What do you think they're doing?
I mean, really tough to tell because, again, I don't want to get burned with the whole Malik Willis thing. I mean, right now, Minnesota being on the clock, they have one player that they've selected. They got Louis Cine at safety. Okay. So looking at what they could, their needs, I would not be surprised if this is a tight end.
Okay, hold on. Odell Beckham Jr. just responded to a tweet from someone on Rams Twitter.
What do you say?
Juice, who actually we don't follow each other. I don't think he's a big fan of mine, and vice versa. But he said, "Boy, stop crying. It's a number and sign your extension." Odell Beckham Jr. Said, "Explicitive, you absolutely right. It's a number I've worn my entire life, and it's just jokes, really, just trying to do Cam to the world because he stopped texting me back and when I talked about buying it. And lastly, gladly, I'll sign an extension, tell them to send me a real offer."
Ooh.
I have been saying, and everyone wants to get pissed off at me, it is in the Rams' court. The Rams, I know for a fact, they're not giving Odell Beckham Jr. a fair offer, but no one wants to have that conversation. Instead, they went out and gave Allen, and we're not going to get into it because we have a draft to cover right now, but they went out and gave Allen Robinson that money when Odell Beckham clearly wants to be back, and now he wants the money that the Rams aren't willing to give him. And by the way, the Minnesota Vikings traded up for Andrew Booth.
I was thinking that could be it as well. I just didn't want to cut you off.
Yeah, no, I was thinking.
Matthew just donated $50. That is really nice of you, Matthew. You're the man. Hey guys, if Andrew Booth Jr. is somehow still around for the Rams pick, do you think they might snag him? Oh, I feel so bad. It's such an awesome thing for you to do, and now I feel bad having to turn you down on that. But yeah, unfortunately, he just got picked.
He just got picked. Thank you, Matthew. That is very, very kind. We really appreciate it. Also, I was kidding about the juice thing, but maybe not. I actually am not sure who that is. I just noticed that we don't follow each other. But anyways, that's who Odell Beckham Jr. responded to.
Yeah, that's
so
he's
good
been
for
more
him.
Responsive with Rams Twitter lately. I wonder what that means.
I think Odell Beckham, and by the way, the Giants are back on the clock now, and I will keep everyone updated when that pick comes in. Odell Beckham Jr. wants a fair offer. And again, guys, the Rams are not giving it to him. We just got confirmation from Odell Beckham himself. Odell Beckham Jr. clearly also, he has to know that the Rams can't afford right now to give him a massive contract.
Yeah.
Is what happened to Allen Robinson. So now we know that Odell Beckham Jr. is not wanting a huge contract because he's clearly still interested. But what is it? I bet you he wants like a 2-year deal or something, or maybe even a 1-year deal. But it sounds like
it's something that's going to evolve, as Les Snead said, as the process goes along, because they're really focused on Aaron Donald and Cooper Kupp and My source told me that they're very much interested in, Tyrann Mathieu, who I think is honestly going to be announced as signing with the Rams within the next 2 weeks. That's kind of my bold prediction based on what I was hearing. I think Tyrann Mathieu is the thing that they're kind of keeping under wraps. I think they've had it kind of under wraps for a little bit. I think it comes down to it, 2 weeks from now at most, I would say.
Um,
So the
Odell Beckham Jr.
Giants,
Okay,
the Giants are
sorry.
now picking at 43.
Yep, the Giants are picking. They
Okay.
took wide receiver Wandale Robinson out of Kentucky.
Ooh, okay.
Like
Man,
that.
he
A little higher than I thought, but I like that pick.
it is very high, but this is somebody that is going to be an absolute pest. Very, very fast. He is one of the best, I think, in space in the draft with the ball in his hands, can make guys miss like crazy, and he breaks tackles for being a small little 5'8", 170-pound guy. Really impressed with his tape. This is a great pick for the Giants, who get Neal. They get Thibodeau, and then they go out and they get Wandale Robinson. Is it a little early? Sure. But look at the fit. Daniel Jones is getting a rack guy. Obviously Sterling Shepard has not been able to stay healthy. I mean, he's really fast. He's quick. I'm a big fan of Robinson out of Kentucky. He's got some fantastic tape.
I really like this pick. I'm sorry, I was looking. You guys know Sir Yacht on Twitter, the big Browns guy.
Yeah.
He's going back and forth with Odell Beckham Jr. right now. Odell Beckham Jr. is very active on Twitter right now. So if you're gonna tweet something mean to him, don't do it, guys. At the moment, not that you would.
Yeah, I'm not really the biggest fan of Sir Yacht.
I don't know anything about him. I just know that he's a Cleveland fan. Also, I just want to make sure that I'm not going to get sidetracked from the picks. Don't worry, I'm refreshing. So the last pick, so Cleveland is actually on the clock right now. Speaking of Cleveland,
okay, so the Andrew Booth thing, I don't know if you talked about it, but he had a core muscle surgery for the second time. So that is the word. He should be ready for camp, but that's why he fell. Ultimately, he probably would have been a first-round pick.
I like that pick for the Vikings a lot.
Oh, I do too.
So, okay. Cleveland's pick is not in. I just wanted to, there was like, my feed was like influxed with Odell Beckham Jr. stuff, and I was like frantically scrolling, like, but what about Cleveland's pick? It's not in. Don't worry, guys. I'm caught up. Captain Chaos said he's at work. What did I miss about the Rams and OBJ? Odell Beckham Jr. responded to someone's tweet on Twitter and said that the Rams need to give him a fair offer, but he hasn't ruled out coming to the Rams.
Yeah, the Giants are sticking with Daniel Jones.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're not moving on from him anytime soon. They didn't do his 5th-year option. That doesn't mean he won't get an extension after the year.
Cleveland's still on the clock. Jake, our hockey teams are playing each other tonight.
That's great. Your team is actually in the playoffs, and my team doesn't care about playing hockey. They lost 3 straight shootouts, so it's a sad day. All right, not sad day. It's a sad week.
Hey, my team's going to the playoffs.
I know. I just said that.
I know, but I'm sorry for you.
I don't care. They'll be back next year. They got Eichel, and if they had to die for Kansas to be in the national title game and win, I'll take it.
Guys, I really feel like I must have had like a violent dream last night because my left knee, no, seriously, My left knee is like killing me. I've been like limping. I don't know why, for like no reason. And now my like right shoulder blade is like hurting.
Follow Darren's lead. Alexis is a great multitasker. Let me go subscribe and follow. Yes, go do that. She's fantastic. 4 straight
Thank
years.
you.
There's
Thank you.
no one I would rather work with.
Likewise, I appreciate it.
Hey, it's warranted.
Thank you. These are always the best to all these Odell Beckham Jr. tweets.
Yeah. Well, this year it's Odell. Twitter. Last year it was Elon Musk, and you're like, your tweet went like freaking viral. Do you remember that?
Yeah.
I forget what that was about.
So that was when so real quick, the Texans traded up with the Browns. So the Texans are on the clock and the pick is in.
Oh.
Not sure who it is. This would be interesting if it was Willis. I don't think it will be.
I think
the tweet, the tweet that I had viral to Elon Musk is when he was hosting SNL and he asked for skit ideas, and I said you should play Jeff Bezos.
Oh yeah, and then I don't know if he ever liked it or anything.
He didn't.
But it went viral. Like, you had like 10,000 likes in like a matter of minutes.
That was during our. Oh yeah, you mentioned that. It was during our like draft stream. I was like live.
It was insane.
So so let's think of who the Houston Texans could take here. Maybe a Sky Moore, maybe George Pickens. Maybe they take Bernard Raymond and put him at right tackle. Maybe they take who's available, like a Jaquan Brisker.
I like him.
I do too.
Good player. Good player. So Houston traded up. They have. I wouldn't be surprised if they try to get ahead on this running back train.
Okay, Jake, you're gonna like this pick. The Houston Texans have drafted wide receiver John Mechie III out of Alabama.
Ooh, Mechie, that's awesome. Poor guy had an injury last year, and everyone forgot he was the Alabama wide receiver one before Jamison Williams blew up. Mechie's fantastic. He's the best route runner in the draft. The only issue was the injury concern. He's not overly, fast, and people have an issue with that, but he creates separation. Who also wasn't overly fast and creates separation? Cooper Kupp. I mean, I don't really care about, speed when you're creating separation with your route running ability. Mechie's great after the catch. He's very athletic. And, on top of that, I think the thing that I like most about Mechie is on third down, he's going to take that big hit over the middle and hang on to the football. So this is a reliable receiver that is going to join a Texans wide receiver room where they did go out and they drafted, the kid out of, I believe, Michigan last year. So, I think this definitely makes a lot of sense for them. Like I said, he's coming from a torn ACL. I like this. I really do. Houston can afford to make these picks. And I think Mechie is going to be, and this is a little bit of a, what do you want to call it? Hot take, bold prediction. But I think Mechie will take a year from having Bryce Young throw him the ball, and I think Bryce Young will be in Houston next year throwing him the football again. So, you got Mechie, you got Nico Collins, and you got Brandon Cooks. I love it.
Okay,
he was my second receiver in the draft, by the way. Really high on Mechie.
So Baltimore is on the clock. That pick is not in. Browns got a lot of picks for trading back. Good for them. The Browns are out of this round. Yeah, they went from 44 to 68. Interesting.
That is weird.
They must have been having major debate on who to draft, and they're like, fine, no one gets to pick then.
Time out.
Time out.
Yeah.
Cool down and see if you get it together by the third round, guys. Baltimore is still on the clock, by the way.
If they're anything like Philly's draft room last year, Alexis, I'm telling you, I didn't really respect how crazy that was until I went back and I rewatched our live stream all the way through to get prepared for this one. And you're like, Jake, they're like yelling at each other. They're showing it right after they picked Milton Williams out
Yeah.
of La Tech, and they're like yelling at each other, like not celebrating. They're like, "Oh, they don't look happy." I was
No,
so
they
like,
were very much not.
I had no idea at the time. Oh man, that's
Baltimore's still
crazy.
on the clock, guys. Let me see what people are saying in the comments.
Alex thinks it's a smart move, because they traded so much for Watson. Um, I thought this was funny. Jake, I watched Adam's stream today to see his live reaction to Pickett pick, and it loomed. It looked like the wind got knocked out of him. He got Nick Scotted by the selection. LOL. Adam has since, like I did with Goff because I wanted Wentz. Adam has since, accepted it. He's excited for the journey. But Alexis, if you didn't see, it's the most memeable face. Like it beat my
Well,
Tutu Atwell face last year.
well, it's like at that, like, what are you gonna do? Like, you have no choice.
I know. I mean, it's literally me with Jared Goff. Like Pickett was number 2 on his board. Goff was number 2 on my board. I wanted Wentz. He wanted Willis. You know, when the Rams took Goff over Wentz, I literally sat there and I was just like, no, like they didn't just do that. I kept hearing too that they were gonna get him, and I just kept getting so annoyed. I think it's
Well,
a pretty much of
the
a stalemate
Rams,
at this point.
the Rams, and Jared Goff, like, it was their first year back in LA, and he was a quarterback from Cal.
That's why I got so annoyed, because I think they focused so much on that and less
Well,
about
they
the fact that I
did.
thought Carson Wentz was the better prospect.
Yeah, I mean, they did, but I mean,
But like I
it
said,
all worked
it's
out.
pretty much a stalemate. Like they're like, they're in the same tier right now. They're
I
in
think Jared
jeopardy with.
Goff is doing better than Carson.
I don't know. I mean, we got to see this year. I'm really curious what Washington really has planned with Wentz. Really curious.
I could see Washington taking Malik Willis. Washington's up in 2 picks. So the pick is in for Baltimore. It hasn't been announced. But then it's Detroit and then it's Washington.
Detroit's a fun team to watch in
Okay.
this
Oh
process.
my God.
Did they get a
Okay.
Jabo?
No, they haven't announced the pick for the Ravens, but the Lions traded up with the Vikings, and the Lions are now up at 46.
The
That was supposed
Vikings
to be
have
the
traded
Vikings.
with the entire division.
Yeah.
That's
What?
amazing.
Someone is sabotaging the Minnesota Vikings right now. Someone in that building has fooled everyone and is like, watch this. I'm going to give all the other NFC North teams our picks. Vikings, what are you doing?
Man, that's nuts.
And Jake, the Baltimore Ravens have drafted David Ajabo,
What did I tell you?
edge rusher from Michigan.
So obvious,
They
man.
got him and Kyle Hamilton and Tyler Linderbaum.
I mean, when are we going to understand that the Baltimore Ravens, we've been doing this for 4 years running in a row, and the Baltimore Ravens they have this level in the draft where no one is on their level. Like they operate the draft as good or better than anybody. It's incredible. Getting a Jabo here after, like you said, they got Hamilton and they got Linderbaum. I just, it's why this team is consistently good. It's why when they are bad, like their bad is like 8-8, 9-7. You know, this team is consistently competitive, and this is why, because they make freaking picks like David Ojabo, who will not play this year in all likelihood, and that's okay.
It's good enough. It's who would the Lions be trading up for? Do you think it could be like they didn't take a linebacker, right? I'm thinking Nakobe Dean maybe, or like maybe, let me think here. Some people think quarterback. Maybe they finally have decided to take Malik Willis.
So the Lions are
feel like
here.
they just traded up, remember, with Minnesota.
Well, and then why do you trade up there knowing like the Ravens haven't picked yet? Obviously you would trade knowing the Ravens aren't going to select a quarterback, right?
Right. So pick is still not announced. The pick is not even in. It has not been stated that the pick is in.
David Ojabo. Man, he's such a stud. Honestly, there are times on film where I like him more than Hutchinson. I think Hutchinson is the more complete pass rusher, but I mean, Ojabo had some moments where he looked even more explosive than Hutchinson. And to think they got that, I mean, that's like on the level of like you're getting like Jeremiah Owusu Koromoa in like the not even the middle of the second round. I don't know. That's just crazy to me.
The pick is in for the Lions. So the Lions have drafted defensive end Josh Pascal out of Kentucky. Jake, did I
Ha!
pronounce it right?
You did. So Josh
Yes.
Pascal is more power than speed as a rusher, and I stupidly throughout the process decided to watch him thinking, "Oh, he might be there at 104." No, dumb. Dumb.
Yeah.
He is
Well, what's
awesome.
here's what's interesting. How are they going to use him with so he's I think going to be more he's like more of an outside linebacker. He's listed as a defensive end.
He
Do you think
plays more he's more of a he can do a little bit of everything. They used him in certain downs, Alexis. They actually had him interior as well because he's so quick with his hand usage. He could actually penetrate the interior defensive line. So, I mean, he can play outside. He can play, as a stand-up linebacker. He could play as his hand in the dirt defensive end, 5 tech. He could play. I don't know. 3 technique might be not really his style, but I mean, he's very versatile. They're getting a
well,
player that is going to come in and right away give him something with just so much power behind his pads. So I think it's a really good
right.
pick for them.
It is a good pick, but I'm just thinking, in terms of they got Aiden Hutchinson.
Yeah, no, I understand that. I think that they're going to find different ways to get. And I honestly, I wouldn't have been surprised if Ojabo was the pick here. They probably had both of those guys really high on their board.
Could you imagine if they had gotten Ojabo and Hutchinson?
Well, I had that in the first round. It was almost possible. But Pascal, I mean, you're talking about Kentucky, who brought Bud Dupree into the mix. They've started to put out some talent. I really like what they're doing there.
So the Commanders are on the clock. Pick is in.
Shout out Jake with the bust down Cuban link chain, and shout out Alexis for knowing that whole King Von and Lil Baby verse. #Ramley.
I like Lil Baby. He released a song last night called Frozen.
When Alexis goes, OMG, shite is about to go down.
Oh, yes.
I like
what
this.
What if the Commanders took? I don't think the Commanders will take a quarterback because they gave up stuff for Carson Wentz. They already took Jahan Dotson.
But did they think that Willis would be here at this pick? To be fair, I don't know if they did. But I think it's Nakobe Dean because I think they could use a linebacker. Or I could see them going potentially with a defensive back, whether that be a safety. At this point, I think you have Brisker there. You have Nick Cross, who's going to go higher than people think. I'm telling you that right now.
He is, but the pick is in, and it's Fedarian Mathis, defensive tackle, Alabama. Did I say that one right?
You did, and that is wow. Okay, all right.
Slightly higher.
I like Alabama. I'm a little surprised he went this high. ESPN has him as the 5th defensive tackle, 57th overall. I had him as a 4th rounder.
I had him going at the beginning of the 3rd, I think. I'm looking at my.
But
maybe it was.
You know how it is with Washington and drafting Alabama guys.
Oh, I had him going in the beginning of the 4th.
See what I'm saying? I had a 4th round grade as well. I feel like it's a little early. But they want that Alabama connection. What is this? Jonathan Allen, Fedarian Mathis,
Payne.
Yeah.
Daron Payne.
Daron Payne.
Daron.
Jonathan Allen and Fedarian Mathis. The Alabama connection. Oh, also, they have oh, never mind. He went to the Lions. I was thinking of Sean Dion Hamilton, the linebacker from uh, Alabama. Yeah, I don't love the pick by Washington,
So
but I don't think it's terrible. I just don't.
Chicago's back on the clock. Do they pull the trigger and take George Pickens? Do they take the gamble? Do they? I think they've got to go either. I think they maybe should go Bernard Raymond.
I think it's got to be Raymond. They
I
got to
think
get
too,
some help.
because remember last draft they drafted Tevin Jenkins, who then got injured in preseason, and he's going to be a stud left tackle. Now I think they should take Raymond, plug in at right tackle.
Oh no, my bad. I'm still on the Colts. No, I don't think they should get Raymond. I think that they. Oh wait, no, I do. I'm looking at my. Sorry. Yeah, I would take Raymond. Sorry,
Yeah,
I'm going back and forth with the team needs that I have here, but
they either need to get a weapon here for Justin Fields or protect him, and I think they should protect based on who's here. Unless they take Sky Moore, I would prefer Bernard Raymond. Pickens is tough because I would like Pickens, but I am concerned with all the reports. Like, I don't know what to believe. And I'm sure that every NFL team is that way. I'm sure the Bears are that way. Do they take that?
Yeah. No, that's I mean, it's a good point. The Pickens thing I think is getting a little overrated. I think it's more so the ACL, not really his maturity. I think that was probably, like you said by somebody. But I mean, where could they go? If they go wide receiver, I kind of have a weird feeling Pickens is going to fall because of the ACL. I could see Sky Moore. I mean, Pierce is absolutely... I have a second-round grade on Pierce. He's absolutely worth the pick. You get him that outside... Because that's the thing. You want to get a young quarterback, a guy that's going to take away the margin of error. So you throw in his catch radius. And I think that's something you get in Pickens, you get that in Pierce. You don't get that in Sky Moore. I think Sky Moore is very much what you already have, in the receiver room. You're hoping that Equanimeous St. Brown can use the 6'5" frame and be that guy, but I don't think he is that guy. I think he's a big slot receiver. So, with that said, I think it's got to be Pierce or Pickens, or if they go wide receiver, or it's got to be Ryman, at the tackle spot.
I agree, and they have a minute left on the clock on the TV. I'm looking at Twitter. Pick is not in. That has been reported. I'm very curious what's going on with why am I bruised everywhere? Okay.
Man.
I just hope it's a good pick. I just need the Bears to pick it up.
They could also go edge, but that would be dependent on if they're going to keep Quinn. That would be very telling if they went with Benito here.
I have Benito not in the second. I have him at the mid-third.
Yeah, I have Benito as my next highest player. Drake Jackson is also up there. Pascal went. D'Angelo Malone would be next. Ideally, as a Rams fan, if you wanted edge, you wouldn't have wanted Pascal to go that high. I'm just going to say that right now. You wouldn't have wanted Ebiketie to go that high. That wasn't a good thing for the Rams. I'll just say that. If you wanted edge. If you don't, then if I'm a Rams fan and I'm sitting here I want edge, I want corner, I want running back, and I want guard, right? Then I want to see linebackers go off the board. I do not want to see Nakobe Dean still there. I want to see those guys going off the board, forcing the guys that, at 104 I want to fall.
The Bears have drafted safety Jaquan Brisker out of Penn State.
Okay. I really like Brisker.
I like Brisker. They got him and Gordon.
Confusing, though, because I don't think it's a need.
It's not a need. And
I mean, he's phenomenal. Brisker does a lot. Very instinctive, great run defender. He tested extremely well. I mean, I think it's a little early. I had him in the second, but I had him going like late second. But I mean, I think it's not a bad pick. I'm just confused about, the fit. Because based on team needs, if I'm looking at the Bears, safety wasn't even in my top 5. So,
Bears fans are pissed. Real quick, Jake, and this is true. The Panthers are in active talks with the Browns for Baker Mayfield, breaking on Twitter. So
tried to tell y'all.
Jake called that. Now, will it happen? Not confirmed. It just says that they are having conversations that are starting to heat up. But real quick, back to the Bears pick. I mean, just not a team need.
I went back and I looked at it. It's not what I would have put as their team need, but I guess I can understand. DeAndre Houston Carson is more of a, let's call it like it is. He's more of a special teamer. They have Eddie Jackson. I love Eddie Jackson, and they got Dane Cruikshank. But aside from that, I could see them moving Cruikshank to be their like third safety and starting Brisker next to Eddie Jackson, which is a really good tandem. So I think at the worst, you upgraded, but it wasn't like a pressing need like offensive tackle.
That's the thing. It's like the Bears they always focus on defense. They're always fine on defense. They want to succeed. They've got to build around Justin Fields. They needed to draft someone to protect him. They needed to draft another weapon for him, and they're just not doing that. And I'm just very confused.
Yeah.
Very confused at the moment. Okay, so Saints are on the clock.
Jake calling like he's got a crystal ball. You must have missed every pick that I've gotten wrong. I think I've gotten wrong more picks than any time this year. Or any time that we've done an NFL draft stream. Like, by a wide margin, Alexis. Like, I don't even think it's close.
I haven't gotten a single one in the second. I'm about to give up on my...
No, that's not true. We nailed some. I'm not
No,
really
I mean
on
my...
But...
on my, like...
you mean ahead of time?
Yeah, on my mock that
gotcha.
I did.
Yeah, I only did I did a 7-round mock and it went away, but... So the Saints here, where do you think they go?
So they've taken a receiver. They've taken an offensive tackle. They got Penning and Olave. I could see them. I had them taking Jalen Petrie here. I know that we don't quite know how to pronounce that. We disagreed on that. I had them taking him, but he's gone. Let me see. I don't know that there's any other safeties that I would take this high. I could see them maybe going like Jamari Salyer, the guard from Georgia. They could just really protect Winston. They could take Willis.
I think with Penning now at left tackle, their offensive line looks really good. I think Willis, you could argue, coming off an ACL with Jameis Winston, it doesn't hurt to try start developing him. Don't be surprised, though, if this is a wide receiver, because we don't know what's going on with the Alvin Kamara stuff. It's been really mum at this point. That could blow up, So I would not be surprised if they go with a running back here. Looking at their linebackers, you got Pete Werner, second-round pick, Demario Davis, Zach Bond. Bond is more of an edge. So I'll say this. If this is Nakobe Dean, I won't be shocked. I think this is going to be...
thinking...
Well, and then it could also go defensive tackle, too, because David Onyemata and Shai Tuttle.
Like Travis Jones, you think? That could be...
He doesn't feel like a Saint, though. It doesn't feel like a guy that they would draft.
He doesn't, but let me go back to my...
Like, if they were going to draft somebody, I think that they would draft...
You know what? Perrion Winfrey.
I think that they would draft Winfrey or Leal.
I think it's going to be Perrion Winfrey. That's my pick. The pick has just now come in for the Saints. Let's see if it...
I'm going to say it's Dean.
Um, it could be, hasn't been announced yet.
Yeah, I'm gonna go with Dean or a running back, even though that's kind of cheating. But the Chiefs should draft a quarterback, hold them hostage. Why don't teams do that? Hold the guy hostage, make those people pay up. Wait until the quarterback market is completely dry and watch it just work. It would be the best model. Teams need to do
Okay.
that.
The Saints have drafted cornerback Alante Taylor out of Tennessee.
Okay, that's interesting. I had him as a
I had him.
safety. Um,
I had him as a corner, and I had him going to Tampa at the end of this round. So this is kind of a round.
but it makes sense because they got, Paulson Adebo was great for them last year out of, Stanford, third round pick. They have Marshawn Lattimore. Obviously, they feel good about him. PJ Williams, I think they're upgrading at slot corner. I think he's going to be their slot corner essentially, because they have Marcus May and Chauncey Gardner Johnson. They don't need a safety. So I think he's going to be their slot corner. I like the
Well,
pick. I think it's a little high for Alante, but I do like the pick and I really like the player. So, I had him go in the third round, but I like the value too. I like the fit because I think he's going to help. He's going to be a big time slot corner for them.
okay. So Kansas City is on the clock. Is this going to be Dean?
Oh my God. Kansas City is going to come away with. They already drafted two of the safest guys they could have picked.
Well, they got McDuffie
Yeah,
and
McDuffie and Karloftis.
yeah.
So, I mean, Kansas City now, they've drafted safe.
What I could see them taking like Calvin Austin. I know it's a little high, or you know what, Sky Moore. I think they're going to go receiver. Remember, they lost Tyreek Hill.
Um,
I'm sorry, you guys just had to see one of my feet, but I'm like, don't know
what
what's going on
what
with
if
my
they
jeans.
what if they combat losing Tyreek Hill by adding another weapon but not a receiver? What if they added Trey McBride? Like, I wouldn't be surprised if they did that and put him, twice with Kelsey. I think they both can play. Um, the Chiefs, I think, are going to select Dean. He's probably the best available at this point. Very, very reliable tackler. He's an incredible athlete. I think the thing he does really well is he always finds a way when he's blitzing. He always finds a pathway to the quarterback, weaves in and out of traffic in the trenches. I wouldn't be surprised if it's McBride, but I'm gonna go with Dean here, and I know he's probably gonna turn into the DK Metcalf of this draft soon. But I'm gonna put my name Nakobe Dean to the Chiefs. I think he's an upgrade over Willie Gay. I know they spent a second round pick on him. Nick Bolton's good. Like, they're not gonna, he's not gonna supplant Nick Bolton. Um, but I don't think it hurts to get another linebacker. I know they added Elijah Lee and Jermaine Carter in the offseason, but I don't know. I think they could use a linebacker. I'll say Dean plays over Willie Gay, plays next to Nick Bolton, and I think that's a pretty scary looking duo.
I think it's Dean or Sky Moore. I have too many studio lights on me right now. I thought it was like
So
my face.
we have the most concurrent viewers this time around, 110. Actually, it just went up to
There we go.
112. Everyone be sure to hit the thumbs up button, also known as the like button, and go subscribe to Alexis Crafts channel. You can follow her. You can find the link to follow her and go to her channel in the description, and then head on back over here and watch the show. Let's see, and we're approaching 1,000 views for the show, which we did late last night, so we're way ahead of schedule. In
Yay!
regards to that, so that's awesome.
Thank you for spending your Friday night with us. Also, the Patriots have traded up with the Chiefs.
Well, all right. Well, screw everything I just said.
So
Oh
the
man.
Patriots have traded out. The Chiefs have traded out. The Patriots have traded up. Jake, um,
Don't say Malik Willis. Can you imagine?
No, it wouldn't.
No, it wouldn't be him. I'm
I
just
think they're
kidding.
gonna take Dean. Wait, who did they took?
They have Mac. They traded for Mac Wilson, if you
No, no, no,
remember.
no.
They
Yeah,
they
but
got
I'm
Cole Strange.
Cole's okay. Cole Strange. I still think they could take Dean,
I
right?
think they're gonna go. They drafted. I know it didn't work out the last time. They drafted Malcolm Mitchell from Georgia. It's gonna be George Pickens.
You know what? I think it could also be an interior guard. Remember they lost Shaq Mason?
Yeah, but he replaced Shaq Mason. Our boy Michael Onwenu. He is absolutely a monster, and he's
No, I
getting it.
know. I know he is. And we knew that a long time ago because we interviewed him on
We
Downtown
did,
Rep.
yeah.
But he was playing opposite of Mason.
No,
So
I
he
know,
didn't.
but Isaiah Wynn, who was the guy that I
Oh,
interviewed, Mike Onwenu at left guard, David Andrews, Cole Strange, Trent Brown. My God, that's massive. That's a really good offensive line. They're good.
okay. Wow. The New England Patriots have drafted wide receiver Twyquan Thornton from Baylor, who I
What?
had like in the 5th round.
I
Here's the
understand he ran
thing.
a fast 40, but
He's just very fast. He's not
wow.
really a strong receiver.
Woo!
So now
ESPN ranks him 117. I had him, let's see. I had him in the 4th round, behind Danny Gray in the 4th round. All right, then. New England, I don't know what you're doing.
New England
You got a method for your madness,
saying,
probably, but
New England is basically just drafting guys that they like whenever the hell they want.
I mean, to
Here's the
trade
thing
up
with
for him, that is okay.
I feel like
What
New
are they
England,
doing? I mean, they're getting good players at just the value isn't there.
New
I think Cole
England,
Strange is a great player, but
New England is getting bad intel of where guys are going. It feels like that
someone's getting let go.
someone's in their ear saying no, like a lot of teams want him here, a lot of teams want him here. And they're like, "Oh shoot, so now we got to trade
trust
up."
me, bro.
Yeah, trust me, bro. And actually they're taking guys that are like not projected to go for a very long time. So now they are pairing Thornton with Devontae Parker and Kendrick Bourne, and that's it, right? I'm having a brain freeze.
I'm still just blown away by what we just saw. Wow.
Can we really talk though? The Rams took Tutu Atwell in the 2nd round.
Yeah, but the Rams didn't reach that much back to back. Like that.
Not back to back.
That was. But this is like, I mean, I'm sure Sean McVay and Les Snead are sitting there like they took another one of our guys that we were looking at late in the.
Well, I had Thornton rated as a higher draft pick than Atwell. I'll say that. But
yeah, I do too.
The thing with Thornton is his value is just the speed. He's not a super strong receiver. You know,
I think he's a good player. I don't want to like definitely don't stretch it out to be like he's trash. Like I don't want people to think I'm saying he's trash. But I mean, he's really lean. He's not a big, receiver. This is somebody I think he does a really good job of adjusting the ball. Really good ball tracking wide receiver, straight shooter. But it's really about the body control, the length, the speed. He's not a precise route runner. He's got to, get better in that area. He's really a one-trick pony until he really develops his route tree, I think.
And here's the thing. He could really he could develop. They're gambling, I think, on the fact that he's going to develop into a more sound receiver and add some tools to his arsenal.
He's also not Atwell, like I see people saying. He's 6'2", so like he's not Atwell. Like the dude is tall,
and also,
guys,
the Eagles just drafted someone that some of the Rams wanted, and I also think this might slightly be a reach, but the Philadelphia Eagles have drafted Cam Jurgens, center
Ooh,
from Nebraska.
he's a
A
damn good
little
pick.
good pick. I think this is a little high.
It might.
I think it's fine. I think
What
it's
was he
fine.
listed as? What did they draft him as, a center?
Um, they drafted him just as an I think just as an interior offensive. No, center. Center, yeah.
Okay, so he's going to take over for Kelsey after the season.
Yeah.
Okay,
So
okay.
they're making investment in Cam Jurgens, but even if they drafted him as a center, but I could
I think he'll play
Kelsey,
guard over Sumalo. I would
yeah,
assume they have
he could
Landon
play guard.
Dickerson there, so
They're they're gonna experiment with his versatility, I think, a little bit. Because Kelsey's not moving from center. So I think they could maybe test him at guard, but I think this is more an investment in the future with Cam Jurgens. And also I think they're like curious. We'll see.
yeah.
If it doesn't work, it doesn't work, but we're gonna take him either way.
Jurgens has pop. He's quick. He's a real good zone blocker. I really came away impressed with his tape. I was hoping he might be an option for the Rams, just to have some options there at pick 104. But I wasn't expecting him to. I had him as a second round grade myself, so not at all surprised he goes off the board here.
Well, not the Patriots. The Steelers are now on the clock, and I know that our guy Adam wants them to take Sky Moore. I don't
Really,
think that's
that's
going to happen.
interesting.
I thought I
I
could have sworn that Adam started a prayer circle for Sky Moore to the Steelers. What am
he
I? Why am
did.
I mixing my words? And they took George Pickens. The Steelers have just drafted
Wow.
wide receiver George Pickens out of Georgia. The Steelers are the team to take a chance on a guy with character concerns. Why am I not surprised? So, George Pickens, much to our Steelers friends' dismay, has now ended up on the Pittsburgh Steelers. Here's the thing, talent wise, Pickens is a good receiver. We just don't know the fine print details on what the character issues were, and then there's also the ACL issue. So this is a gamble. Is it worth it? I would say so, depending on, again, I don't know what those supposed character concerns were. Like, if they're like, oh, he's immature and he's late to practice and da-da-da, that's one thing. If he has, like, moral, ethical character concerns, that's a different story. We don't know.
It's not
Um,
that. It's that he's immature. I haven't seen anything where he's like a bad off the field guy. I think he's a
so then he's
little
worth
like,
it.
yeah, he's absolutely worth it. This is an outstanding pick by the Steelers. You get Kenny Pickett slash Mitch Trubisky, a huge weapon. Pickens is somebody. First off, let's talk about the fact he may be immature. Maybe that might be a thing. But immature receivers typically don't care to block. And this is the best blocking receiver in the draft. Like if the Rams were going to draft anybody of these receivers in the second round, they would probably have their eyes on Pickens. He's a 6'3", 195-pound receiver, played at, national champion Georgia. He excels, I think, at getting off of press coverage. So he's going to be great against, guys like Marlon Humphrey in his own division. You talk about, obviously the corner in Cincinnati and Cleveland there. But on top of that, the thing I find is that he's so smooth in his route running. He can play above the rim. He's such a good receiver. I had a first round grade on him, so I don't even know how he fell this far. I mean, aside from that stuff, but yeah, I mean the ACL, yeah, that's an issue, but I mean, I don't know, man. I think the Steelers absolutely kill it with this pick here. This is a fantastic pick.
And with that, the Vikings are on the clock finally after trading away like all of their picks to their own division. You know what? Screw it. Trade this pick to the Bears, guys. Go for it. That's the only one left. I would literally die laughing if they traded this pick to the Bears, but I would really love them to because I need the Bears to take an offensive player in the second. I can't believe they didn't. I mean, I can, but the draft literally does this to me. I'm getting a tension headache because there's just so much that happens.
I feel that.
And I'm like, by the way, whenever the second round is over, Um, I'm gonna go get an Olipop from my fridge. And anyone who watches my live streams, it's always when I'm drinking. I'm gonna get an Olipop and I'm gonna take 2 Advil. Just letting everyone know. Okay. Minnesota. Wait, did the Colts trade up? I'm confused. Oh no, the Colts were on the clock. Did they? I don't know if they traded up, but guess what? The Indianapolis Colts just drafted wide receiver Alec Pierce, Cincinnati.
Yes, let's
Good pick for them.
go. Matt Ryan has his guy. Fantastic.
That's a great pick. I guess that Minnesota wasn't. They changed it on ESPN. Maybe they had it wrong. So I was looking at the TV. I like Alec Pierce. I think this is a good pick for the Colts. Receiver was a
Fantastic
need
pick.
for them.
I'm so happy. My friend Evan, I don't know if he's watching, but he's a huge Colts fan, and I told him the Colts need to start looking at Alec Pierce, and he started watching like tape on him. He's like, "Oh, I see what you mean," and then he got all psyched for it. Now here he is. Chris Ballard goes and gets a receiver to pair with Michael Pittman. They're hoping Paris Campbell can do something. They have two tight ends there. They have Mo Cox, the former basketball player at Baylor, who they turned into a tight end. And then they have my guy Kylan Granson out of SMU last year, who I think is going to be a stellar, position player at the tight end position, be able to help in the receiving game. But make no mistake about it, Alec Pierce, what he does best is he can play above the rim. He's a good route runner. He just blows by everybody. If you try to double this guy, it's not going to work. He's going to blow by your safety, your corner. It does not matter. He's incredibly fast, and he was a big reason why Cincinnati was able to get to the national, the college football playoff. Alec Pierce is outstanding, 6'3", ran, I believe, a 4.3 or 4.4, I think, flat. But he also, and this is very important, he was not utilized the way he should have been at Cincinnati. I really don't feel like the coaches realize how good he truly was because they did not utilize him the way they should have. This is an outstanding pick for Indianapolis, and I would say this is a better pick than the Steelers made. But I love them both. I think they're outstanding picks on both sides.
I agree.
I love seeing stuff like that. Man, I get so jolted when my guys go like that. Pierce is a guy like the Rams totally would have picked, like if they needed a receiver at 104 and he fell. Like that's a guy that they would have picked. He's a Rams type of receiver. I could tell just by his, attention to detail with his route running, his hands, the speed.
You know what's going to really trip me up?
What's that?
Pickett's to Pickens. God.
Oh, here we go again.
Here we go. I already had enough trouble. I already had enough problems with Kenny Pickett to Pitt, Pickett and Pitt. Now Pickett is going to be throwing a pass to Pickens, Pickett to Pickens and Pitt. Wow. I'm glad I got that out. People in here are saying, what is an Olipop? It is a sparkling tonic, but it tastes just like soda and it's like good for you. It's full of prebiotics and fiber and vitamin C, and it tastes just like soda. I'm drinking an orange one tonight because I'm out of the classic root beer flavor, which is my favorite. But I'm always drinking them on my live streams and I love them a lot. And they're like a highlight of my night, like when I get home from work. It's like a little treat. It's a reward for making it through a work day. Okay. I don't even know who's on the clock because NFL or ESPN is so behind now. Okay, the Chiefs have just drafted wide receiver Sky Moore out of Western Michigan.
So now here comes the run on receivers. We don't know how the Chiefs felt about Alec Pierce and George Pickens. We may never know. But
now
they do take Sky Moore out of Western Michigan. I don't know. What are your thoughts? I'm not overly hyped about Sky Moore. I think he's pretty solid. He can beat press coverage. I think he's good, after the catch. He's not a big target. He's a little undersized. I didn't really see the speed everyone talks about him challenging vertically. I really didn't see that speed jump out on film. So
Yeah, I don't watch the tape on guys that the Rams have no shot at taking, but I think the thing with Sky Moore is that I think he's just solid. I don't know. I've only seen like clips. I can't say that I've watched film on him, so I probably just shouldn't comment on it. I think it's
I
fine.
shouldn't have put you on the
Um,
spot. My bad.
no, it's okay, but I don't want to like, say anything that couldn't be true. I just, from what I've seen and what I've heard, people really like his speed. I think he's just like I've heard he was a safe pick, but he did fall for a reason.
Yeah.
Fall according to what people thought, where people thought he was going. So,
Aaron Jones says, "Yeah, looks like I won't be drafting Hardman in fantasy again. LOL." You got that right. I mean,
okay, hold on. The Arizona Cardinals just drafted tight end Trey McBride out of Colorado
interesting.
State.
They have Zach Ertz, now they go out and get Trey McBride.
I
I think
hate
they're
that for me. I hate that for me because I love Trey McBride. Now he's in Arizona.
I'm not gonna lie to you, Arizona's had an awful draft though. They traded down, they got the Hollywood Brown pickup, who I don't even think is as good as Christian Kirk, who they let go. And then they draft a tight end when they have needs at outside linebacker, they have needs at receiver, they have needs at running back. I don't understand what they're doing.
Well, McBride is good enough. He's kind of like a receiver. He's a tight end, but he's very good receiving tight end. So
Yeah, but so is Ertz, though. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like having Ertz as it is, it's just weird. Like, for them, like, they have pressing needs, and they went for... That's weird to me.
So Dallas is on the clock now, Jake.
I
What do you
also,
think
to be
here?
fair, Alexis, because you really like him, I liked him, but I think, based on what I saw on film, I thought Dulcich was better from UCLA. I felt like he was more
Well,
complete.
it's funny you bring that up
He just
because
went, didn't he?
I think I think Dallas could take a tight end here.
Really?
Yeah.
I know they have Schultz and Jarwin. Did they bring him back, or is he a free agent?
No, they let him go.
Okay. I mean, yeah, they
So
could.
they have basically one tight end on their roster.
That's fair. Renee did say that Ertz is old.
Well, he's getting older, I
Cardinals all
think
over the place. Yeah, the Trey McBride pick, I think, is a little weird.
someone someone tweeted George Pickens is going to throw Eli Apple into the stands at Heinz Field and I will cackle like a maniac. Yeah. George Pickens is going to get into a fist fight with Eli Apple, I am sure, at some point during their two meetings next season. Pick is still not in for Dallas. So I had Dallas going edge here, taking Arnold Ebiketie out of Penn State, who is now gone. So maybe they go all the edges actually that I had going in the second are now gone. I think they could take Dolchich. I think they could take a Likely. I think they could take. I think they could take Calvin Austin, like a receiver.
So, yeah, the Cowboys are on the clock. I totally blanked on who was on the clock for a second. Let's see. They could take a receiver. I do like the receivers more than everyone else. I could see them taking a linebacker.
Dean.
I mean, I'm surprised Dean is still there. But like I said, he's a tweener, and I think draft community fell in love with everything he does. But I think the scouting, community, as far as in the NFL, they have an issue with finding a way to use him because he is a tweener. He's not a straight up inside backer. I
I
don't know.
mean, maybe
Jabril.
Benito.
I mean, we liked Jabril Cox last year, and Dallas drafted him. They have Leighton Vander Esch. Both those guys have injury concerns, though. Do you draft Dean? Like, that's interesting. Um, and then
I think they go receiver, but
do you trust Chauncey Golston, Dante Fowler, Dorrance Armstrong, Basham, Demarcus Lawrence? I think they could go Benito here, or Drake Jackson. And I'm actually gonna say they go with Nick Benito. They draft Oklahoma guys. They got Neville
that's what
Gallimore.
I was about to say. They do like Oklahoma guys.
So I'm gonna say they go with Benito. Aaron Jones thinks it's Benito or Jackson. What's up, Paul? Hi, Alexis and Jake. How you two doing tonight? I'm doing pretty well.
Great.
Alexis, you have to answer.
I
See.
responded to him in the chat and said I'm great. I do have like a tension headache just from the stress of the draft.
Oh,
So
I gotcha.
um whenever the second round is over, I've already said I'm gonna go grab an Olipop and I'm gonna grab 2 Advil. And then I'm gonna be ready to go for the third round, which is longer than the second round, because there's comp picks.
Yeah.
It's exciting.
Let's see.
Dallas, make your pick already.
It's got to be Benito, right? I mean, or Drake Jackson. I think.
Okay. George Pickens was a passenger in a car crash a week ago. This is from Ian Rappaport, cited for not wearing a seatbelt with his head hitting the windshield. He left scraped, but okay, both vehicles wrecked.
That's the
Is
second
that
car accident. Are you kidding me?
it is, but is that maybe they were like the immaturity thing? You're not wearing
He
a
doesn't
seatbelt.
wear a seatbelt
Well,
in the front
I'm
seat.
just
I mean, yeah. I mean, you're not wrong.
maybe they're that was concerning to teams.
That is a little concerning.
It is. I mean, I think everyone should wear a seatbelt all the time. They save lives. It's like
100%.
okay, so real quick, I'll talk about that in a second. The Dallas Cowboys have drafted defensive end Sam Williams out of Ole Miss.
Okay. A
A
little
little high
earlier
for
than I
me.
expected.
Yep,
Yeah,
yep,
but hey, I was right with the defensive end. I felt like they were gonna go with an edge here, just because I
yeah.
was looking at their roster. I'm like, man, they could really. I think the media was hyping up the receiver more than the Cowboys were, and I think the Cowboys kind of told us that when they went and drafted Tyler Smith. You know,
Yeah.
that I felt like that was telling of where the direction they were going in this draft. They're not going to worry about the big flashy wide receiver pick. They're going to try and fill the holes. I think it's smart, you know. Yeah, we saw the promo. We were talking about it yesterday, Paul. Thought it was pretty cool. Cinematic. They looked really cool.
So the Buffalo Bills, real quick, are on the board, and Alex just said Spiller for the Bills. I'm thinking they could go running back here. I think they could go Spiller. That's who I have them taking in my mock. If the Bills drafts Isaiah Spiller, that will be the first second round pick that I've gotten correct in my mock.
I'm trying to find Sam Williams. Okay, there he is. I'm upgrading the ticker. One sec.
Guys, we are nearing the end of the second round.
Hey, I've been keeping up with the ticker for the most part. Remember last time? You'd be like, Jake, ticker. It's so hard.
Yeah.
But this time I think I've been on the ball.
You have. And here's what's interesting. I just want to get this out before Buffalo's pick is in, because Buffalo picks, and then there's Atlanta, who could take Willis.
Yeah.
Then it's Green Bay, who won't. Then it's Tampa, who won't. Then it's the 49ers, who won't. Then it's the Chiefs, who won't. Then it's the Bengals, who won't. And then it's the Broncos, who probably won't. So if Malik Willis is going to go in the second round, he's either going to Atlanta at 58, or someone's going to have to trade into the second round for him, or he's going in the third. Wild.
And if he falls to this, I'm not trying to freak anybody out, but if he falls to 75, I think the Rams might actually be somewhat in play to trade up. And they wouldn't have to trade up. I think they'd give up picks next year and a player, maybe like a wrap, and I think that they would trade in and take him to sit behind Matthew Stafford. If he falls to 75, that is their floor. That is the only way he would have to fall to 75, and I think that's when things would really get interesting.
The Bills
They
have
met with him at the
traded.
combine.
Okay, the Bills have traded the pick to the Buccaneers. Why would the Buccaneers trade up 2 spots? Jake, this has to be for Malik Willis. The Bills, the
I don't
Bucks.
think so.
Listen, the
I
Bucks
think it
traded up.
should.
They traded up 2 spots, which means they only wanted to trade with Atlanta. Who did the Bucks think that Atlanta could take that they would want?
I mean, that's true.
Malik Willis.
Yeah, I mean, I think they should take Willis. I'm still not guaranteeing that they will. Tom Brady has that team wrapped around his thumb. So
I'm not saying he doesn't, but Tom Brady also said that this year is going to be his last year. Do we believe it? I don't know. But Tom Brady explicitly said that this season is going to be his last season. Why would Tom Brady try to hinder the Buccaneers then if they really like Willis? Why would he try to stop them if they say you're going to play this year? I'm just saying it makes sense because it's someone the Buccaneers specifically thought that Atlanta would take, that they felt the need to trade up 2 picks to jump Atlanta to take.
No, I hear you. I think
Okay.
Travis Jones.
The Buccaneers have drafted offensive lineman Luke Godke or Godecki
What?
out of Central Michigan, who I had going in the late 4th round, 5th round. Also interesting that he's listed as, I think I had him graded as a center.
I have him as a 6th round guard. I think this is an awful pick.
Wow, and they traded up.
I mean, I understand they need a guard, but wow. And I don't think he's a bad player. I just don't think this is good value, especially the fact that you traded up to get him. Like, did you really think a team was going to select him? Now, here's something, Alexis. He went ahead of his teammate, Bernard Ryman.
Yeah.
That's nuts.
I am perplexed. I will say that I am.
Yeah, I'm
they
wow.
really think that Atlanta was gonna take him?
Okay, then. Was he listed as a tackle or a guard in the draft card?
They didn't say. They just said offensive lineman from what I saw.
Godeek. I'm going to list him as a guard.
I kind of thought he was a center. He's listed as a tackle/guard.
Yeah, he's not playing over Donovan Smith, and he's not playing over Tristan Wirfs, who's the best right tackle in football. So, yeah. Again, wow. Okay, well.
Also, guys.
I don't think they really got that much better with that pick, I'll be honest with you. I think that's a long-term thing, but.
That is, I'm very perplexed. Odell Beckham Jr. replied to someone on Twitter who said, yeah, he's gone about the Rams. Then Odell said, LOL, nah, bro, don't say that. Everybody in LA knows where I want to be. The Rams was my franchise growing up. Greatest show on turf. Shit. That was an expletive, but I used it anyway. I felt it was important and necessary for the sentence.
That's fine.
So, again, Odell Beckham is making it so clear that he wants to be with the Rams. And I've been saying this, the ball is in the Rams' court. And everyone's mad that I said, listen, the Rams would be able to give Odell what he wants if they hadn't signed Allen Robinson. I'm not going to get into it on this stream because it's about the draft. But the Rams would have a lot of cash right now to give Odell what he wants. And the fact that Odell is still saying he wants to be there means that he's not asking for something they can't give him. If that was the case, he would just say it. He'd say, listen, I know what I'm worth. I want a big contract and I'm out. But he's not saying that. He's saying that there's an offer he wants and the Rams aren't giving it to him.
Yeah.
So there you go.
It's it's going to be interesting to see how that pans out with Odell for sure. It just seems like there's not really much we can really think of in regards to like the tweets because they're so they're not cryptic, but.
And also real quick, the Atlanta Falcons just drafted linebacker Troy Anderson.
The second best linebacker in the draft. Beautiful. Thank you. Appreciate it. And I got food. We're living large over here. Appreciate that, Paul.
Thank you, Paul. I just replied in the comments to you, but also thank you. I know I need my Olipop. I need a little bit of caffeine. They don't have caffeine in that. I also have a candle lit in here, guys. I really set the mood. I have a vanilla latte candle over there because I wanted the room to smell good. We're sitting here doing our draft stream. It's Friday night. We're chilling. We're hanging out. I'm gonna go get my Olipop when the second round is over. Let me see. I don't even know who's on the clock now. It is Green Bay. Or did they? Or they not? Did they trade? This might be. It might be Minnesota because remember they traded.
I love the Troy Anderson pick. I
do too. I had him going the top of the third. I think this might be slightly higher than I.
I'll be honest. If he was there for the Rams, I would have taken him because
no, yeah, I definitely would have taken him.
He may not be a need, but I mean, you're talking about a guy who he's one of the most athletic players at that position all time. Okay, he's one of the most athletic football players in NFL history, according to RAS. This guy is incredible. He was a quarterback that transferred to linebacker, so he's basically like Taysom Hill, but he's also an incredible linebacker. You got incredible instincts. Can cover anybody. Great sideline to sideline guy. Can blitz well, but also this dude's taking he's still taking snaps out of the Wildcat, and he's running for long touchdowns. He is an incredible athlete, and it's going to be interesting because the Falcons now have an option to use him at quarterback, in those sub-package roles like a Taysom Hill. I really wonder if they do that.
Yeah, I am still trying to figure out. Maybe you guys can help me out. Who is on the clock? Is it Minnesota or Green Bay?
I'm probably behind, so.
Hi, Willie. I don't know why I'm saying things in the chat and also saying it out loud, but I am. Oh, the Vikings. Thank you, everyone. The Vikings are on the clock.
Yeah,
that's what I figured. This is the pick that they traded with Green Bay. I could see them. I don't know. Let's see. Who did I have the Vikings taking? I had them taking Jaquan Brisker before they traded back. It would be kind of fun to see them take like a Calvin Austin and pair him with Jefferson.
Yeah, Calvin Austin's still there.
How
about that?
I kind of felt like Calvin Austin would slide. Pick is still not in for Minnesota.
The Troy Anderson pick is just awesome. There have been some great second round picks.
The Vikings have drafted offensive lineman Ed.
Holy reach.
LSU.
Ed Ingram. Wow.
Well, I don't think it's I had him going in like the early to mid third. So I might have even
had a fourth round grade on him. I had the guy that we interviewed, Jason Poe, ahead of him on my board.
Yeah.
I think his teammate, Jason Hines, is the better guard. So that
so like that means...
I wanted Minnesota to have a killer draft, and I really don't feel like that. I just didn't like that pick.
Well, the Chiefs. Oh no, I'm looking at round 1. Sorry. So that means that the Bills, right, are on the clock now, guys. Paul Kobe Bryant is still available. I think that he's going to fall into the third. I felt that he's an early third round pick. Okay, the Bills are on the clock. I think the Bills take Isaiah Spiller, guys. I do. It's not announced yet.
You're going with Isaiah Spiller?
Yeah.
All interesting. Before they make this pick. I could see Spiller, but I don't know if he. I'm gonna say they go with Calvin Austin.
Ooh, I'd like that for them too.
Yeah.
I had them taking Spiller, but in previous mocks I had them taking John Mechie, but
Mm.
he went a lot higher than I thought. Um,
I could also see Jalen Tolbert from South Alabama.
Jake's got some ASMR going on right now.
Yeah, sorry.
No, it's okay. I was just confused on what it was.
I'm trying to
I'm
be
not
as far
actually
away from my
watching
mic
this.
as possible, but
No, well, yeah, look who you're talking to. Me. I would like sneak a goldfish last night. Oh, by the way, guys,
oh my lord.
I would like sneak a goldfish last night, and then I would like move farther away, and then I just started muting.
G
So I was
Streets
too insecure.
asks if we see the Rams trading up in this round. I do not personally, unless Willis falls to 75, I could see it. Because they really, really do like him. But it actually wouldn't be in this round because 75, I believe, that would be a third round pick. So no, I don't see him trading up at all in this round.
Still no pick in for the Bills. God, I hope it's Spiller. I actually kind of I like Singletary. I like Moss, but I don't know why. I just feel like they're going to go running back. Maybe not. Maybe they really do like and think that Moss and Singletary are there
The Bengals have traded up
with the Bills.
with the Bills. Cincinnati Bengals will
Okay,
make this pick at pick
I think
60.
I think they're going Isaiah Likely.
Wait, hold on a second. I hope to God they didn't just trade up one spot. Like, come on now. Did
Did
they?
they?
Did they really? Because I think they had picked 61.
No, no, they traded um 2 spots, I think, right?
Oh no, they moved up a. Wait, what? Oh, the
I'm
Bills traded
confused.
completely out of the second round.
So, okay, they traded 3
The
spots for the
Bengals
Jets.
kept their 63rd pick too. That's interesting.
I think they're taking Isaiah Likely here.
I think the Bengals are going to take a cornerback.
Well, didn't they take?
Um,
They took a safety. They could take a corner.
I think they're going to take. Give me one sec. Look at my board. I think Rams fans are going to be pissed. I think they're going to take Cam Taylor Britt. They need physicality. I think he
Yeah,
brings that. I think they take him here.
in almost every mock that I did before my last one, I had them taking Cam Taylor Britt here. In the most recent one I did, I had them taking Sean Ryan, but I just feel like I feel like they're taking Isaiah Likely.
I think that'd be high for likely.
And the Cincinnati Bengals have drafted cornerback Cam Taylor Britt out of Nebraska.
I called it.
I should have left it. I don't know why I changed to Sean Ryan. Where did I have Britt falling in my I had him falling. Oh, I had the Bengals taking Britt in the third in my final. So I moved a whole round.
Oh, you had him going to the Bengals. That's actually a good call by you.
Yeah, but in the third, I was having him in the second. But you know what I mentioned? I don't know if I tweeted this or not, but I mentioned this to you. Um, when I did this 7th round, I did keep restarting it because players kept falling, and I was like, "There's no way this is real."
Yeah.
And I think Britt was one of those, and eventually I just made my 7 round mock and was like, "It is what it is." Um,
So I think this is a great pick for Cincinnati. A big reason why you lost the Super Bowl to the Rams is that you had really poor cornerback play on the outside, and that was Eli Apple. So now you go out, you get Cam Taylor Britt, a guy that can be physical. Has the experience playing a corner, safety, and nickel if you need him to. He's got top end speed. He's not afraid to hit you hard, pluck the ball out of the air. He's really everything you want in a corner, especially in the second round. I was trying to warn Rams fans. They
me.
kept telling me Cam Taylor Britt to the Rams at 104. I'm like, he will not be there. Like he has
Right.
way too many things in his package there. He's got an incredible skill set. He will not be there for the Rams at pick 104. And now here he is. He goes off the board late second.
Well, guess who's up? The 49ers.
So my evaluation of Cam Taylor Britt, I had early second round grade on him. I had him I had him ranked ahead of Kyrie Elam, who went in the first round.
Remind me who the 49ers took in the first round.
The 49ers who they took?
Mm-hmm.
I don't think they picked in the first
I don't
round.
think. No, yeah, they didn't. You're right, they didn't.
Yeah.
I was about to say, why am I thinking so hard about who they took?
Yeah, no, remember they traded for they traded up to get Fields last year. Not Fields, Lance.
I could see the 49ers taking Spiller. They lost Mostert.
So the 49ers are picking now?
Yeah. I think so, guys, right? The ESPN and the channels have gotten so far behind. It's like not reliable. Bengals are up. No, the
We're
Bengals
literally
just
becoming
drafted.
like a source now for the draft because we're getting it so far ahead that like people are watching
I
us like
know.
getting the picks.
Yep, it's San Francisco. They confirmed. Okay,
Okay.
cool.
All right. So San Francisco, I'll put together another prediction that's probably wrong. Yeah, you get your hits, you get your misses. I definitely hit on the Cincinnati one. I think okay, so I don't think they're gonna go running back here. They have two that they really like, Eli Mitchell, and they have
Oh, right. Why
I
do I
forget.
always?
I'm forgetting the guy that I loved out of Ohio State. But anyway, cornerback, guard. And before you announce anything, I'm gonna
I'm
say
not.
if it's a guard, it's gonna be Sean Ryan, and if it is a cornerback, then it's gonna be Tariq Woolen, the 6'4", 205-pound UTSA cornerback. So we'll see how
Oh
that
yeah,
goes.
and they have Trey and Coach Bates reminded us they have Sermon too. Trey Sermon.
Thank
I
you,
forgot
Coach
about that.
Sermon. I love him, Trey Sermon.
Okay, with their second round pick, the San Francisco 49ers drafted defensive end Drake Jackson out of USC. That's high. I'm not as high on Jackson as everyone else, so this is high for me, which is good because the 49ers are a rival team.
Um, Yeah, I mean, I don't mind the pick. I think he's an upgrade over Ibukam, you know? So I don't mind it. I personally would have gone, with, I would have gone Tariq Woolen out of the guys I mentioned or Sean Ryan. I felt like they fit, but, you know, I don't think it's a bad pick for San Francisco. I mean, they're Drake Jackson. He's not a bad player. I watched him a lot, seeing as I like SC, as you guys know. But I'm a little surprised they didn't go corner here. But I mean, this is somebody. He's got a good dip and rip move. I think he has a pass rush plan. He mixes up his arsenal well. He's somebody that is going to help them on the edge for sure. Needs to get better in run defense, in my opinion. But I like him more than Alexis does. But I don't like him a ton more than Alexis does. I had a third round grade on him as well, early third.
Yeah, me too.
So I mean, that basically is like a late second. So I'm just
So
surprised by who they went after. That's all.
that means that Kansas City was supposed to be on the clock, but didn't they trade up, guys? You guys are gonna have to help me out here a little because the draft is so far behind, and I am not seeing who's on the clock. Kansas City is supposed to be, but I thought that they traded up to get more, right? Hold on, why did they just put the Grizzlies game on?
Oh my god, they did. I wasn't even paying attention. I don't think I've ever. I don't think I've really looked at the draft, but
Guys said we are so far ahead of the major channels. Thank you. Yes, we are, but it's the only problem is that
we're trying.
we have to kind of like keep up with who is up because
What's funny, Alexis, is it went from wow, we feel bad we're spoiling it to now people want us to spoil it because they're getting it quicker.
we are. We're so far ahead. Let me see if I can get the draft on a different channel. I don't have NFL Network.
It's on ESPN too. I just found it.
ESPN 2. I can talk into my mic, guys. Love that. Um,
I would love Ritter.
okay, yeah, it is on ESPN too. I got it. Okay, so who is up, guys? OKC. So they are still on the clock. Okay, I thought maybe this was like one of the picks they lost when they traded up. Um, I wonder. I think they got to go Kobe Dean here.
By the way, they fixed it. The Bills are in the second round. I wanted to just confirm that error on my part. I was looking at the board. They do have 63. So they didn't trade completely out of the second. They just moved down a bit. Bills have 63. KC has 62. So who could KC go after? I mean, I know people are thinking running back. If they go running back, they're going to have to go with a body type that they don't actively have, in my opinion. Because they went out and got Ronald Jones. I think Spiller makes sense in that regard. But actually, I would argue they could be a candidate for James Cook.
Yeah.
Because
I think they...
Clyde Edwards-Helaire is not anywhere near as fast as James Cook. You know? So,
right.
Jazz Flute wants to know what sandwich I'm rocking. Well, my dad made like this like white cheddar. I think it's like I don't even know. Like the burger's just amazing. It's really, really good. But that's what I'm rocking right now. Medium rare burger. The way I like it.
I was like maybe gonna DoorDash, but I think I'm gonna do that tomorrow.
Yeah, I'm gonna order pizza tomorrow, I think.
I know, maybe I should order pizza so we can keep our tradition.
We gotta keep our tradition, Alexis, I'm telling you.
That's just so bad. I just haven't like
inside linebacker, it's gotta be Dean or they'll go James Cook. So they're going with a guy
from Georgia.
That's what we're getting at here.
Pick is still not in for Casey that I'm seeing. Okay, with the 62 overall pick, the Chiefs have drafted safety Brian Cook out of Cincinnati. This is where I had him going around here. Let me see.
They got Cook, just not the guy I picked.
I might have had him fall to the early third. Yeah, I had him slide to the early third. Yeah, I've had like a late second, early third round grade on him. Again, I didn't watch all of his tape. I just have seen highlights. Want to clarify. So
Brian Cook is freaking awesome. He is a great study. I had him in the top 5. Right below Daxton Hill. Early second round grade on him.
So, guys, are the Bengals on the clock now? Sorry, I didn't mean to cut off Jake. I just wanted to confirm.
So
yeah.
No, the Bills are.
The Bills?
Yeah, remember I told you.
Right.
So the Bills are at 63. Denver's at 64.
Thank you, Matthew. Matthew is very sweet. He just donated before he had to get off.
Oh, appreciate you, Matthew.
Really appreciate it. Thank you. It's very kind.
You're driving 600 miles tomorrow. Be safe.
Be safe. Yes.
Damn. That just made me tired reading that. Like, oh my God. Oh, yeah, definitely get that shut eye.
Yeah.
We'll catch you soon. I mean, hopefully, I don't know. If you're driving 600 miles, you're probably only going to hear us if you're watching us tomorrow. But, you know. Let's see.
It's true. So now the Bills are up.
But yeah, Brian Cook is like literally a battering ram. I mean, Cincinnati, I hope people realize Cincinnati they have an astronomical amount of talent on this team that they're going to lose. You know? They're not going to be the same team next year.
As a Notre Dame fan, I'm sadly familiar.
Very well.
You lose all the players and...
I mean,
there's a reason. And also, guys, fun fact, guess which school has had the most NFL draft picks in history? By a lot. Notre Dame. Not Alabama, not Georgia, not anybody else. Notre Dame. Except for this year, there's not going to be as many. We lost a lot. Was it last year or the year before? We lost, our entire team. I think it was.
I remember that.
And I was like, this is really cool for the draft, but this is going to be really bad as a Notre Dame fan. But we have a really good young team at Notre Dame. We'll be around for a few more years. Okay, let's see, guys. Who are the Bills drafting I'm already forgetting where Brees Hall went. Do you remember, Jake?
Brees Hall, he went to the Jets, and
Oh
Kenneth
yeah, yeah.
Walker crushed my heart and went to the Seahawks. And we
Yep.
just hit 1,000 views on the night, so thank you guys for. I mean, we are way far ahead of where we hit 1,000 yesterday. So really appreciate you
Yes,
guys coming out in full force and spending your Friday night with us. Really do appreciate that.
we do. Thank you so much.
Oh boy,
James Cook.
they got James Cook.
The Bills have drafted James Cook.
the
Wow.
the Bills, they missed out on getting J.D. McKissick. He was going to go to Buffalo. He decided to go back to Washington. Now they go and get James Cook here at the end of the second round, trading down and getting a big time weapon for Josh Allen. I think he becomes the number one running back in that room. Although I think he's more of a receiver, but I think they have a lot of tweeners in that running back room. I think he's more explosive. I think he's got more home run hitting ability. So I like him over Zach Moss. I like him over Devin Singletary. James Cook to the Bills. I really don't think that's a bad pick by any stretch.
No, it's a good pick. And now with the last pick in the second round, the Denver Broncos are up, right? Because this is the pick that was supposed to be the Rams.
Yes,
Um,
this is the pick for Von Miller that led to them winning a Super Bowl.
yep. Now I had them taking Logan Hall, who went yesterday. Um, so who did the Broncos take yesterday? No, they didn't pick yesterday. This is their first pick, right? Because of the Russell Wilson trade. So this is the Broncos' first pick in the draft.
No, the Broncos. Oh, you might be right, actually.
Yeah, because they traded their first round pick for Russell Wilson.
Yeah, this is their first pick in the draft. They have. I think this is Nakobe Dean. I think they literally just sat there and were like, okay, we'll just draft Nakobe Dean. No big deal.
I think it's Dean, or I'm going to say Isaiah Likely. Remember, they lost Noah Fant. I know they got some tight ends they like, but in that Russell Wilson trade, they gave up one of their starting tight ends. Okay, they drafted Nick Benito.
Okay.
They drafted him as a linebacker out of
So we're outside
Oklahoma.
linebackers, probably what they.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, Jake, I have no analysis on this pick. I like the pick position wise for them. I haven't seen much of Benino. I had him kind of falling where everyone else did at the beginning of the third. I'm going to go grab, guys, now that the second round is over, my Olipop and my Advil that I need. And I will be
Benito was
back.
all about his that first step. Very, very quick, very explosive athlete. So, I like this pick for Denver. I know they go out and they get the kid from Dallas who's totally escaping my mind, Randy Gregory, I think. Yeah. So, I mean, I think Benito's a really talented player. I don't think he's getting enough credit in the draft process. Like Alexis said, he's going lower. So, I mean, when you look at it, I think he definitely helps them. Draymond Jones, McTelvin Agim, DJ Jones, Mike Purcell. They got some guys in the interior there, but I think they, going out and getting another pass rusher. They got Malik Reed. We interviewed him. Bradley Chubb is kind of a question mark whether he's going to be there long term or not. Jonathan Cooper's a late round pick last year, and then they get Randy Gregory. I think this makes sense. So I think it's a pretty good pick for Denver, and that is that. So Denver selects edge Nick Bonito from the Big 12, Oklahoma. All right. This is showbiz, so I'm going to hold it down until Alexis comes back. So that means we are heading on into the third round, folks. The third round. Let's see here.
I am back.
Oh, wow, you were quick.
I was quick. I didn't want to miss anything. I
Yeah,
know Jacksonville's on
you
the
didn't
clock.
miss anything.
I also wanted to wait. I just popped my 2 Advils, but I wanted to wait to open this because
Popping pills over here.
I wanted to open my Olipop for everybody in front of the like my ASMR. I wanted to give people some ASMR live during the draft.
Ah, that's really nice of you, thinking about the people
I
there.
know. I'm just being so thoughtful. Okay, they're not announcing Jacksonville. All right. I don't want this to spill everywhere though. So let me try and rearrange the situation right now. All right, guys. I hope this is satisfying for you. This crackle when I snap open my tonic, and I hope this doesn't spill everywhere.
Ooh, I like this. ID89 says Nakobe Dean is the Jabril Cox of 2022 so far.
Did you guys hear that, or did Jake just talk right over the crack?
They all heard it because I heard it.
Okay, good. And repeat what you just said, please, because I was.
ID89 said Nakobe Dean is the Jabril Cox of 2022 so far. I totally agree with that.
Yeah. Olipop is a sparkling tonic that tastes just like soda. Like it literally tastes like soda. It has very little sugar. It has prebiotics, fiber, and a lot of vitamin C, so it's good for you.
Alexis just teleported or something.
I did.
Oh man.
I did teleport.
I just got followed by Jacob Ellenbogen on Twitter. Big time follow there. From shout out to Jacob Ellenbogen. He's 25, just like actually I'm 26. I'm an idiot. He's 25 and he lives in Michigan and hates capital letters.
You know, no Alexis Craft follows me on Twitter, but someone does have the username Alexis Craft.
And he has a podcast. Alexis Craft, he's got a podcast.
Wow, he is like, you guys are soul twins. No, what I was gonna say though is someone has the username Alexis Craft on Twitter, and they had it. So I started Twitter when I was 14. Someone had the username Alexis Craft, just Alexis Craft. So I did the Alexis Craft because I was a Cody Simpson fan, and he was the Cody Simpson. And I wanted to keep it as close to my name as possible because not a lot of people were on Twitter back then. So, like, you didn't have the idea to, like, have a burner account. It just wasn't a concept. But then, like, people got attached to the name The Alexis Craft, and that's kind of what people started to know me by. And I still can't change it. I've tried tweeting Alexis Craft, but they literally made the account and didn't use it. They made the account in 2011, never used it, but they have the username. And now I feel like I'm stuck either way with my username. Like, I've always had it. I'm attached to it. It is kind of lame.
I don't think so.
Ooh, someone in the chat has had Olipop. They said Olipop is underrated. It is. Thank you. Brie. I'm having the orange squeeze flavor tonight.
Aaron, don't you dare put that evil out there.
What did he say?
Zion, I think, there. No, he has to fall. He needs to fall to the Rams pick.
Jacksonville pick is there like a break? Do they give the teams like a little break between the second and the third? Okay, wait. Nope, they picked.
Nope.
The Jacksonville Jaguars selected offensive lineman Luke Fortner out of Kentucky.
Wow.
That was the center I was thinking of. That is who I had graded at center, not Luke Goedeke. Okay, whatever.
Yeah, I don't know.
I knew there was a Luke I had at center.
So Luke Fortner, so he's listed as a center in the draft card?
He is listed as, I don't know, just offensive line. But guys, the Vikings already picked. The Vikings have selected linebacker Brian Asamoah from Oklahoma. I know that's wrong.
Hold up. I can only type so fast. Jesus. So we're going to keep Fortner up there for 2 seconds so people can digest that. And then you said Brian Asamoah?
Yeah.
Who?
To be fair, I pronounced that wrong because they mistweeted it. They like spelled it wrong in the tweet.
Where
I
do you
knew it
even
was
see
Awesome.
that? Who tweeted that?
Everyone. That the pick was Brian Asamoah?
Yeah, like who specifically said that?
Dove or Dove.
Oh, that Dov guy. That's why.
He always has it first, and he's been right. He's never been wrong.
I think he blocked me.
But I follow him, and I follow NFL stats, and I follow. I'd have to go back and look. I did that during the draft a few years ago, and then I just have stayed following them because every year they're just so on top of it. Like they just announced the Jaguars pick on live television. Guys. Okay, I want everyone to put into the chat right now. Even if you're not a Rams fan, I want everyone to put in the chat right now who the Rams should take at 104, assuming we stay there. Because I know the picks are coming in fast and furious right now, but there's going to be an inevitable lull where we can discuss. Like right now, the Giants are still on the clock. The pick is not in for the Giants.
Where's Brian Asamoah from? Why can I not think of it?
Oklahoma.
Oh, Oklahoma back to back. Oh no, not back to back. Never mind.
So people are saying Kobe Bryant. Everyone's saying Kobe Bryant. Someone said Zion. Someone said DeMarco Jackson. I would like that pick. I'd like Kobe Bryant. I would like Zion.
Zion Williams. Wrong. Zion.
Everyone's saying Kobe. People are saying we have to get into Kobe Dean if he falls. What is the reason? This is one of those things where there's always a player that falls and then we find out later. Okay, the Giants, this is massive reach in my opinion. The Giants have drafted offensive lineman Joshua Ezeudu.
Where did I have him? Oh, 4th round. Yeah, it's a little bit of a reach, I would say.
I had him in the 4th. I actually might have had him in my top 10. I need to go back and watch my video. I watched the tape on him. I just didn't think he'd go this high. People are saying, someone said Perion Winfrey. Darren, James Cook actually got drafted already by the Buffalo Bills.
Yeah, so going back to Asamoah, he's somebody has, incredible like athleticism, and he gets to the guy. He's got to clean up the tackling. He has a big problem missing tackles. I think that's why he fell here, because he's got 2nd round film if he could tackle. Very quick off the ball.
Guys, it is this 3rd round, and only one quarterback has been taken.
By the way, Asamoah going ahead of Dean is mind-boggling to me.
Something is going on with Dean that we'll find out later. This is like insane.
I mean, that's a reach. Like that. Wow.
No, but seriously, guys, only one quarterback has gone, and it's the 3rd round. I'm telling you, the NFL scouts knew what we knew, that this quarterback class is very weak.
Yeah.
Like, obviously they knew that, but I'm just reiterating it.
But keep in mind, the Rams really do like Malik Willis, so
I would not be happy if we took Malik Willis. I don't like him that much as a prospect at all.
He's my number 2. I would prefer Ritter, and I prefer Ritter.
He's my number. But he's my number 1 ranked quarterback in this class, and I still don't want him. That's how much I don't like this class.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, it's not. I don't like any of these. The only quarterback that I would take in this class, and people say I'm being biased.
Oh,
is
my bad.
Is Jack
I put
Cohn.
Kentucky. That's my first typo of the entire time doing the ticker.
The only quarterback I would take in this class for real is Jack Cohn, and he's a solid NFL backup. That's why I would take him.
Yeah, I like him.
The Browns.
He was a 5th round talent.
The Browns have drafted cornerback Martin Emerson from Mississippi State. It's a good pick. That's about where I had him going.
I think it's a little bit of a reach, but Oh, I hate typing out Mississippi State.
So who's then on the clock? Tennessee? Who did I have them taking here? Wait,
so, MJ
no, they...
Emerson from Mississippi State. I had him and McCreary in the 4th round. One pick in the 4th round, Paul. No, it's not. I thought Luke Fortner went.
He did.
Yes, sorry, Scott.
He went to the, not the Giants. The Giants took the guy from North Carolina. Fortner went to... Someone in the chat's going to have to remind me because I'm totally blanking.
The Jaguars.
Yeah. Pick still not in for Tennessee.
Alex already knows. I love this one. Alexis, look at this. What lasts longer, Jake's dinner or Nakobe Dean?
I mean, at this point, so people are saying, I forget who tweeted it because I already scrolled past it, that scouts are concerned with his injury history. That he's had, I guess, a lot more injuries than I realized. He's had basically everything. I'm trying to find the tweet. Okay. He has a laundry list of injuries in college: his ankle, his foot, his shoulder, and his wrist. He injured his pec groin before pro day, and he may need pec surgery after his rookie year. Knee already has wear and tear. So
that's sad.
It is sad. Someone I think will take him, but
could be the Rams.
I don't know if I want him at the end of the 3rd. Well,
no, I don't want. Well,
I guess he declined.
If they get him, then they might. If they get him, that would tell me that they're probably not getting Tyrann Mathieu because he would do kind of the same thing. He's like a safety linebacker hybrid.
So supposedly Nakobe Dean declined surgery on his shoulder. And that was not a good move because it didn't heal. Hilltop is showing Henderson some love in the comments. I just still think the Rams, if depending on the running backs that are there.
Titans are taking Nicholas Petit-Frere, offensive tackle, okay. Ohio State.
It's a solid pick. This is about where I had him going. I actually think he could have gone higher, and I would have been okay with it.
I'm not as high on him as the consensus, but I think he's a solid player. He did get totally... I mean, did you see that clip of Aiden Hutchinson just bowling him over like he was nothing? I'm like, the poor man.
Yeah, but that's Aiden Hutchinson.
I know.
But no, I know.
Do you remember what happened when Aaron Donald did that same thing at the Senior Bowl to Cyril Richardson, the guard out of Baylor? He knocked his draft stock from 2nd round to 7th round. No one wanted to talk about him after that. That was so sad. My God. I see what you're seeing now with the shoulder. That's upsetting. I feel for him.
I mean, I do too.
It normally goes the other way. Normally you want to get the surgery and teams are like, don't get the surgery. That's what happened with Jack Eichel in hockey. Like, everyone made him out to be the villain, but like the Sabres wouldn't let him repair and get the surgery he wanted to get. That's why he wanted to leave.
Yeah. So Jacksonville's on the clock again.
Who do you think they go with? I'm trying to keep up with the ticker, so I'm not really able to look at it at the moment. 1 second. Okay. Titans took Petit-Frere. Which makes sense. I think he'll probably kick in at guard for the time being because I think they're good right now. The way that they're, yeah, the way it's at the Titans. You know, because Freer, yeah, Freer will take Petit Freer will take over at left guard next to Taylor Lewan. They have Dylan Ray Dunes, who they drafted in the second round last year at right tackle. They have Nate Davis at right guard. They have Ben Jones at center. So, as far as the Jaguars are picking again. Damn,
I know they have so many picks.
they're like,
I thought maybe they would trade out of this pick, but I'm trying to refresh, and I'm not seeing that they've done that.
so Jacksonville got Walker, Lloyd, and Fortner. I think they're doing a good job with the draft so far. Wide receiver, corner. I think, you know, based on my best available that I have here, I could see them going with a Woolen type. You know, I could see them also going at wide receiver and picking up Jalen Tolbert or Calvin Austin, who are my two best receivers.
I was about to say Calvin
most
Austin.
likely receivers, not necessarily best, but you know.
Picks still not announced for Jacksonville. Interesting. I feel like the picks were flying up until this point.
Yeah, I mean, I'm okay with it. I need a little bit of a break anyway. Pick 70.
I mean, Jacksonville's up and then Chicago.
You think they stay here?
Okay, the Jaguars have
Okay, that
drafted
answers my question.
linebacker. The Jaguars have drafted linebacker Chad Muma from Wyoming.
Yeah, he's awesome.
He is.
He's a really, really good player. I've seen people that, you know, they look at the name Chad Muma, and so they don't take him seriously based on his name, which I've seen people do, believe it or not. I think that's a common thing, not with just like draft Twitter, but people do. But yeah, you know, Chad Muma here for the Jaguars. They double dip on really, really good linebackers. You know, Muma ended up being my let's see here, third overall linebacker behind Devin Lloyd and Troy Anderson, who are off the board. So I really like this pick. It's kind of confusing why the Vikings didn't go after somebody like him. Really, really rangy. He's great in run defense. He's probably the most sound tackler of any of the, you know, he's a true, like, you know, grip tackler. He's not going to grab you by your legs. He's going to wrap you up. You know, I'm really impressed with his ability to not only go against running backs, not only go against tight ends, but I've seen him cover some wide receivers on tape, and the guy can blitz as well. So I think you have an all-around player at 6'3", 239 in Chad Muma that is going to come in right away and be able to play pretty early on. Very, very high floor with Chad Muma.
Well, I agree, and this is the third linebacker Jacksonville has taken. I didn't realize that in this draft.
Yeah, I mean Trayvon Walker's you know, he's
right.
Edge.
You're right.
But, you know.
Yeah, but theoretically.
Yeah, no, you're right. And now you have him, you have Lloyd, you just signed Foye Olakun, who just had like 100 something tackles last year.
Jacksonville is building that defense.
Anderson and Muma were my guys. ID 89, I'm with you there. They were fantastic on film. Really, really, really good talents. I actually, so I'm shocked that Nakobe Dean is falling based on, I thought they would like him more. I actually wasn't as high on him. I had a second round grade on him, but I had him as my 6th linebacker behind Quay Walker, Channing Tindall, Chad Muma, Troy Anderson, and Devin Lloyd. So I actually had Dean as the 6th linebacker, and he would be drafted as the 6th linebacker, I think, if he went off the board.
Paul, we did not pick yet. We don't pick for a while.
Yeah, it's not going to be for a while.
The Bears are on the clock, and I'd love to see them take a receiver here or a tackle. Did Bernard Raymond go yet?
No. And I think that'd be a really good selection for them.
Okay, that if they're gonna go receiver, Jalen Tolbert is there. Who else is still available at receiver? Let me go
I really
check.
don't think Willis gets to 75, by the way. Falcons, Colts, Seahawks. Bless you.
Thank you.
Doesn't this kind of make the Steelers look kind of bad, though, for getting Pickett at 20 when no quarterback has been drafted and we're in the 3rd round?
No, because I think that that's who they wanted and that was their guy. You
I just
know?
think for value, you probably could have traded down a little bit.
Yeah, but like, yeah, I get what you're saying. I just don't think there's any way they could have known that.
Yeah. It has been a little unpredictable.
Come on, who is Chicago taking, guys? Don't let me down. Tackle or receiver, tackle or receiver. Oh, God. The Bears have drafted wide receiver Velus Jones from Tennessee. I don't like that pick. I don't. That's high. I had Velus Jones at like the end of the 4th or early 5th round.
I had him late 3rd. It seems a little bit like a reach based on who's available.
God. Why?
Really good after the catch. Explosive.
Like Khalil is still there. Jalen Tolbert. Heck, even like, yeah, I had him at the end of the 4th. I'm looking at my mock now. Kyle Phillips. I would have taken first.
The way you said that made it sound like they drafted him.
No, they drafted Velus Jones.
No, I know.
Bears fans in shambles on my timeline. I get it. I'd be mad too, just because of who else is available right now.
John Hastings. Velus seems like a taller Darnell Mooney. Crying emoji. Oh, Lord.
I'm not ruling out them taking another receiver, by the way.
Oh, jazz flute. Wow, you really went there, didn't you?
Okay, so this should mean, okay, Seattle just drafted offensive tackle Abraham Lucas. Good pick. It's a good pick. This is about where I had him going.
It's funny.
Would have loved for the Bears to have drafted him instead of Velus Jones.
I really expected the Seattle Seahawks to learn from their lesson with Russell Wilson and develop and get offensive linemen. So they're doing exactly what I expected them to do.
Yeah. Charles Cross and Abraham Lucas. Good for them.
Yeah.
Indianapolis is on the clock, and then Atlanta. Both of these guys could take Malik Willis. I would be shocked if not one of them took Malik Willis. I'm seeing on the timeline that NFL sources are saying that something is going on with Willis and Dean falling, and that they aren't quite sure. Like, duh.
Yeah, something happened. Well, I mean, clearly, because
Yeah,
this guy you were
clearly there's
talking about
something going on.
all last month as being a 1st-round pick, and now here he is in the 3rd round. Fun fact, but Abraham Lucas had the second. He was tied for the fastest 3-cone time out of all offensive linemen at the combine.
Oh, he's a good player. I mean, I'm annoyed that he ended up in the NFC West.
Yeah, I mean, you got to figure talent is talent. They'll find a way to get him. He stays in Washington. He went to Washington State.
Yep.
Surprised you didn't make
that.
Yeah, you didn't make a
I love that. I love the State's school connection. If you're just tuning in, I obsess and love when guys get drafted by teams that are in the same state they went to college, because I just feel like that would be so comforting and so cool. No one else seems to care but me. But um Indianapolis is on the clock.
I mean, that's a really experienced starter. I think he's going to just lock down the right side at tackle.
Ooh, I love this pick by the Colts. The Colts just drafted tight end Jelani Woods.
Oh my God. Did they really?
Yeah, so they've got Jelani Woods
He's
and
a
Alec Pierce.
freak. He is a freak. He is my second tight end in the draft behind Dulcich. I think he's phenomenal.
It's funny you said that. Everyone is saying freak alongside Jelani. Yeah, I had him ranked pretty high. I think I had him behind
Matt Ryan, baby. It's all paying off. He sat there all last year and got hammered and hammered and hammered. They traded away Julio Jones. They didn't have Calvin Ridley for majority of the season, and now he's finally getting some weapons. I love to see it. I think he's a really underrated quarterback at this point in his career, and I think people are going to see that when he's throwing to guys like, Jelani Woods and, my guy, Alec Pierce.
So, guys, who is on the clock, by the way? Because it's a commercial and we are way ahead of the TV. So I would appreciate if someone could drop that in the chat if anyone knows, because I have no idea. Oh, Falcons. Thank you. Atlanta. Right. Okay. Malik Willis. Is that going to be the pick? I don't. It's got to be.
My Colts friend Evan is losing his mind right now. He's like, they got Jelani Woods too. Not going to tell you what he just said, but he's very happy, if you can imagine. Only question is health. I agree with that. But yeah, Woods is... my God. If anyone knows RAS score, he got a 10 out of 10. Like, he's one of the most athletic tight ends to ever go through the pre-draft process.
No pick in yet for Atlanta. I think they got to go quarterback here, even if it's not Willis. Maybe they go Coral. I think if it's going to be a quarterback, it's going to be Willis because he was attached to the Falcons in the pre-draft process a lot.
Yeah, I could see that. I think Corral's going to go before Willis. I have a weird feeling that's what's going to happen.
The Falcons are drafting quarterback Desmond Ridder out of Cincinnati.
I literally called that. Yes. I love the fit. It makes a lot of sense. I think he's very similar to Ryan Tannehill's skill set. And guess who coached Ryan Tannehill? That's right, Arthur Smith, the head coach of the Falcons. Now you have Mariota. He's going to be there for a year or two. Desmond Ridder is going to be a better NFL pro than he was in college. He wasn't asked to do anywhere near as much as what he's going to have to do in the NFL, but I think he's going to have that proper coaching. They might work on his mechanics. Desmond Ridder is the best quarterback in the draft, and the Falcons just got him in the 3rd round. I freaking love it for them. This is a great pick. Great pick.
Ironically enough, when I was doing my first round drafts, like when I was doing my mock drafts, beginning in during the season when I was doing them super early, I had the Falcons taking Ridder. But then I just started to not think it would happen.
I think it's a great fit for him, because he could start right away. He really could. He makes great decisions at the second, the short and intermediate level. And I think that's really where you're going to find him. I think he works best in the short and intermediate game. He's not really a big time deep ball thrower of the football. But now you're talking about a guy who long term, he's probably going to be throwing it up to Drake London and Kyle Pitts. This is a great situation for him. And he does not have to play right away. So I love this for Desmond Ridder. Absolutely love this for him. And, yeah. Remember when people called me crazy, Alexis, for saying he's the best quarterback in this draft? He may not be, right? I may be wrong, but he was drafted ahead of Willis. So you got to give me some props there.
That is true. My headphones are about to die, so I'm about to charge them one at a time. So that way I can, like, still hear you.
Yeah. So that was pick 74, right?
I'm not entirely sure. Well, so now that Atlanta's picked, guys, Denver is up again. And I think Denver could go Isaiah Likely here. Or I could see them going corner. What corners are there? Oh, you know what? Rams fans wouldn't like this. I could see him going Kobe Bryant. I could see him going Marcus Jones out of Houston. The Broncos are trading down. Who did they trade with? So I don't know who they traded with, but supposedly the Broncos are trading down, per Ben Albright.
Who I trust.
I haven't seen anyone else say they're trading down, but the pick is also not in. So it does appear Houston. Okay, could this be Malik Willis?
Something happened because our viewers skyrocketed.
I think that Houston.
We're almost at 150 now.
Awesome. Houston just traded up with Denver. Jake, could this be for Malik Willis? They see Ritter go and they're thinking now we got to take our chance.
It could, but I mean, a lot of guys are falling. So I wouldn't just make it exclusively Malik. Well, I mean, Nakobe Dean is still there, you know?
Could be for Dean. I could see them taking.
I mean, I could see them
Let me go to my.
going multiple directions here. Leo Chenal is 100% going to end up as a Patriot. Just remember I said that? I said it yesterday. He is a Patriot.
I think this is a tight end. I think it's likely or like Jeremy Ruckert. That's who I had them taking in the third, but earlier.
Or they'll get Ryman. Or
Okay.
Falele.
Okay. Texans have drafted linebacker Christian Harris.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Dean continues to fall.
Yep. Where did I have Christian Harris? I had Christian Harris at the end of the second, or yeah, the end of the second. Good pick. I like Christian Harris. I do. I think this is late for him. Now Baltimore's on the clock.
Alabama got to represent.
Oh, we're getting closer and closer to the Rams. Everyone wants Nakobe Dean and the Rams. I got to be honest, diving into that injury history.
Yeah.
I feel bad for him, but I got to say, I don't know that I'm taking him.
I mean, I still might. I had an idea of his injury history. I'm not as concerned as you are, although I do understand it's very warranted, your concern, but he would be a dream scenario 104. Like, there's no way the Rams woke up today and were like, yeah, Nakobe Dean's going to fall to 104. And I still don't think he will.
Pick is still not in for Baltimore.
Oh my God, it's Baltimore. They're probably going to get Nakobe Dean because they know they just finesse the entire league in their drafts, man. It is just ridiculous.
I feel like they might take a wide receiver. I feel like they might take Khalil Shakir. Because they haven't taken a receiver yet, right? And remember, they lost Hollywood Brown.
That's true, but I think they were willing to move on from Hollywood Brown. Like, I don't think they needed him. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I'm gonna cut into my goldfish, guys. It's time. This is where I start nervous eating.
All right.
And let me know if you can hear me chewing, because I'll mute my mic.
All right. Who are we going with for the Ravens? I picked it the worst time. I'm sorry.
No, I'm going with Calvin Austin.
I am gonna go with. I'm gonna go with David Bell. I feel like that's something that they might do.
Oh, you know what? Khalil Shakir or Calvin Austin. I totally forgot that I just mentioned him.
David Bell didn't run extremely well, but he's an incredible route runner. I think it would diversify the receiving room at 6'1". I think he's got good receiving size. You know?
Jose, why no goldfish? It's the best snack. And I have a huge bag of them. I'm nervous eating. Still no pick in for Baltimore. They could be trying to trade out, but I think they're going to go receiver.
It's Travis Jones. I forgot about him being on the board. Wow. That's a great pick. Once again, they're just finessing the draft.
I had him going to the Ravens in a lot of mocks that I did, so I'm surprised that wasn't on my.
I can't believe he was still there.
I had them taking Liel in my final one. Thank you all for the cheese at love in the comments. Not cheese at goldfish.
So they really just like finessed the entire draft. They got Travis Jones, they got David Ajabo, they got Linderbaum, and of course they got your guy Kyle Hamilton. I mean, most people's Kyle Hamilton. Dude's awesome.
Okay, guys, real quick, there's an alarm going off in my kitchen, and I'm not quite sure what alarm that is. It's not a fire alarm.
Check on that.
I should probably go check on that. So I will be right back. Apologies.
Oh yeah, Jacob Bell from the Titans. I'll say this right now because I can see if Malik falls to 104. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if they traded up. They really liked Malik from what I was told, so they met with him. He's the only quarterback they met with. Falcons getting Ritter, that I thought that was just such a killer pick. Oh, gotta upgrade the ticker. My bad, folks.
Back.
She's back.
Got that sorted. It was the oven. It was not. Someone was baking something. It was all good, but I was just like, I should probably check on that. All right. Did I miss a pick? Did I miss Indianapolis's next pick?
I don't see it yet.
They haven't made it yet.
Yeah, I don't think that they made it yet.
Ranch Doritos. Yeah, Doritos are good. Sour cream and cheddar cheese Lay's. Ugh, so good. I love those. Burnt or Hot Pocket. Oh god, Hot Pockets are good too. Seriously though, if you guys can hear me chewing, please tell me. Because I'll mute my mic. I'm insecure about that. Indianapolis might be trading out. They still haven't made the pick yet. Like their pick is not in.
Oh.
Cheddar and sour cream ruffles, yes.
Let's see.
Guys, I don't want Malik
Oh,
Willis.
this is a good pick. I can't believe he's still here, but Bernard Ryman is
Oh,
heading to the
wow.
Vikings at pick
Wait,
77.
they traded out?
Wait, yeah, they traded down. Remember?
Colts did?
Yeah, I think that was part of that trade when they traded up to get Jelani Woods, right?
I don't remember.
I like Ryman a lot. I think that makes a lot of sense.
I do too. I'm kind of surprised at the fit here. I feel like they got Darisaw. And
Yeah,
then
but
who's the
remember,
other tackle?
Darisaw was a huge risk because of the medical.
I
So,
mean, I
you
wonder if
know,
they're gonna move Ryman inside.
they could. I mean, Ryman can play guard or tackle, but I think he's a very plug and play oriented guy who can, he can play right away. 6'6", 303. He's a little tall for guard. He's not really super bulky either for guard. I think he's more of a tackle. But
Jake, the Colts took him.
why does it say the Vikings?
The Colts drafted offensive tackle Bernard Ryman. That makes more sense to me.
Oh, okay. It was the Vikings pick. I read it wrong. It
Yeah,
was the Vikings pick. The Colts selected Bernard Ryman.
they needed this pick. The Colts did.
Oh, I love this pick then. That's brilliant. I think it's a brilliant pick because they don't have a left tackle. Matt Pryor was their left tackle. So now they get Ryman there. I think they need a guard because, you look at Ryan Kelly, you have Quentin Nelson, and then you got Braden Smith at right tackle. So I think they could you definitely go up and get another guard, and I think they'd look really good on that offensive line for Matt Ryan, who I can't stress enough is going to have a resurgent season that people just don't see coming for whatever reason. Dude's gonna be throwing to Alec Pierce. I mean, they got Jalen Woods. I really Jelani Woods.
So
My bad.
apparently the NFL feels that Nakobe Dean won't play at all next year. They think
Really,
he's going to be forced into like a redshirt year because his injuries are too severe and he's going to have to get surgery and get them corrected no matter
that's awful.
if he wants to play. Yeah, so that's why he's sliding.
Wow.
I love how we subconsciously ate at different times.
Yeah, that was interesting.
I think it was good planning and unintentionally. So who's up the chart? The Browns are up now, right? Remember, the TV is behind. Okay, yep, the Browns selected edge Alex Wright,
Oh boy.
UAB.
Oh boy. That
That's a
could
little high.
that's if you're the Rams and you want an edge, that's not what you want to see. That's a guy who probably should have been there for their fourth round pick. That that could start something here. If we see a little bit of a run on edge, you can blame the Browns for trading up and doing that. But hey, shout out. How about UAB, man? UAB putting guys in the league.
Chargers are on the clock. This will be interesting. I think they go. Who have they taken already? The Chargers took. Didn't they take? They took Zion Johnson in the
Isaiah
first.
Spiller, by the way, is still there. I could see them potentially going running back.
Yeah,
I think Spiller's a
I,
good fit. If you want my
I bet
honest
you they'll
opinion
take
there.
Kyron Williams, and I'll just like cry.
Yeah. The LAC Chargers. They got Zion Johnson. Well, there's a guy who plays pretty close by. His name is Greg Dulcich, and I think he would be a huge pick for them, getting a tight end
I
in
was
that
thinking
room.
tight end,
Um,
but
I could see
remember,
Spiller.
remember they have Gerald Everett now.
They do. but Everett's on a 1-year deal, so I could see Dulcich, and he's more of a complete guy. Yeah, there is Dulcich right there.
Pick's still not in. It's the Chargers and then it's Denver, by the way, unless someone trades. The Chargers drafted defensive back JT Woods.
Ooh, this guy, he's better than Petre, or Petre, whatever, how you ever say his name. He is a stud. He's a ball hawk. You're pairing him, you're putting him in the secondary with Derwin James. Oh boy, that, I kudos. I like that pick a lot.
Chargers defense is no joke.
Yeah, that's horrifying.
No joke.
Like, JT Woods is ready to play tomorrow and take interceptions back to the house. Like, he's a very, very good prospect. And I don't think he was being talked about anywhere near enough. And I'm glad he went where he probably should have. Like, this makes sense for him.
What do you think Denver does here?
I mean, I could see them trading down again.
I could too.
Denver has a pretty good team right now. You know, they don't have a lot of needs. So they're a team I could definitely see trading down.
I had them taking Marcus Jones, corner from Houston here. They've not taken a corner yet, have they? Okay, Jake. The Broncos have drafted tight end Greg Dulcich.
Ooh, that's a really good pick.
And remember, I said that they were going to need a tight end because they gave up Fant.
I really like Dulcich there. They gave up Fant. They have Aquin and Boonham. Aquawabanam. I don't even know how to say his name. You're like over there, like I'm not even attempting that. Albert O, as everyone that knows him calls him that. But Dulcich and Albert O is going to be a problem. You're muted. Either that or I'm in the abyss and not knowing.
I said I might have to go grab a charger for my headphones. I'm like confused on what's going on.
Oh.
Is there feedback when I speak, guys?
I'm not hearing any feedback. Oh, I'm hearing feedback now. Let's see.
I'm going to figure something out. One sec.
All right. Well, I'll hold the fort for now. We got Denver Broncos selecting Greg Dulcich. We had JT Woods, the safety, very talented safety out of Baylor, going to the Los Angeles Chargers. So that is how that's going. All right, so we got pick 81 here. And that is the New York Giants, which this pick was originally a trade that resulted in the
Who was
Giants
after
being there.
Denver? I'm not seeing anything. I think the Giants are on the clock,
Yeah, they are.
right?
Yeah, the Giants are on the clock.
Might need someone to confirm. Yeah, they are on the clock. Okay.
Can you hear me? Hello?
I don't know who they take.
Can you not hear me?
Jake, are you talking?
Yeah.
Let me figure something out. Hold on.
All right. Okay. All right, guys. You Rams fans, you ready for this? You ready for this? Okay. The CCO for the Rams, who follows me on Twitter, just liked my tweet of me quote tweeting Sean McVay during that video where he said it's going to be an exciting couple days, him smiling. She liked the tweet. There's more to this and more to that smile. The Rams probably already have a Honey Badger signing under wraps, trade or something. They are hiding it in plain sight. First the trailer about stealing the draft, now this. Maybe I'm overanalyzing. And the CCO of the Rams, Jen Price, actually liked the tweet. So that's interesting. That is very interesting. Yeah. Yup. Very, very interesting that she liked that
What did I miss?
tweet. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Oh my god. Communication. I really miss it. So we got Cordell Flott going way higher than I expected. 81 to the Giants. That is a little surprising to me, to say the least. I had a 5th round pick. I had a 5th round grade on Cordell Flott. I feel like this is a little bit of a reach. Up until this point, I thought the New York Giants have really done a nice job. Zudo was kind of a reach too, but you know. El Doggo, I don't think we're getting Deebo. No. Matthew, I think is possible, but I don't think about Deebo.
Okay, I'm catching up on the picks.
Maybe.
Let's see. I just missed one. It's the Giants. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Okay, yes, thank God.
Finally, I missed you.
I was about to.
Oh.
Cordell Flott.
Yeah.
I'm sure I'm way behind on that, but I just saw the Giants
no, you're not.
That seems very high.
That was kind of a reach, in my opinion.
Oh, yeah.
Benjamin Albright says, Doomerville wisely announced Broncos pick in person rather than faxing it in. If you remember the whole Doomerville fax issue, that's a really funny tweet from Ben Albright.
Jake, the Falcons are just taking all your guys.
Who they get now?
They got linebacker D'Angelo Malone.
Wow, did they really? Oh, yeah. That's a bummer. Malone goes early
and
here.
Anderson. Yeah.
Wow.
A lot of Rams fans are bummed right now because I know they really wanted Malone, but I was kind of feeling like he wasn't going to fall.
Yeah, I wasn't thinking he was going to make it. I mean, D'Angelo Malone is a great pick. You know, his stock just continued to rise. Western Kentucky guy. You know, you look at the explosive first step he has. He kind of, Poor man's Vaughn a little bit, I think, is his ceiling. I think he could be up to a 15 sack guy when he fully develops, but he's got a little bit to go, though. He can get, disengaged. He has a hard time disengaging from blocks at times. He's not the greatest run defender, but I really, really do like him. I think that makes a lot of sense. Oh, Alexis, what you missed was that the CCO, Jen Prince of the LA Rams, liked my tweet that I quote tweeted about the Rams, that video with Sean McVay saying it'll be a exciting couple of weeks. And I said, there's more to this and more to that smile. The Rams probably already have a Honey Badger signing under wraps, trade, or something. They are hiding it in plain sight. First the trailer about stealing the draft, now this. Maybe I'm overanalyzing. And she actually liked the tweet. So I was like, oh, that's interesting. I really think that there's something bigger behind the scenes.
There could be. Wouldn't be surprised. It's the Rams. I'm trying to catch up. I'm trying to figure out. Okay, Philadelphia's on the clock.
Yeah, so Malone goes Malone goes off the board there to the Falcons. We're getting somewhat close to the Rams pick, but I mean not that close. But back-to-back Pennsylvania teams are picking. We got Philadelphia Eagles and the Pittsburgh Steelers back-to-back.
Let me see what I had the Eagles taking here. I had them taking Zamir White out of Georgia.
Oh, I really like him.
I think they could go running back here. Really, the only running back that they have that I'm confident in is like kind of Miles Sanders, right? Am I not thinking of someone?
They like Boston Scott, and they drafted. Yeah. I know they drafted. Who did they draft? Gainwell, Kenny Gainwell. Yeah, they wouldn't draft a running back. Oh, they might actually. There's not really any diversity in that running back room. They're all kind of the same back a little bit, just a little, I think if they went with anybody at running back, it would have to be like a big-bodied running back. Like you're talking, Isaiah Spiller, Brian Robinson, Damian Pierce, Zamir White would make sense.
You know what? Maybe it's like Nick Cross. You think that could be it?
Maybe.
Their pick is in.
I could see Channing Tindall.
Yeah.
He's got an astronomical ceiling.
The Eagles have drafted linebacker Nakobe Dean.
Wow.
There you go.
So the fall has ended, but the burger has already been eaten. So anybody that bet on Jake finishing the burger before Nakobe Dean gets drafted, well, you win nothing.
Hey, a team took a chance on Nakobe Dean, and it's either going to work out really great or it's going to be really bad. The medical thing is concerning. Eagles got A.J. Brown. They got Nakobe Dean. They drafted why am I not? The defensive guy in the first, Jordan Davis.
The Eagles have had a really good draft. If Dean ends up panning out, and it's weird, this draft stuff that doesn't really come out and people all of a sudden just figure it out as they go along. He is really talented. Like, he is your Swiss Army knife, can play safety, can play linebacker. It's a matter of the medicals, but if he gets that, taken care of, yeah, Alex says I really need to start betting. Damn, I lost that bet. Oh, man. Yeah, earlier than Jabril Cox. I'm happy for Nakobe Dean. I didn't want him to go undrafted.
I am too. I feel bad when that happens. And guys, Malik Willis has still not been drafted.
I feel bad for him too. He's a great
Pittsburgh,
kid.
You know what? He is, and guess what? The Steelers are on the clock. They should just take him and make him fight it out with Kenny Pickett.
And then trade the other one.
Just try out both of them. Whoever doesn't work, we'll trade the other one. Why not? But Pittsburgh is up. And then New England.
Hold on one sec.
The Steelers took DeMarvin Leal, Jake. Is that how you wanted me to pronounce it? Defensive lineman out of Texas A&M.
DeMarvin Leal.
There we go. Not DeMarvin Leal, like I was saying.
Like it should be.
That's a steal. I feel like he is like I had him a second round guy. I had him falling like to the early third, but good pick by the Steelers.
I agree. I like the pick by the Steelers, DeMarvin Leal.
What do you think New England does here? Oh, no, wait. Yeah, New England. Who did I have him taking? I have him taking, and they traded back, or they traded up, so this isn't exactly in the same spot, is it? Oh, no, it is. I had him taking Zach Tom, offensive tackle, Wake Forest. Didn't they? They haven't taken an offensive tackle yet. Right?
Let's see. Wait, who?
The Patriots.
No, they took a guard. They don't need a tackle. They're actually good on offensive line now.
So what do we think they take? Maybe finally a receiver? Maybe they take like Jalen Tolbert?
I could see that. One sec, I'm trying to get up the ticker. We've been, I think, pretty accurate, but I hate having to spell Mississippi State. I really do. It's not fun.
Yeah, someone in the chat said the Patriots could go quarterback, and I was just thinking that they could take Kobe Bryant. It seems like someone that Bill would love. Okay, they did go corner, but they didn't go Kobe Bryant. The Patriots drafted cornerback Marcus Jones, Houston. I like that pick. I like him.
I think Marcus Jones is explosive. I think he gives you return ability. That feels like a New England Patriots pick. A guy that, offers multiple assets to his game. But going back to Leal, he's not like really super fast as an edge rusher, but he is kind of that hybrid. Could play edge, could be an interior guy. He's a tweener. The Steelers do go after guys like that. They do go after talented interior players as well. Think back to South Carolina State's they got, and he went to Javon Hargrave. They get guys like that. They signed Chris Wormley to a deal. They found him as the nose tackle. So I think this is kind of, do whatever you want there. He's an upgrade, I think. Good get off. I think it's a good pick by the Steelers. And Marcus Jones, like I said, I think he's explosive. Patriots get... What?
You mean the Patriots?
Yeah, Marcus Jones. I was just talking about the Steelers, but Marcus Jones for the Patriots. Oh. Like I said, explosive. Houston always has those corners that are really good returners, really, really fast. They recruit like the same type of guys. Talking about William Jackson, So I think it makes sense for what Houston typically goes after. So I wasn't shocked to see Marcus Jones end up in that location. He's a really, really fast nickel corner that can play on the edge. I think that's an underrated aspect to his game. And he's a dynamic kick returner. So that's what the Patriots are getting.
The Titans just traded up with the Raiders. And Jake, could they be jumping at quarterback?
How far did they trade up, though?
I don't know. It just said that Let's see.
I think that really does matter.
5 picks.
Yeah, I don't know if that's a quarterback because you're jumping Arizona and Dallas and Buffalo.
True.
No, I think. I mean, the Titans here, they could use a guard. We talked about that. They could use a tight end. Maybe they go up here and get Ruckert. There's some teams
Hey,
that.
Jake.
What's up?
They drafted Malik Willis, quarterback out of Liberty.
Did
The Tennessee
they?
Titans.
Oh, wow.
Had a feeling. There we go. Malik Willis, who everyone thought was a first round talent. Some people thought he was going second overall to the Lions. Has now gone mid third round.
Yeah, that's
the Tennessee Titans, who will sit behind Ryan Tannehill most likely, unless Tannehill just falls off. Interesting. I kind of like it. Tannehill's getting older. He's not what he used to be.
I really like it because I think the Titans got great value, regardless of how you feel about the quarterback class. Getting him there, like you said, great. And then I think Tannehill showed you he can't win the big game last year. I think he really showed you they're going as far as Tannehill's bringing them, and that's not very far. So.
Alexis, well, at least it was kind of giving me anxiety that he was still there because I felt like maybe the Rams would take him. I did not want him on the Rams.
I had mixed feelings. If he was there at 104, I'm really curious they would have.
Malik Willis is my number one quarterback in this draft, and I still wouldn't take him. That's how I feel about this draft class at quarterback.
Just the fact that, he's further away, I think it would have made sense.
Uh-oh.
To sit him.
I can't hear you. Oh, no.
Yeah, I think you have a connection issue because you're I hear feedback. So according to ESPN, the best overall player now is Matt Corral. Arizona's next. So I don't think Arizona would go, obviously, quarterback. So next best non-quarterback available, according to ESPN, is Perion Winfrey.
Jake, I'm back and just in time. The Panthers are making significant progress to acquire Baker Mayfield.
I love being right. Because I'm not right often. No. Let's see.
I mean, he's obviously not staying in Cleveland.
No.
I mean, there's no way. One second, I need to fix my headphones again. So annoying. 1 second.
Yeah, I mean, I could see Arizona here. They got Trey McBride, who wasn't really I don't think he was a need, as I've gone on record saying. They could use an edge. They could use a wide receiver. They could go running back, guards, cornerback. I don't know.
Real quick, someone said what happened with Baker. So Baker is very supposedly close to being traded to the Carolina Panthers.
I think the Cardinals are going to select Sean Ryan. But yeah, And if you haven't been paying attention, or you weren't there yesterday, I said that the Panthers would trade for Baker Mayfield. That was like my bold prediction. That's why I was like, yeah, I'm right. I like being right because that's why I said that. What do you think,
Okay.
Sean Ryan to the Cardinals?
Nope. They drafted defensive end Cameron Thomas.
Okay.
I like him.
Yeah, disruptive, really good run defender. I think he's versatile. You know, could play defensive end. He could probably be a stand-up pass rusher. Saw really good tape at San Diego State. Kind of, my comparison right off the page, he looked like Morgan Fox to me. His last year with the Rams. So it's like I was watching Morgan Fox. But yeah, I like him. I think he's a good player. I mean, he's probably the best available at that point in the draft. I mean, well, the most NFL ready out of the guys available at this point in the draft. That's
You know what? I was just about to say Dallas is up, and I think they're going to take Jalen Tolbert, and they just drafted Jalen Tolbert. That just screamed like a Dallas pick to me.
Yep.
They were going to have to go receiver sooner or later after losing Amari Cooper.
So where would you play Cameron Thomas, Alexis? Would you play him at outside linebacker or defensive end?
Probably defensive end.
You'd put him on the line?
I think he can do either.
I do too. I think he's very versatile in that way, but I was just curious to hear from you.
We're
getting into players now that you're probably going to have seen a lot more film on.
All right, what's Buffalo going to do?
165 people in here. Love to see it.
Love to see it. And guys, I think Buffalo's going to go tight end. And I think they're going to take Isaiah Likely or Cade Otton.
That's interesting.
I like Jeremy Ruckert more than I like Cade Otton.
I think they'll take Ruckert if they go tight end. I think he's the next best tight end. Or they could go Kohler. But no, I think they want more of a well-rounded guy because Dawson Knox is their touchdown catch guy. Like red zone threat.
I love Jeremy Ruckert. I think he was my tight end 3. I had McBride, Likely, Ruckert. He is.
So we're on the 88th pick. 89th pick.
So one of my AirPods isn't charging, so I keep having to take it in and out. This is fine. My right side, my left side is at like 10% right now. And I'm so scared it's going to die before the Rams pick, but I think I'm going to let it die. Because what was happening was I was taking it out to charge it. So both of mine would be fully charged. But when I was taking it out to charge it, it was totally disconnecting me from the audio and taking me forever to get back in. If anyone was curious, you probably weren't. But I'm just having an AirPod situation right now that is annoying me because I want to be at full attention when the Rams pick.
Let's see.
Still no word on the Bills pick.
If it's tight end, it's Ruckert, I think. I definitely think they could go wide receiver or guard. I'm going to say this one is...
I'm going to go Ruckert. I think it's tight end.
I'm going to go Darian Kennard. Yeah. I'm going to go Darian Kennard.
Someone asked, do you have backup headphones? Do you have wired headphones? I have them somewhere in...
Yeah, you gotta go with the wired headphones.
I don't like that for me. Okay, the Bills have drafted linebacker Terrell Bernard.
Really?
This is kind of where I had him. I had him like early 4th, but he slid. He slid because other linebackers rose in the draft. So I think that this is good value here.
Yeah, I I did not like him on tape.
Well,
I had him like a 7th round grade. I don't care about the undersized nature of him. I just he doesn't disengage well. I understand he's quick, but he really has a hard time getting off blocks, and that's a problem for me.
so that means the Raiders are up. Finally. I don't know that they made a pick in the draft, have they? I don't think they have.
The
Who did I have them
Raiders?
taking?
Yeah, I
Yeah, I
don't
don't think
know. That's a good
they
question.
haven't because they didn't have a first and second round pick because they gave those up for Devontae Adams. Then they traded back in the third.
Someone just asked if we're
I
going
don't.
to trade for James Bradbury. That's interesting.
Mm,
Bradbury is an outstanding talent. He had a bad year last year, but I think he's
it
really good.
depends on what we're trading for him. To be honest, I'd have to think about that. I think that they might go. I think they're going to go like Zachary Carter out of Florida, like a defensive lineman, or I think they're going to go like guard.
Where do you have Zachary Card? Do you have him at defensive, like interior defensive line or edge?
Yeah,
I've
interior.
I've seen him both, so I'm curious. I ended up switching him to interior defensive line.
You know what? I hate to say it, but I think the Raiders could take our guy, Lucita Smith.
You think so?
Yeah. I hope not because
I
I
think
want
there are
him.
way too many guys in front of the Raiders. In like Sean Ryan is from that area.
Oh,
Well,
right, right,
you
right.
know, I think
I
that they
forgot.
would take Sean Ryan. I'm surprised he's still there. I think the Rams will take him if he's still there.
Yeah, I would like that. That'd be great value. Um, I could see them taking like Nick Cross. Paul asked if we were going to do a live stream for the schedule release. That would be cool. When is the schedule release? It's like May 12th or something.
Yeah, that would be interesting. Maybe.
By the way, guys, if the Rams draft Kyron Williams, I might cry. Tears of joy. I just want everyone to be prepared for that. That is a real possibility for me if that happens. So I just want everyone to mind their business and let me cry. Let me have my moment. Jake will do the talking, and I will just silently weep tears of joy. Because I really want Kyron Williams, and I know everyone likes to not like him because of his numbers and his whatever. But watch the film. Okay, the Raiders are drafting guard Dylan Parham. He's actually a center, but I'm trying to figure out what they put on the draft card. Looks like they put offensive lineman, which I don't doesn't make sense. He played.
He
I
played
think he played.
center, right?
Yeah, he's a center. Okay, so the Raiders took center Dylan Parham. He definitely played center. I don't know why they're not putting him down as a center, unless I'm
Um,
missing something.
1 second. Let me check their depth chart because they don't
They
have a
might
center,
try to
right?
make. I don't think they do.
No, they do not. Oh my lord, Andre James.
So this is their center now, guys.
Yeah, Dylan
They
Parham,
did over
natural knee
Sean
bender.
Ryan.
Yeah, Well, Sean Ryan's not going to play center. He's strictly a guard, and probably strictly a right guard at that.
Oh,
Um,
you're right. You're right.
so,
He's
I
a
mean, he played right tackle. He played both guard spots, but I see him more as a center, Parham. And regardless if he is not a center, he's going to take over for Denzel Good at left guard or Jermaine Illumin. Bottom line is this guy's getting in the starting lineup day one. Okay, he's very smooth, and his ability to get to the second level. He's got great mobility. I really like him as a pulling guard as well. If they want to do that, or a pulling center. So, I like the pick. I would have thought they would have gone with, Sean Ryan, but because I had them getting a guard, but then I realized I'm like, they really could use a center. So,
and Tampa Bay's pick is in, and Tampa Bay has drafted running back Rashad White out of Arizona State.
He's a really fun running back. Really fun. Really good pick for them. He's kind of similar to Leonard Fournette, although I think he's a better receiver than Fournette was coming out. Fournette really developed into quite the receiver. That was his biggest knock, coming out of LSU. But now they're going fast and furious again, I guess. After a little bit of a break. What's up, Mark?
Green Bay is on the clock. Hi, Mark.
Rashad White pretty much built very similarly to the last really good Arizona State running back out of their school, Kalen Ballage. 6'6", 214, not as tall, but the receiver he is, very patient, top end speed. I think he ran a 4.3, just really athletic player. So I think this is a good move for Tampa, who, I mean, it's kind of weird because, again, he's very similar to Fournette, but I do really like this pickup, and I think people that drafted Keyshawn Vaughn in fantasy, you're probably going to need to pick up this guy as insurance on that, because I don't think Keyshawn Vaughn's going to be ahead of him that long. Wow. Dylan Parham, they just showed him blocking a hole for Darrell Henderson. That's how long he's been in school.
The Green Bay Packers have drafted Sean Ryan.
Really, really good pick. Sean Ryan's a plug-and-play guard. Can start right away.
It might be a typo, but they put offensive tackle.
Really? I mean, he played tackle, but I see him more as a guard.
But that wasn't I don't think that was the official. It wasn't the official. Everyone's saying offensive tackle, but I don't know what the card says.
That's true. Some good players going off the board here, but I do think it's worked out well for the Rams so far.
San Francisco is on the board, by the way, or on the clock. If anyone was wondering.
I mean, based on the last few picks, I would probably say they would have been interested in Parham. They would have been interested in Sean Ryan. But
yeah.
You got that right,
well,
Jacob.
Let's look at Lacita Smith is still there. Spencer Weirford is still there. Zach Tom. I'm just looking at all offensive linemen that are still there. I think everyone that I had going. Daniel Falele, is that how you say it? Still there?
Yeah.
Yeah, everyone that I had. I mean, guys
I'm not surprised Falele is still there. He's very talented, but he's unlike anything we've really ever seen in the NFL.
he is like, I think teams are like kind of unsure, like he's got so much raw talent, but they like, I think people are skeptical. I mean,
I
I would
mean,
take him.
I
I like him.
I get it though, you know.
I get it. I like him though. I think if he can figure out some stuff, he's going to be a freak.
Yeah.
Um Cronky just got to the draft house as pick 104 approaches. That's just been tweeted. So that
Interesting.
must mean that they're going to take it. And that he just showed up to hang out with everyone just now, which also makes sense.
That is very interesting.
San Francisco is, I feel like, taking a long time to pick. I don't know what San Francisco does here. I could see them taking like, let's see, who did I have them taking? I had them taking Tyreek Smith, but they already took no, they didn't take Cameron Thomas. That was the Cardinals.
No,
So they have not.
they took Drake Jackson,
Oh,
so
right,
I think they
right.
could go corner here. Oh my god, if they get McCollum, I'm gonna be so angry.
If they get Kobe Bryant,
Yeah, but I didn't expect Kobe Bryant to even be there, and
I didn't either.
I think McCollum might actually be better. Um. Oh, Woolen is still there.
A lot of corners. Aaron, you're right in the chat. There are a lot of corners. Yeah, I think they're gonna go corner. There's several left, so there's a lot of options here. But who? That's the question.
I think so too. I'm definitely with you on that.
Okay, the 49ers drafted running back Ty Davis Price out of LSU. Very high for me. Very high for me. Like almost a guy that I didn't think could get drafted high for me.
I had him in the
Um,
fifth round, but I know there was a lot of buzz about him.
Running back feels weird for them. Trey Sermon, now Davis Price, Elijah Mitchell. It could be because they're so uncertain of what's going to happen at quarterback for them.
So that pick is kind of like telling me that either Trey Sermon's going to get cut or they're going to trade him.
Didn't he like not play at all last year because he was injured, right?
I mean, he was also healthy when they like benched him. So
Oh, really?
it's
Oh,
yeah, it's
yeah.
really weird. Like he's a third round talent, and I don't know. Really bizarre the way they kind of treated him, but. Patriots trade with the Panthers. So are the Panthers going to select a quarterback?
Yeah, I think they're taking Coral.
Are they going to be like, you know what? Screw it with Baker. We're going to get our guy.
If they like Coral enough, yeah.
I think Spiller, the reason he's falling, by the way, because I know people on Twitter are like, how is he falling? He was my number one running back. He didn't run well.
Can you still hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, cool. Um, or what if Carolina takes like Sam Howell? I know I don't just want the Carolina connection.
Yeah, you do.
But I do. I do think Coral's better, and I also really don't have a vested interest in what happens to the Carolina Panthers. So if they take Howell, I'll just love the connection. So we'll see.
It would be shocked if at the Rams actually making a pick tonight.
They are taking a pick because Stan Kroenke just showed up to the draft house before pick 104. He wasn't there all night and just showed up for this pick. They're making a pick. He's not going to show up if they're not making a pick because he's not like hanging out with everybody. Like he came specifically for the Rams pick at 104 so he can be there when the video and all that's made. I'm not trying to throw shade, but I am. So the Rams are picking at 104. Book it.
Matt Corral to the Panthers.
There we go.
So I don't know if the Baker stuff fell through or they're still going to get Baker, but
well, here's the thing. They're saying that some other teams, and I don't know if this is true, if this is just the Browns were trying to like persuade Carolina, but supposedly they said multiple teams were interested in Baker at that moment. Was that fact? Was that the Browns trying to generate more interest and more leverage for a Baker trade? Who knows?
Who knows? I like Corral. Really, really hard to evaluate him because, I mean, he was really good in the role that he was given, but he's not playing an NFL-style offense, so I do understand the concern. The fall makes sense. I'm a little surprised by it. And honestly, shame on whoever gave him the thought to go to the draft, just like Malik Willis. And, they might get picked on the day one. So this guy goes there thinking he's going to be a first-round pick, doesn't get picked until, pick 94. I hate to see that. That bothers me.
So, P-Train is saying that the Rams are going to take a running back or receiver. He did say that. Running back, possibly. I don't think they take a receiver. Steven Jackson ready to announce a new running back. God, let it be Kyren Williams, please, of all the running backs that are left.
How do you guys know they're announcing a running back when we're not even close to that pick yet?
Maybe Kroenke wanted to throw the football around at the pool with the boys. Yeah, maybe. I guess we can't rule that out.
That seems very logical that would be the case.
That he did show up in like a full pressed, very expensive suit. So not the outfit I would pick if I was going to go play football, but can't rule it out, I guess. What color suit is he wearing? I don't know. I saw his face. I didn't pay attention. I think it was like navy or black. I think it was navy. Everyone thinks I'm delusional for wanting the Rams to take Kyren Williams. I'm not. He is my number one rated running back. He's Jake's fourth. It's not like this is some random running back that I'm just like throwing out there that's from Notre Dame. He's really good. The only reason he fell is because people are concerned about his testing numbers.
I mean, I get he doesn't have the long speed, but he has everything else, so.
Okay, so Cincinnati's up. I don't see the pick. I don't think they've made it yet. Pick is not in, by the way, for Cincinnati. Jake, any thoughts?
I just don't want to jinx anything. I feel like we're getting into this territory where we're going to start to see guys that we really like go off the board, and
I think the Bengals are going to take likely. They're going to take a tight end. They have to take a tight end at some point. They're so thin there. And you've got guys like, Jeremy Ruckert from Ohio State, him and Joe Burrow. I could see them taking Ruckert. That's another connection. That would make sense for them. Not that they really need any more offensive targets, but they do need a tight end badly.
The Cincinnati Bengals. Yeah. I mean, Leo Chenal needs to go to the Patriots, but I think he would make sense there.
You want him to be a Patriot so bad. I'm not hating. I just know that you've said it like 16 times.
He looks like a Patriot. I'm going to be pissed if he's not a Patriot, unless he's a Ram. He's a really, really good player. Well, I don't know if I'd want him at 104.
Cincinnati needs to make this pick.
Backup center, the one that you're thinking of is Coleman Shelton. We are at 173 viewers, folks.
Just in time.
Be sure to share this with everyone you know, because we are going to probably have the Rams pick. That's the way it sounds.
The Rams pick before it's announced on TV. I can promise you that. The Bengals pick should be here any second.
What do I think Baker thought of the Panthers Matt Corral pick? I mean, at this point, Baker is upset because he feels like he's in that no man's land where, yeah, you're a starting quarterback 1 year, you're never guaranteed to be a starter moving forward. Like, he has lost that ability to be a franchise quarterback. I don't think a team is ever going to look at him that way again. So, that's how I would say about that. I'm sharing this on Twitter, even though it's already been shared. I want to share it again.
The Colts just traded up with the Bengals. So the Bengals traded down. The Colts are on the clock. Interesting. I wonder who that would be for. Have the Colts taken a corner yet?
So the Colts, I mean, they got Ryman, they got, I mean, they've just killed it.
Pierce,
they got Woods, and they got
Woods,
Alec Pierce. So, who could they go after here?
I think it's got to be a corner. I think, based on their depth chart.
I forgot to upgrade, by the way. Update the thing. Zachary Carter went to the Bengals, so.
Wait, did the Bengals? I thought the Bengals just traded out. Oh no, they just picked.
No, I think
the Broncos traded down.
Yeah,
the Broncos traded down.
That threw me off.
Yeah. Okay. The Bengals took Zach Carter. Good pick.
That is a good pick. I like that.
Now the Colts pick is in.
Okay. I like Channing Tindall.
Nick Cross. Nick Cross.
Out
of Maryland.
Cross.
Good pick.
Oh,
good pick.
I think the Rams might have been interested in Nick Cross. Fastest 40-yard dash of any safety at the combine. I mean, he's a ball hawk.
Well, now the Lions are on the clock. I could honestly see it. Let me take a look here. I could see them going in like interior offensive line here. They've already taken Aiden Hutchinson. They took Jamison Williams and they took Josh Pascal from Kentucky.
My friend Evan, the Colts fan, is like literally losing his mind. Because I told him about all these prospects that they're getting. And he's like, Chris Ballard is just absolutely stealing the draft right now. Like, it's really impressive, honestly, what they've done.
What do we think about Lucita Smith going here to Detroit or Spencer Buford?
I could see it. I think Lecitus will fall into the 4th round. But I could see it. There hasn't been a lot of guards taken. I think that's the... You know, we had a little bit of a reach on Cole Strange, but aside from that, there haven't been many guards taken.
Okay, the Lions have drafted safety Kirby Joseph out of Illinois.
So, an Illinois person that we
The
didn't
one
interview.
Illinois player that we didn't interview this year because we interviewed like 6. They take Kirby Joseph.
He's got good film. I liked him. He didn't grade super high, but I thought he was fun. I had a 5th round grade on him, but I thought he was pretty cool. Like I enjoyed his tape.
Yeah, I thought he would go in like the 4th. I don't know, guys. Our pick is just coming up, and I'm just like, I'm really curious. Let's see. The pick has not been announced. The next pick hasn't. I just wanted to check. Oh, what do you guys think?
My brother wants the Rams to get McCollum or Woolen.
McCollum.
I want McCollum as well. Oh, well, we just had a freaking spike in numbers. You can tell the Rams are going to pick soon because we're at 220 people now.
Love
See
it,
it.
guys. Welcome. Come join the collective, like, excitedness, nervousness, anxiousness. Some of us might be terrified right now. And if you are, that's a valid emotion. We still have, so the Commanders are up now, and then Cleveland. I don't know what the Commanders are going to do here, to be honest. I feel like I never know what they're going to do. I kind of
No,
think they
they're kind of hard to read. I mean, they traded for Carson Wentz, so hard to really tell.
I feel like they could go running back here, to be honest.
Julio wants to see Jake draft rants, but the problem is if you see Jake draft rants, that means the Rams probably didn't make a good pick. So you probably don't want to see that. It's Brian Robinson.
Yep, Brian Robinson.
And
Okay.
Isaiah Spiller is going to fall again. Another running back taken ahead of Isaiah Spiller. Wow.
Another running back taken in front of Kyron Williams.
We had an idea that running backs were kind of going to go a little bit later than people were giving them credit. But, I mean, I'm a little surprised. I know Isaiah Spiller ran a 4.6, but I'm a little surprised he's still there. Just a little. Oh my
So that
god, what
means
is with Washington and their bias towards Alabama? It's absolutely ridiculous at this point. They need to be arrested for it. Oh my god.
what do you think Cleveland does here?
Probably ruin everything again because they drafted Alex Wright, so they'll probably take Zion McCollum and piss me off. I'd be so freaking mad. I mean, that would annoy me. Let's see what we got.
Hello to everyone just joining the stream.
Yes, hello.
We're taken at 104. We're at pick 99. Cleveland's on the clock. Let me refresh here to see if that pick is in. I don't think it is, but
Yeah, I'm gonna pass on that naming rights deal, Jacob. I did not agree to anything like that.
people think that Cleveland is going wide receiver.
Oh yeah, Cleveland got MJ Emerson and Alex Wright. So
I see them taking like Kyle Phillips. I know a lot of Rams want him, but I don't know. He could fall. I don't think the Rams take a receiver that like anywhere near where he would go.
I think Winfrey makes sense for them. I like Winfrey or Calvin
Oh,
Austin.
yeah. I forgot that Winfrey is still on the board.
Calvin Austin's still on the board. My God.
Yeah, Calvin Austin would be cool there. To be honest, I'd like that for them.
Wow, we're really getting close to the Rams pick. I didn't even realize it's 99 now. Damn.
Mm-hmm. David Bell to the Browns. Okay.
I had David Bell going somewhere earlier. Remember I said I thought someone would get... I think the Bills. No, I don't remember who it was, but... Yeah, so David Bell, he's somebody that is going to get open. He's a very, very crafty route runner, despite the fact he ran a 4.7 40. I think that was his biggest knock and why he fell in this draft, but very, very impressive route runner in his own right. Got great hands. He just doesn't have that top-end speed, but he's going to go up and high point the football. He's going to make, spectacular catch after spectacular catch. Honestly, they're getting a tall version of Jarvis Landry. So yeah. I think that's a good move. I think they replaced Jarvis Landry with the taller version of Jarvis Landry.
Well, that leaves Arizona back on the clock.
Jacob Bell, arg, make it stop. He's thinking of the offensive guard that the Rams got from the Titans. I do think some teams, I see like the overthinking. I think some teams are overthinking this. There are actually, there's a ton of talent here that the Rams really have their pick of the litter with. And I'll say this, the position's a need. Let's talk about it. Sitting here at 100 with Arizona, the Rams, they could go running back. I mean, they got Spiller, Pierce, White, Chandler, Ford, Strong, Haskins, Kyron Williams, Devontae Price, Tyler Beatty. That's a really good 10 guys if you want any of those, to take that position. Then guard, you look at Darian Kennard is still there. Jamari Sawyer. You have Zach Tom, who's a very versatile offensive lineman. You have Marquise Hayes. You have Lecitus Smith, Chris Paul. I really like who's there at guard for them. Then you look over at corner. You have Zion McCollum. You have Woolen. You have Jalen Armour Davis. You have Kobe Bryant. You have Damari Mathis. Tariq Castro Fields. Joshua Williams, the Fayetteville State cornerback that I think is really intriguing. So there are definitely some guys here as well as if they wanted to go safety. You do have Tyson Anderson. Percy Butler.
Real quick, the Arizona Cardinals just drafted Myjai Sanders, edge, out of Cincinnati. I just wanted to throw that out there because I didn't know if you were about to say him.
No, I
But
didn't.
he just
I
went to
was
Arizona.
not about to say him, thank God. But
Okay.
yeah.
No, he just went to Arizona. And hey, that's the second edge that because they also took Cameron Thomas.
Yeah,
Interesting.
I think that's intriguing. See, Myjai Sanders is someone I wanted to like way more on tape, and I came away just not really as impressed as I thought like I would be, you know. But again, it's another Cincinnati guy. More Cincinnati guys are getting drafted. I'd feel bad for their program, except the fact that they were so good this year and made the college football playoff when no one really had them doing that. So now you have, well, let's think about it. The Jets, could they pick a pass rusher? Could they pick a corner? I think that's pretty much off the. Wait, hold
Well,
on.
didn't they already take a corner?
Yeah, they took Gardner. So that's what I was saying. I was like, well,
Yeah.
the Jets, they've already
They,
taken
mm,
a corner.
they took Gardner. They took Gardner. They took Garrett Wilson. They took Jermaine Johnson, Brees Hall. I'm looking at the TV. It's listing them right now. And that's it. So I could see them taking like a linebacker. I could see them taking maybe like a defensive lineman. Let me see who I have here. Zachary Carter's gone. Liel's gone. What about like, oh, Mathis is gone. What about like John Ridgeway? Do you think that's too high?
Might be a
Or
little too
Thomas
high.
Booker, Matthew Butler? Might be a little high, but the Jets have had such a good draft that if they really like one of those guys, why not? You know?
It's gonna be Jeremy Ruckert. I really like this pick. You're getting
Wow.
Zach Wilson, another weapon, but he's a really do
Yeah.
it all type of tight end. Good blocker, probably one of the
Good
best in the
pick.
class. Good receiving threat, red zone threat. Some, I know Chris Sims had him as his number one tight end in the draft. I mean, I think this is a great pick, and it just shows you, the Jets have done an incredible job in this draft. I really think
They
they've done
have
a really nice job.
great pick. So Miami is on the clock. I had them taking a linebacker. I know you want Leo Chanel to end up a Patriot, but
Yeah,
I could.
don't you dare.
Okay, so we won't say him. Let's say maybe like Channing Tindall. Did he get drafted already?
No, he's still there. I don't know how he
Okay,
is. I think the Rams could even be interested in him, but
him or Brandon Smith out of Penn State, but I like feel like they could go running. Nah,
man,
I could see them going corner.
how the hell did Rucker fall this far?
I don't know.
Like, I mean, that's like weird.
It's been.
The Jets are slaying this draft.
I know, good for them.
Yeah.
Okay, let me put on my other headphone now and see if my headphones don't work. It works.
Oh, I thought you were. When you do that, no, you gave me a heart attack. I thought you were gonna say
Every time
they
I
took
make that
McCollum.
expression. Guys,
Oh.
guys, let me know if I'm talking louder because now I have noise canceling headphones on and I feel like it makes me so
My heart is beating
I'm
really fast.
sorry. I'm sorry.
I'm never recovering.
Let me know if I'm talking loud or too slow now or too quiet.
Oh man, brutal.
Miami still hasn't picked.
I officially know who I want now, like more than anybody, because I thought it was Zion McCollum that you were gonna say, and now my heart is racing. So now my mind, my body has literally made up. Zion McCollum is my number one player I want at 104.
So here's the thing. We all know who I want, but I think that he is gonna fall because people are so concerned with testing numbers and it's literally not gonna matter. So I don't think that the Rams are gonna take Kyron Williams at 104, although I hope they do. I keep refreshing to see if Miami's pick is in. This is their first pick. You think they would have figured it out by now.
I know, you had all this time.
I think they're gonna take Channing Tindall, but that's just me.
I love Tyndall. He should not be available. That's ridiculous. You know what? I'll lock it in. It should be Channing Tyndall. I don't know if that's who they'll pick. That's who the pick should be. Back to back.
Thank you, Kenny. They said you sound great. Paul said I sound great now. Audio's perfect, says Aaron. Thank you guys. I very much appreciate it. I felt like I like started talking really quiet. It was like when I took my grandpa to get hearing aids. My grandpa didn't have hearing aids for like 3 months because he was in the hospital and he couldn't get an appointment to get him or whatever. And it was so funny. I dropped him off at the appointment to get his hearing aids, and then I picked him up and he literally was whispering because he could now hear everything so well. Like he got in the car and he was like, "Okay, so I'm gonna go home and I'm going to make some soup." I was like, "Can you speak up?" No, I didn't say that out loud, but I was like, "You're talking." I was like laughing and he was
Did the
talking.
Rams move up? Because Jordan Rodriguez says that they're on the
Wait,
clock.
they did trade up. Wait, wait, she says Rams on the clock, but I see no one else saying that.
Yeah, what is happening?
Oh my god, guys. Why did I choose sorry that I was telling a story about my grandpa's hearing aid. I mean, I'm not sorry because it's a really funny story to me and it was actually super hilarious. You did have to be there though, so it probably sounds really boring to hear me make, especially now that the Rams have probably traded up. I'm not seeing anyone else say that. But it's not like Jordan to make a mistake like that.
She's there. She's literally at the. Oh,
She's
there's a delay, so it's probably.
No, but it's not we're not that far. There's not there's still Miami's pick has not even been announced on the
Yeah,
television.
tape delay.
No, I know, but it's not even on like by the reporters yet. No one has announced it. But there is a delay, so maybe they really are on the clock and everything is just running behind with the reporter.
Look at Renee dropping that. Zion McCollum grades as the most athletic cornerback in the last 35 years. I will literally lose my mind if we pick him in a good way. This would be the greatest pick they've made since we've been doing the live stream. I will freak out.
The Dolphins took Channing Tindall. There we go.
Yo, we totally nailed that. Awesome.
Love that for us.
Sick. Love that for
Okay.
us. Yes.
So the Chiefs are now on the clock, and after the Chiefs, guys, it's us. And there is a tape delay. The reporters are also behind. God, they were doing so good the whole draft, and now they've just. Oh, fun fact, guys. Jeremy Ruckert was a Jets fan growing up, and now he's a New York Jet. Love that for him.
That's awesome. That's a good fit.
It is. It is. And I love that he's now on his team. Kansas City, announce your pick for the love of God. You know who I think they're going to take? I think they're going to take Tyler Beatty out of Mizzou. Because it's Kansas City Chiefs and they love Mizzou players. And that makes sense to me. That fit.
What I don't want is for Jordan to announce the pick before.
Okay. Jake, you're going to hate this. The Chiefs took linebacker Leo Chanel.
Oh, I'm okay with it. I'm so focused right now on
The Rams are on the clock. This is
Here
not
we go. This
is not a drill. The Rams are on the clock. They're making the pick unless they trade it like at the last second, which I don't think they can do at this point. It hasn't been.
They're making this pick, I think.
Oh my god, my heart rate. I feel like I want to cry or scream or laugh there's so much emotion inside of me right now, and the pick hasn't even been made. If it's Kyron Williams, I said I would cry on the live stream, and I truly might cry. Wait a second.
No.
Logan Bruss, offensive tackle, Wisconsin, has been drafted by the Rams. I had Logan Bruss.
I had a 4th round grade on Bruss. It's not a huge reach. But
I had him in the 5th round, to be honest. I think I might have had him originally in my top 10 picks. I'm confused on they're drafting him as I think a guard when I'm pretty sure he played tackle.
They literally just drafted the third Wisconsin. You should like this. This is the third Wisconsin offensive lineman that could be starting on the Rams offensive line next year.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I don't love it. I don't hate it, mainly because I'm trying to, be a little bit more professional from last year. But ouch.
Here's the thing.
Wow, back to back Wisconsin players, by the way, because Chanel was Wisconsin too.
Here's the thing. If you were gonna go offensive line here, there was several other offensive linemen I would have rather had. Lacita Smith, if you're looking to look for, I like him a lot better than Bruss. Aaron, my grade on him was like a mid-fifth round pick.
Yeah, I'm higher on him than Alexis. But I don't we don't hate the pick, right? You don't hate it.
I don't hate it, but it's just like if you were
picking him over Kennard is very questionable.
Right. Lacita Smith.
Lacita Smith, Zion McCollum. But I mean, if they didn't pick Zion McCollum there with that athleticism, then they might not care. They might not care that much about the cornerback position.
Here's the thing. Everyone's saying that I hate the pick. I don't hate the pick, but here's the problem. Lacita Smith, Spencer Bierford, Zach Tom.
I will say this. Logan Bruss had a 9.62 RAS score. So yeah, he's a very, very, very athletic guard. I'm gonna get you.
The stuff not right again. I don't hate this pick. By the way, the 49ers drafted wide receiver Danny Gray from SMU. Which is kind of around where I had him going. Not that we really want to talk about the 49ers right now. I'm just pointing it out. Yeah, I'm just not a fan. I'm not hating on the pick. I just think there was a couple more, actually several more better options here. If you wanted to go interior offensive line, even tackle, I think that there was some better guys there. But I think the Rams, like Jake said, like Wisconsin offensive linemen, and this seemed probably like a safe pick to them. I'm just not as high on Logan Bruss. I just don't.
Well, all right. So Logan Bruss did play tackle, but he's going to be a guard, I would imagine. I didn't draft him to take over for No Boom. He's got a 9.63 RAS score. He's 6'5", 309, 31 on the vertical, which is a 91 percentile for the position. Broad jump, 95 percentile. Is an 88 percentile for the 3-cone, a 91 percentile for the shuttle. He's got an 88 percentile on his 10-yard split, 72 percentile on his 20-yard split, and 40-yard dash, he is 55 percentile. So overall, he's very, very athletic. I think this is a good pick as far as going out and getting a guard. I think there were better options, and the Rams tend to do this. They fall in love with, a guy that might not be as high on our board, but could be on theirs. They have more metrics. They have a chance to look at the, things like GPS, and they have access to all of that. But at the end of the day, I mean, he fits what they look for in a guard. Like I said, I preferred other guys, and I think I probably would have rather had Kennard if I was picking guard. I would have rather had Lacita Smith. But Bruss, he's a good player. This isn't a bad pick. This isn't like a wasted pick. I think they're getting a starter right away. I think he's going to play right guard for the Rams. So that's a good thing, right? You now fill the void on the offensive line. Alexis, they finally get one of the big uglies. I know you're a big fan of the interior offensive line and getting that fixed. So I'll say this as we just got to 2,000 views. Thank you guys. Logan Bruss is a day one starter, and you got that at 104 for losing your second or third in command in Brad Holmes to the Lions. I'd say this is a win. That's how I'll look at it. They got a very athletic guard that will start day one for the pick that they got from losing Brad Holmes.
There you have it.
Dr. Dingus says he only allowed 2 sacks in 3 years. He played right tackle, but is projected to be a better right guard. I believe he can start day one as well. Really good run blocker, helps our zone run scheme, better for Cam and Hendo. Love this pick. Bruss is an athletic battler with a technically sound game and mostly clean film. He'll fit in the Rams' wide zone scheme wonderfully. Zone scheme, offensive line guys. And I do want to give Blaine a shout out, because Blaine has this thing called Sneed Snacks over on downtownrams.com that you can check out. And essentially, he tries to predict guys that like the Rams would go after, right? So he did an offensive line one based on who they've drafted before, what their archetype is. And I think, if I'm not mistaken, he did list Logan Bruss.
He did.
In that, now he had him lower. He had him as a 6th round grade. But he says the Rams have had success with Wisconsin offensive linemen in the past. Why not add a third? However, Bruss is actually a good fit, even though he might be a little taller than they like at 6'5". Bruss was a 3-year starter at Wisconsin who has guard tackle versatility. Bruss only has good size for the guard position, but his scores in the 3-cone and short shuttle were both near 80th percentile, showing off his quick feet.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, this is the stereotypical offensive lineman, other than he's slightly taller, that the Rams like. It's a safe pick, I think, in their eyes. I think they're familiar with Wisconsin type offensive linemen, clearly. We already have 2 on the team. And yeah, like I said, I don't hate this pick. I just think, again, if you were to give me a choice of interior offensive linemen or even tackles, he would maybe be 4th or 5th in my list behind who's next. That's it. I think he's going to be fine. I don't know that he'll start right away. Not that he can't. I just don't know that he will. I think that will be interesting to see. And yeah, I was just checking to make sure I wasn't crazy, but the 3rd round is over. The 3rd round is over.
Yeah, I mean, the 3rd round's over. I'll add Danny Gray to that because you said he went to the 49ers.
Yeah.
I just figured a lot of the Rams fans. We have 281 people in here now. So, I mean, that's just awesome.
Thank you, guys. We're just discussing the Logan Bruss pick. I think this is one of the, like on the scale of like 1 to 10, 1 being extremely pissed, 10 being extremely elated. Jake and I have been everywhere on that spectrum.
Everywhere.
I think that I'm at a 5. And I think you're at like a 6 right now, a 6.5, 7.
I think maybe. I talked myself into a 7.5. I think
you're at a 7.5. I'm at like a 5, maybe a 5.5. I'm just kind of like chilling. Like, I'm not elated. I'm not pissed off. I'm just kind of like, whatever. I'm interested now in the direction that the Rams are going to go tomorrow, which we'll talk about tomorrow because it's incredibly late. But unless we want to talk a little bit about it now. But
well, yeah, let's discuss. What do you guys think? Drop your comments. I'll feature as many comments as I can that are going along the lines.
What I'm seeing is I know a lot of you wanted Kobe Bryant.
I'm at 7.5. What can we really expect for one of the last picks in the 3rd round? Zerline had Bruss at 105. Sorry to cut you off again.
Yeah. Well, Kobe Bryant, because I know a lot of people in here were like really wanting Kobe Bryant. Are we right? Like, I'm seeing that. But the thing is I originally, I think we all kind of talked ourselves a little more into Kobe Bryant than we maybe should have. Because of the name. I think that's why people liked him so much. I also think I do think he got overshadowed by Sauce Gardner at Cincinnati because Sauce Gardner is Sauce Gardner. He's amazing. Kobe did a really good job on the other side. I originally, when this whole process started, he was being graded as a 6th or 7th round corner. He he's shot up in the boards with like draft Twitter because he was just a fan favorite. He was popular, but I think the reality of he's somewhere in between. I think he's probably going to be a 5th round corner.
I think
That's
his
my.
name also kind of.
I think it's the name. I think L.A. Kobe Bryant. People really want him, but the reality of it is that I think that we have a good chance to get him later on if that's the way that. I mean, the Rams will take a corner at some point. I even think they're going to take 2 corners. I've been saying that. I could see the Rams taking a corner in the 4th and the 7th round. So that'll be something to watch out for. People are like, at least we didn't draft Matt Araiza. Could you imagine?
Oh man, I would have literally gone insane. If you guys had, I mean, I can't even be professional at that point. If they picked a punter at 104, I would have freaking lost my mind. Oh man. Yeah, I like the pick. It's kind of, isn't it always that type of story, Alexis, when we like a pick or we're okay with the pick? It's like, yeah, I mean, that's a good player. You probably could have gotten a better
Later.
player, and you probably could have gotten them later, but I think
That's
it
the
was
thing for us.
very important here. I think it was very safe, like you said. And when you don't have a pick in the 1st and 2nd round, I think you're less likely to make make a
Adjust
decision
myself
like that.
so I
So,
can down.
yeah,
Um,
I think he starts right away, though. I think you put him in right away, and I'm going to actually switch the ticker to the Rams select Logan Bruss at 1, because, I mean, the majority of people are probably Rams fans at this point, and probably no one wants to hear about the Niners. Although I think Danny Gray is really fast. I think they get a really good, rack wide receiver. But, yeah, let's talk about, Logan Bruss
yeah,
at pick
104.
104.
Guys, let me know if my sound are okay. I've adjusted myself to lay down. If you guys weren't in the stream earlier, I somehow managed to like screw up my knee by doing nothing at all. I just have throughout the day gotten such bad knee pain and I've been limping around. And I do have a prior ACL tear, but it's in the other knee and it's been raining, so I don't know what's going on, but I've literally been in so much pain all night. Because my body is 80 years old and not 25. So I'm just like positioning myself so I can like kind of prop up my legs. Anyway, back to what we were talking about, Jake. Logan Bruss. It's the safe pick.
Yeah.
I mean, you can't complain. Thank you, Brett. You can't complain. Like you made a good point. When you don't have a 1st or 2nd round pick, you really need to hit on the 3rd. And I think the Rams looked at their chances. I think they would have hit on Lacita Smith, personally. But they love the Wisconsin offensive line. What can we say? That's their thing. That's their type.
Yeah. And I mean, they've put together, 2 starters out of Wisconsin. I mean, I remember you were sitting right in this area with me in 2019, and we were blown away by the fact that they got David Edwards in like the 5th round when we had 2nd round grades on him.
Yeah.
So, I mean, they turned essentially 2 Wisconsin guys in the 2nd round, now the 3rd round, and the 5th round potentially into 3 different starters. Per Jordan Rodriguez scout, Brian Hill goes in the pool. He said if board leader Logan Bruss was there at 104, Hill was a lead scout on Cooper Kupp, and more recently Jordan Fuller for what it's worth. Yeah, so don't let Brian Hill go anywhere. He seems to be doing his job. And I'm feeling pretty good about him then. Yeah, I think
Well,
I think he, you look at that ability. Obviously, again, very, very athletic. Um, he's got experience at both guard and tackle, very similar to David Edwards, so I think that's a plus. The Rams do like versatility. He's, like I said, he's going to be a right guard. Um, I think he's going to help in the run game. I think he's a little inconsistent as a pass protector. That was my main concern about him. Not big enough to be concerned, like it's going to be a bad thing. I think he'll get better than that, but you know,
Yeah.
I think this is somebody that will be coached up by Carberry, and yeah, I'm excited for it. I'm excited
Well,
now that finally, the Rams' offensive line, it's taken care of. I really think they are good at offensive line. They could get another guy for depth. I think getting a guy like Blaze Andrews later on in the draft would make a lot of sense. Maybe
yeah.
Vidarian Lowe to add some depth to tackle.
Hmm.
But aside from that, I mean, I think they're really looking good on the offensive line. And you have to feel good if you're a Rams fan tonight. You wait, you sit there, and they go and they want to add more protection for Stafford, help the run game that they were 24th in the league in rushing. That's just not going to cut it. You may win a Super Bowl, last year with that, but you want to get better in that aspect. And
Right.
so I think this helps in that regard.
Well,
Yeah.
that brings us into what do we think for tomorrow?
Yes.
And so
So,
just to give a quick, and we don't have to go over every pick, but like I think everyone's now wondering what's in the next round. Because a guy like Kobe Bryant that people really wanted, some people really wanted a punter.
yeah.
Um, I don't know that we will be taking one in the fourth round. Um, but theoretically, Jake, what do you think we do in the next round tomorrow? That's because that's the next. To me, in the draft, there's the first round, and then in the second round, there's the third and the fourth, and then fifth, sixth, and seventh all kind of blend together. So I think tomorrow is you're left with a really good pool in the fourth round. So I think it's a very important pick for the Rams, and I feel that we have to go corner. I think that's what we got to do, or a really good running back like Kyron Williams. That's
So, yeah, I'm thinking it's tough, right? Because they don't pick until late fourth, since they traded their fourth round pick for Sony Michel. Um, I believe it was Sony Michel, or was it? I think it was the Ramsey trade actually.
Wait, which one? Which one are you talking about?
They traded their actual fourth round pick, so they're getting a compensatory fourth round pick, and they pick at
Yeah,
142.
I think it was Sony Michel.
Um, yeah. So I guess because of that, I kind of at 142, I could see them going.
I need to look at my thing and see.
I'm not gonna lie. I think it's gonna be Dominique Robinson. I think they're gonna go offensive or outside linebacker.
I think they're going corner.
I think if they really wanted a corner, I think they would have taken one at
Well,
that pick.
I think corners are falling. Like, what about Monteric Brown out of Arkansas?
I mean, I'd love to get him later on.
Jalen Armour Davis
Yeah,
out of Alabama.
I think
He,
Josh Thompson fits what they look for in a corner.
yeah.
I think Joshua Williams out of Fayetteville State. He's intriguing. He's somebody I could see them going after. D2 guy, had a really good Senior Bowl. Damari Mathis out of Pittsburgh. There's
Darion, Georgia.
there's still guys. Kendrick didn't test super well, so I don't know. They typically like, really
No,
athletic
I
corners.
know, but I still think that he's better than some of the other guys.
Um,
But I'm just saying that I think that unless there's like a mad rush on corners in the beginning of the fourth, which I
yeah.
don't think, because I feel like there kind of already was there already were a lot of corners taken. I feel so. I feel like the Rams will have kind of a good pool of corners. I think. No, I could be wrong. They could all go at the beginning of the fourth, and then the Rams.
Yeah, it looks that way now. I guess we'll see. I think the good thing is you have guys that felt that probably could have gone. I mean, I'm surprised as hell that Calvin Austin is still there. and Perion Winfrey and
I
Tariq
know.
Woolen and
Wow.
Falele. McCollum is still there. Spiller. I think those guys are going off the board. I think the Rams probably missed the boat on Zion McCollum, which is a bummer.
Probably, yeah, all those guys will go in the beginning of the fourth. What about Kyron?
Kyron Williams.
I don't care what anybody says. You want to talk about numbers? I literally don't care.
Well, he's ahead of the guys they listed as far as running back. Like, he's ahead of Spiller for me. I'm just going off of what ESPN has right now. I'm not going off my board.
I know, but like Kyron Williams is my running back number 1. He's your running back number 4. I mean, I feel that he is so much better than some of the LSU running back. I didn't think would get drafted, and yet he went in the third, but he went to San Francisco. Thank God.
Yeah. I can't believe we have
Guys,
258 people in here right now.
guys, thank you so much. I hope everyone's having a good Friday night and is being safe.
Oh, and shout out to Aaron Jones. Welcome. Thank you for becoming a silver member on my channel.
Ooh, Dingus pointed out a good point. Pierre Strong Jr. tomorrow. Would love that.
I can't believe he fell.
I kind of feel like he's very underappreciated because he went to South State.
I thought we were over that though. Like, we're
I
still.
thought we are, but we're not. And I feel like, listen, they drafted the LSU guy. Pierre Strong blows him out of the water. Let him fall. Let Pierre Strong or Kyron Williams fall to the Rams, please. Sleep on the running back class. A lot of Rams fans in the chat I know don't want us to take a running back, but guys, I'm telling you, we need a running. They're like, we don't need a running back. We need a running back. Okay. Uh, Sony Michel is currently a free agent. Daryl Henderson is like kind of on thin ice right now. Then we got Cam Akers, amazing, great. And then who? I mean, Raymond Calais,
Yeah,
Jake.
I definitely want a running back.
Yeah, we need just to spice it up a little. I'm not saying we have to take one in the fourth. I think there's a lot of guys in the fourth that we could take that would be contributors right away, like a passing running back or catching, running back, like Kyron Williams, like Pierre Strong Jr. I've seen both of those guys make amazing like star wide receiver plays on more than one occasion. And so I would be very interested in the Rams to take one of those guys.
Yeah, I mean their next pick, late fourth. Then they have, a fifth, later fifth, of course, and then they have 3 sixths and 2 sevenths. So I mean, I think that they could come away with a pretty good class, and I wouldn't be surprised if they have a guy that they really like in round 4. Because I mean, it's confirmed Logan Bruss was top their board. They got the guy they wanted at 104. So, if a guy is in that position where they have this top guy and they're like, all right, he's top on our board right now, and he's not going to make it to, our 37th pick in the 4th round, then they might trade up. They got 3 6-rounders to do it. They got, I think, a couple players that could be options.
So, okay, but here's the thing. How far in the 4th do you think they're willing to trade up? Because to me, if you're at the end of the 4th and there's a guy that you want and you're a couple picks into the 4th, 4 picks in, 5 picks, you're like, I got to trade up. They're going to have to give up their 5th too. So they're going to have to trade up in the 4th and then completely get rid of their 5th round pick.
Yeah. Yeah.
So
I mean,
it depends on for who.
But I don't think they'd give up their 5th round pick. I think they'd probably package two of the 3 sixths, maybe a next year's pick.
I don't think they need to trade up though.
It's only if like a guy that they fall in love with is there.
I mean, it's possible.
So per McVay, Bruss will come in and immediately compete at right guard. I think that's code for saying he is our starter at right guard. We just haven't seen him yet in the building. Les Sneed says this pick was definitely a clear cut, one of the players we knew we would take at 104. Yeah, I mean, I like I said, I think if Les Snead's calling it clear cut, they had a couple calls to move back. I think they. Yeah, I get it. I'm not gonna fault them for not trading down. If he's atop your board, you're silly for trading down, in my opinion. If you think he could get snagged, you go ahead, you make that pick on day two. It makes sense. So, but
It'll be interesting. I really think they go corner. I really do. I really think that they take a corner in the fourth.
I
I
mean,
could
I
be
could
wrong.
see them going corner. I think they would go outside linebacker first, and here's why. I was thinking about it. Think about this. Terrell Lewis, what to make of him? That knee has not worked out. So they might have to add a body just because of that. You know? If you really think about that, I mean, Terrell Lewis just hasn't worked out the way they wanted him to. The injuries. So, if you're sitting there and you're like, all right, well, who's available? Okay, outside linebacker. You have Amari Barno. You have Dominique Robinson, Jeffrey Gunter, Christopher Allen. Jesse Luketa is an interesting hybrid linebacker, outside linebacker. He could play edge, I think. I mean, he's really good against the run. I mean, he's absolutely relentless, but that's an intriguing one. Corner, Tariq Woolen is still there from UTSA, Zion McCollum from Sam Houston. And hey, Alexis, maybe that's enough for Zion to fall because he's from Sam Houston. Maybe that's enough. Maybe, it's
I mean, it
not a huge college.
very well could be the case. You know, I don't know. Uh, it's really gonna depend, I think, on how the beginning of the fourth goes for the Rams. If they don't want to trade up and a ton of corners go, they could go linebacker. DeMarco Jackson would be great value. Um, let me pull back up my.
Joshua Williams at 6'3", 195 would be intriguing at corner. I don't know. Everyone throw in the chat, and this is how we'll wrap it up. Everyone throw in the chat the player that you want the Rams to pick at I don't even remember the pick number.
In the fourth round. In the
140
fourth, just that's the easy.
at 142.
There you go. Who should the Rams take at 142 in the fourth round? Drop it in the chat. Drop it like it's hot.
Kobe Bryant, still hoping he falls. Keep it up. I like Aaron Hansford, Texas A&M, McCollum, Barno/Zion. Keep it going. Come on. Don't be shy. We have over 200 people in here. Kobe or Zion. A lot of Kobe, a lot of Zion, to Barno.
Kobe Zion.
Kobe, Zion.
Hey, honestly, at this point, I'm not sure that there's a corner. Well, I take that back. I was going to say a corner that I wouldn't be okay with, but
We got Josh Joby in the house. Calvin Austin. That's going to be tough, honestly. If he's there in the fourth round, they might just cut their losses and be like, Calvin Austin's a hell of a football player.
Aaron said, Alexis, any OBJ Twitter updates? Not
Zion.
that I've seen,
Best
but
edge available. Jake Ferguson or Zion. Punt God. Who's that? Oh, Areza.
No news from Odell other than basically earlier he was saying that he wants to be in LA, but he just wants a fair deal.
We got Kyron Williams. We got Zamir White. Zion. Kyron. Jake Funk isn't exactly someone I see saving us if Akers is hurt, so probably choose a sturdy running back. Kyron's a sturdy running back.
Oh, yeah.
Sterling Weatherford. That is out there. I like Algier. He's a bowling ball. Best corner available, and safety, then O line, OLB. Isaiah Spiller. I'm not gonna lie, Isaiah Spiller would really be different than what is in their running back room. I wouldn't be against it. I like other guys more, but I wouldn't be against grabbing him.
Against who?
Isaiah Spiller.
Oh. Yeah, if he continues to fall,
That's what I mean. Like he would have to continue. I wouldn't pick him. Like I wouldn't trade up to get
I
him.
wouldn't
But
trade up for him.
Cade Otton, I know Blaine loves him.
I just I just don't think we're taking a tight end at all this draft. I really don't.
No, the LA Chargers did not draft Zion. No, the knock on Zion, he just needs a little bit more NFL refinement, level of competition. That's really the only knock on him that I've ever really noticed.
Man, Spiller fell.
Forgot about Spiller.
Kyron Williams. I knew Kyron would fall because of the I just think it's so insane. Guys like that falling when they're
Stronger Algier.
Algier, I'm lower on him though than everyone else.
Thanks, Bobby. Appreciate you tuning in.
Um,
Josh Joby. Heard that McCollum could be converted to safety. No, I think he's 100%
yeah.
corner. But I mean, I wouldn't be against playing him at safety if you needed him to play safety for you. I just don't think the Rams would need him to.
Someone said,
Damian Pierce,
yeah.
Tyler Higbee, and Kendall Blanton at tight ends.
That's what I'm saying. We have 4 tight ends right now. I don't think we need a draft.
No, I mean, if you wanted to get like, what's his name? Luke Kroll or whatever his name is. Like,
Out of pick?
Yeah, like later on the draft. I'm talking like 7th round. I wouldn't be like opposed again, But
if we taken care of like everything, and then
Yeah.
at the 7th, I wouldn't take him. But then if we were gonna take a tight end, I'd be like, all right, fine. But
if
I
we were
just
gonna take a tight end, I'd probably go with Armani Rogers, the quarterback converted to tight end from Ohio.
I like
Dominique Robinson is an interesting prospect. He is.
he sketches people out because he's so raw, but he has the potential. It's just kind of like a question mark.
Yeah, I mean, you go from quarterback to wide receiver to outside linebacker, and then they're like, yeah, NFL draft. Like, I mean,
It's people nervous.
Yeah, it's not a. Agree, Jake. At this point, Lewis is most likely a bust. I'm not saying he's a bust, but I'm saying he's starting to have those, those scary waters. You know what I mean? Like, what do you think of Owazuriki if he's there in the 5th? I gotta look at my board, but I had a pretty decent grade on him, I think.
People on Twitter, and I know it's just funny that.
No, I didn't. I had like a 5th round grade on him. I'm not like super huge on him, but
people on Twitter are like, maybe we'll still go after Lasitas. I don't think we'll still go after Lasitas now that we've taken Logan.
Yeah, I don't think so.
I just don't think it's a team need, but I do really like Lasitas. I think he could start wherever he goes. Well, I mean, if he gets drafted to a team, and I don't see him getting drafted late enough to where he's like taken for depth. It could happen. I think Lasitas will go tomorrow. Well, he'll obviously go tomorrow. I meant in the 4th round. I'm tired, guys. Ooh, the Grizzlies won.
Love to see that.
Right? Didn't they not? I just saw a video of John Morant doing the gritty on the Timberwolves logo. So I just figured.
Oh my god.
Because that feels like something you would not do if you lost.
I mean, maybe. I don't know. It depends how that went. I probably shouldn't have been this mean. This tweet. I had somebody. I liked the pick, right? Like I tweeted that out. I tweeted out the RAS score for Logan Bruss, and I said
Mm-hmm.
I like the pick, and then this guy commented Thomas. What
Oh,
was
I
it?
see it.
Yeah, and I was like, I would rather eat glass than pick a punter at 104.
Brian, yes, we are going live tomorrow for the whole draft, all 8 hours of it. It's going to be a beautiful nightmare. Terrifying and exciting. Last year, if you guys watched our draft stream, I was like fighting my way through it to stay awake. I was chugging coffees. And I don't mean that as in the draft is boring, but it really is kind of draining somehow to like sit here and like pick after pick after pick. I was like having Starbucks and pizza. Jake, are we gonna get pizza tomorrow?
Yeah, that's the those are the
Every year
goals.
when Jake and I do the stream in person, last year us and Adam, we ordered pizza and we've always done that. But even though we're virtual this year, we're like, should we still just like order pizza for the tradition? I really don't need to be eating pizza, but like I might have to.
Yeah, it's for the tradition, for the culture, you know.
I know. Alex said, what's AK, what's your secret? You must be running on fumes and Olipop at this point. I literally am. I finished my Olipop though.
Nolan says eating glass is the better choice. Oh god, I do agree with that.
Find
Joshua
out.
Williams just seems like a fit for the Rams.
What kind of so okay, I know there's 184 people in here, but I'm gonna say my pizza order and I'm not gonna be embarrassed about it.
I'm scared.
My Jake knows because he's
It's
been
violent.
it's not.
It's very
My
violent.
pizza order is cheese pizza with pineapple and black olives. It is the perfect combination of sweet and salty, and there's cheese, and it's amazing. And you know what? If you want to, you can even put ranch dressing, like, on the side and, like, dip it in ranch and eat it, and it's amazing, and no one is gonna shame me for it. I see you all in the comics. I see it all. Everyone leave me alone. This was supposed to be a safe space. Okay?
No, dear God, please
This
no. If you
this
pineapple, oh
this
my God, this is
guys,
amazing.
everyone, this was supposed to be a safe space. Everyone, this is bullying, and
Alexis
I
hashtag banned.
okay, you know what, guys? I don't like it until you try it. Everybody, leave me alone.
Alex Merritt has left the chat.
Guys,
Oh God, this is so
leave
funny.
me alone,
My
okay?
ears
Trust me.
don't
Trust
try. Sell it. Y'all can't have
guys,
pineapple.
this was supposed to be
Stop.
a conversation amongst friends, okay? Like my pizza order. Stop this.
This is football, not
You know what?
pizza.
200 people right now are hating on me because of my pizza order, and I'm still standing strong, and I'm still gonna order it tomorrow, and I'm still gonna eat it live in front of all of you.
Oh man.
Everyone's telling me tomorrow.
Alex, you can go ahead and turn
You know what?
off.
What do you guys want from me? You want me to just order a cheese pizza and just be a normal girl and have a cheese pizza with some cola and watch
I've
football? No.
I've literally never loved highlighting comments more in my freaking life. This is literally I'm in paradise right now.
Guys, this is not nice. I did it to myself because I should have lied, but I didn't lie. It's
You ain't we friends, but you ain't ordering my pizza at the party.
okay, guys. Guys.
It's a bad omen.
Okay.
Oh.
You know what? Would it make you all feel better if I just ate a normal cheese pizza tomorrow?
Pineapple and ranch prison no parole. Oh my God.
If
I'm losing it.
I swear, if one of you calls the police on me tomorrow, I will be so angry.
This is why you have bad knees. It's like...
I have bad knees because I sit all day at my job and I need it.
Oh my God.
Okay, you know what?
Oh.
There was way too many hate comments in here for me to even read, and I could be upset about that, but
Oh
I am
God.
not.
I'll
Okay.
send you a real pizza from Australia.
Pineapples are
Olives
the
are
cause of
awful.
COVID. Have you guys lost your mind? It is pineapple.
Oh
It's
my god.
and it's good. And it's good on pizza. And black olives are good on pizza. There's nothing to be ashamed about. You guys just aren't with it. Nolan, you're wrong. This was supposed to be a safe space. I thought I was talking amongst friends.
Oh
Some
my god.
pizza order, and so I decided to share my pizza order. Like, you know, all of you would be like, "Oh, I like to get a supreme pizza with
The
onions."
pineapples are the cause of COVID.
Okay, that's what I'm saying. You guys have lost your mind. Okay, Scott says you're not in prison. You don't need to eat that. Honestly, if I was in prison and they offered me that, it would be
Jake's new horror movie likes to grasp pizza order.
okay. Okay.
Oh.
Hear me out though. Why is my pizza order so bad? But yet the people who get like supreme pizza and then they douse it in like spicy red flakes and parmesan and hot sauce and all this other shit on it, and then they eat the pizza and that's normal. But yet I put two toppings on my pizza, pineapple and black olives, and everyone like wants to put me in an
Is that pizza vaccinated?
okay.
We're gonna have to end soon because I'm gonna
Okay.
die.
Okay. So maybe the tradition should be salad instead. Alexis can't possibly mess up the salad. I
Where is that? Oh
Scott
my god, I can't even
and then
see
he
that.
said Pfizer. Okay, guys,
Oh,
I am no longer going to take your opinion seriously if you've not taken a bite of a pizza with pineapple and black olives on it.
oh, that's bad.
It's not as insane as you think it is. It is not as insane as you think it is.
I'm crying over here. I mean, I don't know what you
Okay,
want from me.
okay, guys. Okay, someone said pineapple is good. I'd rather go with classic Hawaiian. Hawaiian's fine. I just don't like typically like the meat on my pizza unless it's pepperoni. Yeah, some people are saying anchovies. At least I'm not putting anchovies in my pizza.
I'd rather draft a putter at 104 than eat pizza with pineapple. I'd rather
Okay.
eat pizza with pineapple. Oh man, God.
My brother is texting me saying this is fun watching you get flamed by 200 people on the internet simultaneously. Okay. My 16-year-old brother just texted me that.
That's
Guys,
hilarious.
guys,
Pineapples on pizza started the Gulf War.
okay, guys, you are not going to make me a villain in this live stream. I'm a revolutionary. I'm
Oh
not
my god.
20 years from now, everyone's
Oh
gonna look back at this live stream and think I was so ahead of my time.
no, they're not.
Okay, revolutionaries are most of the time they're not understood in their time.
New
They're
fear unlocked. Alexis pizza order. That's what a koala would put on pizza.
okay.
Oh. Oh my god.
You know what, guys?
Wow.
You don't have to understand me.
Don't think I've ever
right.
seen you laugh this hard. I don't think I ever have laughed this hard. It's
Okay.
a combination of Alexa's facial expressions. She's actually like taking it like a champ.
Okay.
She's getting flamed on the internet, like her brother said. Oh.
Okay. You guys, seriously, this is just someone said they put pineapple and jalapenos on theirs.
Ugh.
And actually I would eat that.
I've had pineapple pizza and rather McVay draft Greg Robinson again tomorrow.
Okay. You guys are being very dramatic about something that I
Okay, real talk, life or death situation. I still ain't eating that pizza.
Okay. Okay. You would eat pizza and
who put anchovies on pizza should be on death row.
okay. Guys,
Oh.
I'm gonna keep it real with you. If I was having a self-care night alone and I was ordering a pizza, I would order a cheese pizza with pineapple and olives on it. I would have a little thing of ranch. I would occasionally dip a slice in some ranch, and I would eat my pizza. And it would be great. It would be great.
Pineapple on pizza is self-hate.
Okay. Have you ever tried pineapple on pizza? Have you ever tried it? Or are you just hating it without trying it?
Oh.
Expand your mind, guys.
I'm dying.
Nolan said eat
Life or death, you eat the box instead.
Nolan said, "Enjoy your demon pie, AK." Okay, you know,
Oh my god.
you don't have to understand me. In 20 years, when you go to a restaurant and it's an option to order a pizza, like it's a pre-made thing, and it's pineapple and black olives with a side of ranch, everyone's gonna be like, "Oh my god, we didn't appreciate Alexis enough in her time." It'd probably be like 80 years whenever I die, which is hopefully like in 80 plus years.
Oh my
Aaron,
god.
thank you. The people in the chat that are standing up for me, thank you. Good night. Good night, Aaron. Um, okay, Scott, I get it. You're not with the movement. Um, Angel, it's not a killer pizza. Guys, this was not supposed to be the point of this. This is turned into I feel like people are trying to turn this into a pizza intervention for me, and I feel like we're getting away from the main point.
Was that we were both having pizza
Um,
tomorrow
we are
for the
gonna have
culture?
tomorrow, and I'm gonna order whatever I want on my pizza. I'm gonna do as I damn please as I'm watching the draft. Um, you know what? Maybe I'll be in the mood for pineapple and olives. Maybe I'll just stick to cheese to avoid the drama because clearly this is like
It's gonna look like Blade Runner when that happens. Oh.
guys. I am on the bus, Scott, okay? I am. Death Pies and Draft Stream. That sounds like a band name.
We didn't even get Jake's go-to pizza
Okay,
order.
Key Street said, "No, Alexis, you must order it now." I'm gonna order it. Craftster14 said, "What's Jake's pizza order?"
My pizza order is either gonna be with buffalo chicken or it'll be plain. That's at the end of the day. That's my go-to. Although I do like that one where I go crazy with all of the toppings and stuff. Not toppings, but I go
See?
grilled chicken. I go grilled chicken with ranch, barbecue sauce, and buffalo.
Okay, we're hate on him now, guys. Give him your opinion on that. Give him your opinion on chicken and ranch on a pizza. I'm really trying to sell this as gross, but
You are so trying, and
chicken and
it's
ranch on a pizza, Jake? Who are you, heathen? Oh, and now everyone's like, the American man. That sounds nice. Okay, why the hate? That sounds good. True American man. Sign me up for that, Jake. You know what, guys? You're doing this on purpose. Would be scared to drive to the house for someone who ordered that type of pizza. Okay. You know what? Guys, I challenge you to order pineapple and black olives. Okay, Willie wants a deep dish pizza, grounded beef and green peppers and red onions. Come on.
This one bit is gonna be so clip worthy and meme worthy, it's ridiculous. Like we probably just got like 20 memes out of this.
Dr. Dingus said you dropped this crown, Jake. Guys, AK said Mads Steve said, AK, where do you order that monstrosity from? It depends. I'm afraid to actually say where I'm probably gonna order from because you guys will freak out and roast me even more. That Alexis deserves her pizza to be comped tomorrow for the absolute roasting she endured. What's your Venmo, AK? I can't let you guys pay for this pizza. My Venmo is on my YouTube account, though. I do take donations. It's Alexis Craft, but I will not accept if you're sending me money for pizza. I will pay for it. The Deadpool pizza. Is that what we're naming this pizza now? The Deadpool pizza? If you say pepperoni and pineapple, I'm gonna lose. No, it's not pepperoni and pineapple. Guys, it's literally just a cheese pizza with pineapple and black olives. The ranch is just a choice.
Little Caesar.
AK pizza smell like Chuck E. Cheese. You know what? Chuck E. Cheese had bomb pizza back in the day. You guys cannot deny that back in the day, Chuck E. Cheese had great pizza. Jose, you should try it. Cinco said, let me know where you buy that pizza, Alexis. I'm calling the health inspector. Okay. It's not Pizza Hut. I don't order pizza from Pizza Hut.
Oh my
I'll say
god.
where I order from because people will flame me even more if they knew where I most of my pizza. Scott said, "Much respect to Alex for dying on this hill and refusing to go down." I'm not gonna go down. The
Thin
Freddy
or thick crust, Alexis? That is the question.
thick.
I'll go thin, but I mean not like paper thin, like New York style thin.
Scott said he's from Iowa, so he understands the pizza and ranch. It is a Midwest thing. We did that at like in high school. Whenever it was pizza day, every Thursday they catered in Papa John's for lunch, and we would all get pizza, and we would get like little like things of ranch and hot sauce.
The pizza you
But
punish inmates with.
Nolan said AK's fighting for her life. I feel like I'm fighting for my
Just
life.
say no, Alexis, like it's a bad drug.
I I chose this combination. I really thought about it one day. Okay, and I admit that I might have been a little on something, but I was like, "What would be good on a pizza?"
Chuck E. Cheese pizza is child abuse.
Black
Oh
okay,
my
someone
god.
in someone in Oregon just said that everyone they know eats ranch with pizza, and they're in Oregon. It didn't start in the Midwest. Chuck
Yeah,
E. Cheese
yeah,
pizza is
I eat ranch. I eat ranch. I eat pizza with ranch. I just eat ranch.
Ramrod said stick to goldfish. Where did they go?
Oh my god.
I, like, barely had any tonight. I was, like, nervous eating, and then I was too nervous to eat.
That pizza should be condemned.
Okay. It's really not that bad, guys. Um, it's really not that bad. Okay? Let me live my life. I'm gonna order it tomorrow.
I've seen a Putin and Jeffrey Epstein joke about pineapple pizza.
Okay. Guys, it's
Oh lord.
let's all calm down. I could have said I could
Goldfish on
have said
pizza.
something worse. Goldfish on pizza? That would be a little too much cheese flavor, like
Hey, Mad Steez. Appreciate you. You guys are fun. Subbing for sure. 80% Rams content, 20% Pizza Blast.
thank you.
Yes, everyone go hit the link in the description. I can't talk. It is Alexis. She has her YouTube link in there, so go and subscribe to Alexis. Also go and follow Alexis at the Alexis Craft on Twitter, Alexis Craft on Instagram. You can follow me at JK Bogan on Twitter, JK Bogan on Instagram. You're on the channel, so you can subscribe to the channel. Hit the like button. I will clip this, so don't worry. We'll have that compilation done. I'll work on that probably for the next hour or so after we get off. So I'll do compilation of the pizza moment,
You know what?
which, you know,
Send me the entire 15 minutes of me getting roasted because when I am dead and gone in 100 years and this pizza makes a resurgence and it becomes in, I want to be remembered as a hero. I
oh
was on
Lord.
the front. I was a revolutionary. You can't
Will
call
YouTube still be
revolutionary.
around,
Yeah. Oh yeah.
you think, for in 100 years?
Yeah, and if it's not, it'll be like something else with all the YouTube videos moved to it. No, this
Yeah.
forever, and I will stand by it.
Well, all right.
Thank
So this
you,
is what
thank
we'll do.
you, by the way, to everyone subscribing to me right now because 'cause they're saying it was fun pizza bashing me. I appreciate it. The Alexis Pizza.
The Alexis pizza.
Name it The Craft. No, don't do that. My family would be so pissed because
They'd be like, you did this to our family?"
it's like they'd be like, "You've had our name go down in history associated with this pineapple and black olive pizza."
That pizza is satanic AF.
Okay, guys, if I had said
Oh man, it's killing me.
think about it this way. If I'd said in this chat that I order pizza with anchovies on it, would you have reacted this dramatically?
Probably not. The great pizza bashing of 2022. No one will forever forget this. Like, none of these people will ever forget this moment.
Yeah, neither will my therapist when I go discuss it.
So, yeah, so we're going to clip this. We're going to clip the Logan Bruss reaction. I think we got some good content there. Alexis, I'll throw it your way as well. So you can post it on your channel too. And anything else? Final thoughts?
My final thoughts are that we will be back tomorrow. So the draft starts at noon Eastern time tomorrow. So
Yes.
you think that we gonna get on at like 11:30 Eastern? You think, or do you think
Um,
we get on that early if it's like the last day?
yeah, I mean, I'll schedule it for noon, but we could get there like a little bit earlier.
Okay. Well, regardless, we'll be live when the draft starts. Um, and we will be here all day long. So if you're watching the draft all day, tune in, come watch us as well, hang out. If you're just going to be popping in and out whenever you're free, it's Saturday, so I know a lot of people are busy if you don't watch the draft the whole day. Um, come in here and hang out with us when you can. We will be talking about every pick. I will be announcing every pick like I do every year, and at the end of every year, my voice is gone on Saturday night. Once we get to the end of the 7th round, um, I've lost my voice, and I do have finger cramps because I'm basically just, like, trying to find, fresh and yes, Jake and I will be ordering pizza, and I will probably order my favorite pizza, and you guys are just gonna have to live with it, not everything can go everybody's way all
How
the
many of us have a nightmare about Alexis's pizza?
You have a nightmare about my pizza. If that's the scariest thing in your life, then I am happy for you,
Follow
okay?
me at Sean Lennon. I'll be slandering pineapple pizza.
Okay, okay.
All right.
Guys,
We could go on for hours upon hours, but Alexis has worked a long day. She
I was
worked
up
at her
5:30.
full-time job, and then she came home and immediately was like, all right, let's go. And then we went live, and now we've been live for almost 6 hours. We're at 5 hours and 50 minutes. We have over 120 people, and that's really sad for us to have to let you guys go.
Right.
We had almost 20 minutes of average view duration per viewer, which is incredible, and we appreciate that. 2,832 views. So we almost got to 3,000. Let's see if we can do that tomorrow. The Rams pick a lot more than once tomorrow, so hope to see you guys there. It's been a lot of fun. Appreciate you guys interacting. I'm glad the pizza stuff, I mean, I'm sure it pushed some people away, but I hope they realize we'll be back to talk about football tomorrow. But
Accept me as I am or don't accept me at all.
regardless, I love Alexis regardless of her pizza choices. Obviously, she knows that. That
Thank
does
you.
not matter to me. I've actually Venmoed you pizza money knowing you were going to buy a pizza like that. So I guess I've contributed to the chaos.
Yes.
So really appreciate you guys, all jokes aside, for sticking around with us. But I'm going to head on out of here. We're going to clip this up. We're going to get that content out to you guys. Micro content. We'll post it all over this stuff. We'll see if we can get viral with that exchange, and I'll see if I can dive in a little bit to Logan Bruss's film and maybe put together a quick little summary of his film. So that's gonna do it for us. Appreciate you guys. You guys take care, and we'll see you guys tomorrow.